ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this.
On your radio,
Sport Digital.
and on the ABC Listen app.
Collingwood are in the West, taking on a Fremantle side who were nothing short of deplorable last week under the bright lights of Friday footy. Thrashed by St Kilda by 61 points. Can the Dockers turn it around? Particularly with Collingwood deciding to manage a number of key players. Almost 950 games of experience go out the door for Collingwood for this match. Brody Myercheck couldn't be avoided, out through injury, thanks to the abdominal pain that he's played through for a couple of weeks. But they have left their games record holder and one of the greatest of all time, Scott Pendlebury, back in Melbourne. Braden Maynard and Jordan De Goey also get the week off. It does mean that we get to see a youngster with a big WA connection and a big Fremantle connection. Ed Allen, the son of Ben, who made his debut in this game last year, will be out there tonight for the Collingwood Football Club as they also bring back Jeremy Howe, who was managed, Sullivan and Markov also both returning. And, of course, it would be for Lockie Sullivan an interesting time to come back to Perth Stadium, for it was at this ground last year where he was involved in that controversial umpiring decision, not handing the ball straight back to the umpire, that led to a free kick to Sean Darcy, and that led to a rampaging finish for Fremantle. They could have won it in the dying stages, Jeremy Sharp missing when normally you would back him, and we had a draw here the last time these two sides played. The first and only time in the 37 matches that there's been a draw between Fremantle and Collingwood. Clint Wilden with you. Mitch Turner is with me. Welcome, Mitch.
Great to be here, Clint. It's not often we get Thursday night footy in the West and prime time football, which is great to have Collingwood over here. They don't travel a lot, so what a big scalp it would still be, although Fremantle are coming off that performance that was much criticised during the week. It would still be a massive scalp for Collingwood to come west, take 4 points and head back to Melbourne. So looking to see what response we get from the Dockers, and I know we'll discuss this throughout the broadcast, but even a win for Fremantle is going to raise potentially more questions about where they are at going forward. But a terrific matchup coming up, some changes for the Pies, as you mentioned, but a massive test for Fremantle, not necessarily just for their football, but for their resilience and for their character, to see what response they can have given the scrutiny they have been under this week, which has been as much as I can remember in recent history. Certainly the most scrutiny I think they've been under in Justin Longmuir's time. So a massive clash coming up.
We're downstairs and we'll be joined by Jordan Roughhead, who's with the Cash Fodder in just a few seconds. But first, let's say hello to our experts tonight. Peter Bell, Hall of Famer, dual premiership player. Sharad Wellingham, Collingwood premiership player, who last year was downstairs at this time handing over a jumper to one Ed Allen. Nice to see you both. No extracurricular activities before the start of the broadcast today, Shaz?
No, nothing today, as no debutantes. But, that was a really great honour, Belly, as I'm sure you presented a few jumpers in your time. You kind of get a little bit of time to reflect on what it means to you and what the club, gave you in terms of opportunities. And I really enjoyed it. And hopefully Ed goes out and has a great career. But he started pretty well after his first game last year and managed to get a few games in. So, yeah, it's a nice connection piece to be able to have someone playing their first game.
Yeah, you don't get to reflect much in football, but certainly when you're presenting a jumper to a player in front of his family or her family for the very first time, it's very emotional and touching and a great moment to be a part of. And looking forward to seeing the young man play today. Obviously, he's got a lot of ability, great size, so let's see what he can do.
Let's see how Fremantle respond. We're heading downstairs, I think, to have a chat. Akash Fodder is downstairs right now. Akash, you've got us. Let's see if we can have a chat to Jordan Roughhead. Akash is just putting the headphones on. No surprises with the massive amount of media you get for a Thursday night. We've got the odd bit of connection issues downstairs. I don't know if we're going to get Akash Fodder, unfortunately. So we'll continue to chat up here in the box about what is to come. It would be the most Fremantle thing of Fremantle things. I know.
Ruffy was just standing next to me.
I know.
Yeah. We can see it.
No,
He's done his job.
No, I can see it. But I've been told that we've got a few technical issues.
Oh, okay. So he's going to be back. Fingers crossed.
He might be back.
Maybe.
He might be back.
Kind of like Fremantle last week.
There's
Didn't
nothing
really
like
get
going
started.
around the nation from Perth and everything falls apart in the first 5 minutes. Incredible. This never happens. It would be a little bit like Fremantle last week, the way we've begun this broadcast. They can't afford to be like that again tonight. They were simply horrible, Billy.
Well, they weren't at their best. I think the thing that let me down, and we've spoken about it a number of times, how minuscule the effort and intensity has to be off to get shown up at AFL football. You've only got to be 2 or 3% off, and it looks like you're halfway there, doesn't it, Belly? And I think that's what we saw from Fremantle last week against a side that they're not setting the world on fire this year, but we're able to drag him into a game style that, by all reports, JL set them up and prepared them to play, but they weren't able to go out and execute that game style.
Well, that's the other disappointing aspect to it. The raw numbers were horrendous. To the eye, when you're watching, they just looked off from the very first minute. But one of the other disappointing factors was the fact that everyone could see it coming. Mm-hmm. Everyone knew what Ross Lyon would do. They'd had the disappointing week. The young players had been identified and subbed and whatever else. They knew that St Kilda were going to congest the stoppage, bring forwards up, bring wingers in as well, and just make it really, really hard for Fremantle to get their handball game going out of stoppage. And you would expect that as much as teams like to play their own game style, and that's probably 90% of it. Craig McRae and his coaching staff might have been looking at a few things that St Kilda did last week and thought we can introduce some of those aspects to the game tonight as well. As long as we're not taking away from what we want to do, there's some things to make it really difficult for Fremantle, because right now the view around the AFL would be that if you can stop Fremantle at stoppage, you're probably going to win the game.
On that, though, they're looking for a massive response in the midfield, but what's been forgotten by a few maybe throughout the week, given the criticism, is Hayden Young's gone for most of the season with a hamstring injury. He was one that looked to be having a bit of a crack last week. He hit the scoreboard while he was on the field. He is now out of the side. And, I mean, looking from the outside, he looks to be the most damaging Fremantle midfielder when he is in there. How hard is it going to be to turn around, given they've now lost Hayden Young, and they are missing Jager O'Meara as well, who's had a really good start to the season. He's out for another 5 weeks.
Yeah, well, they don't really have a like-for-like replacement for Young, and he is top shelf. Unfortunately for Hayden, he hasn't been able to sort of prove that to the world for sustained periods of time, but in the glimpses that we've seen, the AFL community would be pretty excited about what he can do. He's that player that is a good ball user. You love having a left footer in the midfield as well, and that ability to go forward, and I reckon he's probably Fremantle's second best aerial threat forward besides Tracy when he does go down there and try and sniff out a goal.
Do they have to try and strip him back as far as they kind of did with Cyril Rioli 10 years ago and change his running gait and change everything? Do you remember how far back they stripped him to stop the hamstring injuries and stop the soft tissue injuries?
Yeah,
do you reckon that's something that they should... his running gait, it's not inefficient, but it's kind of like it's not super athletic.
He's very flat-footed.
He's very flat-footed.
He sort of runs on his heels quite a bit. Now, I'm no biomechanist, but I think that all of those...
conducive to, like, not tearing your hammy, is it?
All of those things would be on the table, and I wouldn't be surprised also. And this is not to criticise any of the Fremantle high-performance staff or the experts they have at their disposal, but you don't want to keep doing the same things.
Correct.
Hayden Young had 2 hamstrings over the pre-season. This is another hamstring tendon, which he's had before. So would the club be best served by looking at other experts around the world to have a look at this hamstring and rehabilitate it? Maybe that takes into account some of Hayden's fundamental movement and making slight tweaks like Hawthorn did with Cyril Rioli.
It's on the point of Hayden Young. It's probably a good time to mention bigger picture things with players like Hayden Young. So he's signed on with the club until 2033, and these long-term deals are now the norm. Players at almost every club you'll have. Most clubs now have got one player at least with multiple, long-year deals. Fremantle have got a couple or a few that are signed on long-term. Hayden Young's had hamstring issues and soft tissue injuries still early in his career, but reoccurring. His 3rd one this year, another one requiring surgery. How hard is it, Belly and Shaz, for clubs to find the balance of keeping a player happy, locking them in so you know they're yours for the long term, but also knowing it's a massive risk. Like soft tissue injuries this early into a contract, 8 years away is when his contract is up. I mean, it's not a great sign to be having multiple injuries early on.
Yeah, it's not ideal, that's for sure, and you weigh up all of those things, I suppose, but also there's been a long list of players in the AFL who, after periods of having hamstring or soft tissue injuries, you can come back. I
would prefer probably hamstring injuries that you can probably overcome through different avenues rather than somebody who does a knee a couple of times or something like that, where it changes the way they are able to actually play, and that I think also affects the longevity of somebody's career, is doing something as serious as a knee injury. But from my point of view as like a player, I think that having the security of a long-term contract, the club wants it so they've got the commitment, the player wants it so they've got the security.
Yeah.
And so, I don't have any issue with them tying up players long-term.
You have to.
Well, you have
That's
to.
The market now.
If you don't, someone else will.
Exactly.
Generally,
that is the market.
And it comes down to the term and the quantum of dollars, I suppose, as well. And generally speaking, not generally speaking, most of the time, if you're signing a long-term contract, you're not squeezing the lemon absolutely dry at the club, so you're taking a bit of a discount in exchange for that security that you're talking about, Sharad.
So what were you prepared to do when you were in a football department about offering a long-term deal? What were the key things that you looked at for a player? Was it about durability as well as age profile? Because that appears to be, looking up the street with Oscar Allen and West Coast, there's a genuine concern. They've signed a number of long-term deals and it's come back to bite them on the backside. Was that the sort of thing that you looked at, the consistency of availability?
Yeah, age is an important one. Clearly you're not going to offer a really long-term contract to someone who you think might not see out the actual contract, so you got to weigh that up. You're looking, durability is a part of it. You're looking at what it's actually going to cost you, and you take into account, TPP rises and all kinds of different things. But for the long-term one, you're also looking at how much that player loves the club and how connected and engaged he or she might be to the team, the club, what you're trying to build, and that can come into your decision-making as well. How much demand there might be for that particular player, what role does he or she play, how easily can you find another player like them in the draft or through trade. They're some of the factors that you weigh up.
Thoughts of Peter Bell alongside Sharad Willingham, our experts here. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and as always, streaming on the ABC Listen app. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. We'd love to hear from you. As always, 0437 774 774, 0437 774 774. It's a perfect night for football in the West. There's still bright blue skies above us. Always a challenge to get to these games on Thursday. And I know people say, stop whinging in WA. But, it's most people haven't even clocked off work yet on a Thursday night. So to turn around and try and bust your way across one of two bridges to get here. I know both of you guys had some challenges getting here on time. What time did you have to leave work, Billy, today to make it?
Yeah, well, it wasn't too far away, so a little earlier than I would have liked. But for a while there, I thought that I was going to get here in time. But, I'm here and looking forward to it. The ground looks a picture, and, the corresponding game last year, we can all remember, was a pretty good game which had its controversial turns as well.
It is a challenge, though, the Thursday night and the Friday night fixtures here in the West, which I don't think when people look at the crowd figures genuinely accepted about why it's so hard to get a bigger crowd here because of the challenges involved.
Yeah, it is early. I think I had to leave work at 3:45, which is very early, but, I don't think anybody really minds if they have to leave work a little bit early, but it's just if they're able to make that happen, they've got to try and go. If they're bringing the kids, do they, go? That means they've got to rush home from work to get the kids, get them ready. Then I think the public transport might be easier and
just get on the tram.
On the tram?
Yeah. What tram? I know what you're saying. That tram.
Is the public transport situation potentially easier?
No, it's worse because the public transport system does not work for football on Thursdays and Fridays because they have to use it to get normal people home. So there are no specific routes to get here, which there are on Saturdays and Sundays. You've forgotten this, Billy. You've been parking downstairs for the last
No, I understand that, and that's why when, Fremantle fans are, and I'm, used to work at Fremantle, when they do their surveys, the Thursday, Friday night games, they don't like them. And what about our regional friends?
Yeah.
No way they can get here.
Yeah.
Plenty more to come. We're going to talk about the situation with Willie Rioli in just a moment, and also the father-son rule. That's all to come. Thursday night footy.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Grooves alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
The moment of truth has arrived.
What a matchup this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy. This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing, and they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than
He
this.
called the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Goes bang with everything he's got. They are leaving nothing out there. Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone, and the building is jumping.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
Like camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there.
Gathers, snaps, it'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah. Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive hit. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. 3-1.
From the centre wicket. Whips it for six. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer? Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
See, 'cause it don't get better than this.
On radio, on digital and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
It's going to be a cracking night for football in the West. Welcome to Perth Stadium, wherever you are around the great nation. 27 degrees at the moment. It's going to get a little bit cooler over the next hour or so as the sun sets to the right of our broadcast position. The entire ground in shade. Light starting to take effect as Collingwood rolls into town in second spot. 6-2 on the season, but they do come in after losing last week to Geelong in an absolute epic by 3 points. Fremantle enter this game under slightly different circumstances, losing to St Kilda by 61 and were crushed in about every metric you could think of. It started to raise some serious questions around the coaching future of Justin Longmuir. His sixth season at the moment. They've played just one final so far in the previous 5, but they are 4-4. Their percentage, 97.2%. And the Dockers faithful will be rolling into Perth Stadium. The Purple Hordes will expect some level of an answer for what was truly awful last week. Clint Wilden with you. Mitch Turner is alongside me, and it's a Collingwood side without plenty of experience, Mitch. There's a few key players missing. No bigger names than Scott Pendlebury, who has been managed to Goey and Maynard too and Mychek out of this game. Very different looking Collingwood side, even with those 3 superstars, and they've still got premiership players in every line. But when you without those sort of guys, it does swing a little bit of favouritism in the way of the Fremantle Dockers. Welcome.
Well, it certainly seems that it might, Clint. Great to be here again. As you mentioned, a big disappointment for us in the West sometimes when big superstar names get rested from coming to Perth. They don't get on the plane. And Scott Pendlebury is a player like that who decided, or the club decided, he would not get on the plane and come out west, most experienced player in the AFL competition. It's disappointing for local fans who, I'm sure even Fremantle fans would like to admit, as much as it would help Collingwood's chances, they'd love to see Scott Pendlebury out there. But it's a massive, I guess, loss for Collingwood given the experience of over 400 games. Brodie Myercheck, who has been their most reliable target up forward for a number of seasons, he's out with that abdominal strain. It'll possibly change the way they look up front as well. But Craig McRae was pretty adamant during the week, Clint. They are not taking the Dockers lightly. This was always planned regardless of Fremantle's form. It's easy to say that when the Dockers are coming off a 10-goal loss, but I guess we'll have 2 hours of football to figure it out and see whether they made the right call or not. But no Myercheck, no Pendlebury, no Jordan De Goey, no Braden Maynard, 4 of their most senior players.
We will hear from Paul Roos, who was very interesting in his comments on the AFL Daily podcast this morning. That's coming up very shortly. I'm keen to get our experts' thoughts on that. And they are Premiership Pie, Sharrod Willingham, alongside him, Hall of Famer Peter Bell. Gentlemen, before we continue on with this game, we do need to talk on one of the big issues of the week. That is, of course, with Willie Rioli. Now, the AFL has released the statement today after completing their investigation, but it came after Willie Rioli had a statement put out by Port Adelaide, and I'll read that out for you now. This morning, this is Willie Rioli, I informed the club I'd withdrawn from Saturday night showdown. With the stress of the week, I feel it's best for me and the team I take a break. I acknowledge my actions after last weekend's game against the Bulldogs were totally unacceptable. I apologised to Bailey Dale on Monday, and I want to publicly apologise again for the stress my actions have caused. I say things from time to time on the footy field in the heat of the moment. I wish I didn't, and I'm continuing to work with the club on managing this moving forward. It's not in my true nature or character to say these things, and I apologise for any distress I caused to individuals or their families, and I want to thank the Port Adelaide Football Club and all of my teammates and coaches for their support. So you won't be playing in the showdown. Now, the AFL statement comes out a little bit later on. They have sanctioned Willie Rioli with a 1-match suspension in connection with his recent conduct and early incidents involving physical threats against other players. So basically, Willie had already said that he's not going to play in the showdown.
So does that become 2 games then?
Nope, that becomes this game. So to follow through on this circumstance, it means he receives a 1-match suspension and he's not able to play in this weekend's round 9 match against the Adelaide Crows, which he wasn't going to anyway. But they've also said, this is the AFL, that Rioli must participate as soon as possible in education on respectful non-violent language and conduct that will be prescribed by the AFL, and Rioli will also continue to be provided with well-being support. If you didn't catch up with the story, of course, it came through that Willie Rioli had sent a message to a Western Bulldogs player threatening that player's teammate in Bailey Dale. It's a quote that he should be careful if he left the team hotel in Darwin this weekend, as Rioli had lots of friends in Darwin. That sort of got pushed aside by the AFL first time, and let's be honest, the Bulldogs thought that it had been dealt with, Port thought that it had been dealt with, and then further on, thanks to the investigation of the newspapers in Melbourne, there were allegations of 2 further on-field threats of violence against a Geelong player, Brad Close, in round 9 of last season, and an Essendon youngster, Archie Roberts, earlier this season in round 3. So the AFL would have felt, I think, quite embarrassed that they didn't do more of investigation into the situation to start with. But I'm keen for both of you. How do you think that this stacks up as a sanction against Willie Rioli, a 1-match ban for what has happened in the past?
It's really, really tough. It's a lot of grey area, and it's no haven't seen anything like it before, so they've got nowhere to kind of lean their prior knowledge on. But I think that 1 or 2 matches, so I think that maybe it probably lent towards 2 matches. Especially if he said, I'm not going to play this game, then it kind of makes the AFL one look like, we're going to sanction him, but he's already not playing, so it doesn't really count for anything. I think if they wanted to actually make it look like they wanted to have an impact in terms of their sanction, then potentially making it roll on as if there was a suspension with a bye, like if there was a bye. But in terms of what he's done, I don't know what he would be thinking in terms of physical violence off field. Now, on field, I think it's a different kettle of fish. I think that you're talking about something that you might do to somebody, I think it's on the field, white line fever. But if you say you're going to meet someone at a hotel or something like he's kind of alluded to,
I've got friends
up in Darwin. That's crossing the line, and crossing the line by a fair way. I don't think that somebody should feel unsafe in their work environment.
Agree, 100%, Sharad. The interesting bit here was that in the statement, didn't Willie say that on the field in the heat of the moment?
Yeah.
Well, the message afterwards is not on the field in the heat of the moment. And so I think that's the thing, the issue that most people would have.
Like I'm on field, you say, hey, I'll knock your head off type thing.
Yeah, that happens 100 times a game, or used to, maybe a bit less now, but yeah. But it's the message afterwards that is which wasn't in the statement so much. It might be semantics.
He does say his actions against the Bulldogs were totally unacceptable, but you are right. He does go on to say, I say things time to time on the footy field in the heat of the moment.
Semantics. So I agree with you, Sharad. A couple of weeks. It's a little bit unfortunate the way that the AFL have handled it because of more information coming to light and initially clearing Willie early in the week. The other takeaway is he might need a break and he might need some help because there's been just some support, whether that's around family or whatever, because it seemed a pretty tumultuous period for him. So maybe playing footy in the short term is not the best thing for him. And the other part to just to talk about is that generally these things are discussed and negotiated between clubs and the AFL. So right down to penalty, appropriate courses of action, support for the people involved. They're all sort of negotiated and worked out by the stakeholders.
Something that I can't make a comment on, and neither can Mitch, in any way, is everything else that Willie Rioli's been having to deal with. And that's that horrible part of social media that Indigenous players do have to cop. And Willie has copped an awful lot. And so when you have to somehow get your head around the absolute disgusting nonsense that he cops, is it any reason for the way that he can behave on field? Does it give him an out? Does it give him perhaps an understanding of why he's dealing with things the way he's dealing with? Or and again, I'm a white male, I don't have to ever think about this sort of stuff, but it would seem that there are two roads here. If there has been anything racially that's been said your way, then that needs to be reported to the clubs and then to the AFL straight away. Because you have to do that. So therefore, do we have to then go, look, that is one road. The other road is you've gone down this path and done things which we just cannot condone. Do you agree with that most people are never going to be able to understand the headspace that Willie would be in at times because of the abuse that he does cop? And I know Port Adelaide yesterday came out and spoke about some of the rubbish that he does have to deal with constantly on social media.
Are you suggesting that something happened on field that wasn't reported?
I'm not saying that, but it's just a build-up of things over a long period of time that he has to do. I would say anything that's happened on field, he should speak out about straight away.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case because he hasn't.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that he's not carrying the baggage of everything that he's gone through in recent times.
Yeah, it's a really, really tough.
And that's why, as an Indigenous
really
player, you're the only person that can even give us an insight into this.
I personally don't think that you can drag one into the other. They're totally separate. I don't think that I don't think that Willie should carry himself in a certain way because of how he's being influenced by idiots online. Now, the abuse and crap that he does cop online is inexcusable, but I don't think that gives him an out to go and then misbehave and do the wrong thing on field. If he's not in a good enough headspace to be able to respect the other players out on the field who aren't part of what he's copping, they're completely separate worlds. And so I don't think that, there's enough of a correlation between online abuse and going and abusing somebody yourself online.
But you would have had teammates potentially? Have you had teammates that have dealt with this kind of stuff in the past? I know social media was more prevalent towards the mid to back end of your career than it was earlier in your career, but have you seen the frustrations that build up in them when they go onto the field, given the experiences they've had away from the actual football field? And you can see the mindset they do get into. Like, it must be incredibly hard to just walk across the white line and go, everything's fine in my life, I'm going great.
Yeah, I definitely have seen it affect players, but that's where they have to have enough of a support network around them, and the club has to be confident in the mindset and mental health. I don't want to throw that out there willy-nilly. The state of mind that a player who's going out is strong enough for them to be able to go and perform their role on game day. Now, there's so much grey area in this conversation that it's really, really tough because, it's obvious that more players cop this kind of abuse than other players. And so I can't really put myself completely in those shoes as someone who cops it as much as, say, a Liam Ryan who cops it constantly, a Willie Rioli who cops it constantly. I think that it's absolutely disgusting the amount of online abuse that they do cop, and that would carry on to on-field. But then it falls on the club to be able to put enough support in place to make them go out and that be their sanctuary. That's what the football field should be for these players who've grown up loving the game. They should be able to go out on the football field and it be a sanctuary for them, that they get to just go out there and play football, not carry the burden of everything else that's going on the other side of the fence.
And for the most part, I imagine that on field and within the club, that is a sanctuary for these types of matters. It's the wider experience that has still got so far to go. So within the confines of the club and with your teammates, very, very safe place, but not over the fence and not on social media necessarily. And I would imagine if the commentary and the vilification and those types of things are constant enough and pervasive enough, it has to impact your state of mind eventually, and that could manifest in a whole lot of different ways. But I take Sharon's point that it's not then okay to, if it was the case, to react in a way where you're threatening someone else physically, as an example.
I would feel, as bad as this is going to sound, I'd feel more at ease if Willie or someone was to react to somebody who said something on the street. I'd feel that's more justified than him doing something stupid on the field, because that would trigger me more. If some clown on the street said something to me, I'd probably fire up and do something stupid. But
there should be no opposition there.
Correct.
On the street, football is the sport. It's not found about. It's an opposition thing. So there are games going on, and some of them become things that aren't games. That are unfortunate. But on the street, as you're saying, there should be no opposition on the street.
And again,
me v you, we should all be together. So there's no need to do anything on the street.
And if you have joined this conversation late, we'll just again emphasise that there was no suggestion that commentary during the game from players was of that nature.
No, not at all. Yep. But it is that question about how much
bubbling away
and
something just triggering.
Again,
I can understand it, but I like I said, I can understand that could be the cause of his bubble over. But I also think that there needs to be enough steps in place and support before he goes out onto the ground to be able to go out there and play his role and do what's right while he's out on the ground.
So what would you be doing if you were in charge of the football department at Port Adelaide, Peter, and you've got this situation where you want to wrap your arms around him? I think that the AFL have done the right thing by allowing him to be around the football club. I think that's absolutely spot on. I do agree that when you read, and we're only reading what he's done, there needed to be some level of sanction. But how do you help Willie from this point onwards, when obviously what they've been doing up to this point hasn't been enough for them?
Yeah, well, short term, as a football department, you're there to care for the player and help through this period, the acute period, if you like. And then longer term, and there's already been, by the language, you can see there's contrition there. So longer term, it is around making sure that it doesn't happen again, and that the player, in this case Willie, is being supported and in a headspace where it won't happen again, or it shouldn't happen again. Now, there's a whole lot of other factors that go into the wider community and the responsibility that they need to take, but at a very narrow sense, you're there to support, and you're there to make sure that there's not a repeat of this into the future, and by supporting and educating the player as much as you possibly can. Now, that could be by making sure that he's very much around the club, because that is the safe place, the sanctuary, or it could be that there's a combination of some more family support or whatever the player might need at that particular point. And that'd be the conversations that would be happening between player and club.
Peter Bell, Hall of Famer, alongside Jared Wellingham. Collingwood Premiership player, Clint Wilden with you. Mitch Turner will be calling the game alongside me. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, right around the country, of course, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. Shortly, we'll head down into the Fremantle Dockers rooms. Joel Corey, one of their assistants, will join us here as part of our build-up towards the game. But first, Paul Roos was interesting. Collingwood resting, as I said, a number of their key players. They're one of their greatest ever, still going around, of course. I speak of Scott Pendlebury, their games record holder. And they also decided to manage De Goey and Maynard with Myercheck out injured. Paul Roos had this to say on the AFL Daily podcast earlier today about Collingwood resting players.
I'll tell you what the first thing that he would put up on the board, or the first thing I would put up on the board. I can't speak to Justin. Collingwood are not taking us seriously. Collingwood think this is an easy win. They've rested 3 players, 2 of which are 29 years of age, like in the prime of their careers. That would be highlighted on my board, saying, guys, they think this is an easy win. And that's why I don't understand with footy clubs. What if they're slightly injured, put the injury in. Just say Maynard abdominal strain or whatever it might be, or De Goey out, calf soreness. I don't understand why you put managed. It doesn't make any sense to me. Yes, for Scotty Pendlebury. Okay, so let's just take Scotty Pendlebury out of the mix. Probably in my top 3 all-time respected players. So I'm not going to question Scott Pendlebury. Yeah, he's 38. He's played 400-plus games. That's a completely different conversation. But you've got 2 29-year-olds. You would have had to drag me out of the Junction Oval, the Western Oval, the MCG. You would have had to chain me to the bed to stop me from playing at 29 years of age. So, yes, Justin will use this as guys, this team does not respect us. And for Collingwood, if there is a reason, put the reason in the injury list.
Found that fascinating, and I know you did too as well, Sharon.
I didn't realise we were still going through.
Chuckling away in the background. Would you be putting that up on the board if you're Justin Longmuir?
I think there's a lot of merit in that. You know, they're not taking us seriously, coming over here, thinking after last week's performance, there's definite merit in what Rosie was saying then.
So we've spoken a lot about the style of coach that Justin is. So I can share with you that sort of thing he never refers to. It's all process. It's about what we're doing. It's never about the opposition at all. And so some would say, well, that's a great way to prod the players and elicit an emotional response. He would counter that if you're relying on those sorts of things, you can't reach the consistent level that you're ultimately aspiring to reach. And so my concern would be that with a process-driven approach, are you able to build, whether you're using those types of levers or not, or other levers, the emotional connection to the club, to the team, to each other.
Us against them.
Yeah, to what the game is demanding at any point in time. Because theoretically, I get it, that you want the players to drive it themselves and you don't have to rely on outside stimulus to be the best you can be, but it's an emotional game.
Correct.
You want to elicit some sort of emotional response from each player to each other, and you use whatever lever you can. And if that's going to unify the team and galvanise them, then in amongst all the theory and strategy and training and prep, I think there's a place for it. So that was a long-winded response to say I would use it.
Yeah.
I'd be happy to use it.
The players aren't going out there to play chess. You want to elicit some emotion, and it's not rah-rah. It's not, all nothing. That's a perfect time to use I think Adam Simpson said he got 6 silver bullets for the year. That's one of the times where you can elicit some real emotion in the players to get that us against them mentality happening.
It's been happening forever and a day. I mean, how many times did you go into the lecture theatre before a game and then there's all the headlines? The headlines of people taking pot shots at the club after a performance, personal pot shots. And, you know, we know that there were coaches in the past who used to actually get to journalists and wind them up and say this about this one and say this about that one. And then there it is, even in your locker, Sharad. Open it up and there's the article about you in the locker. Now, times have changed, I get it, but yeah, coming back to the point that, you know, sometimes you need that prod. It's not going to be the main part of what it takes to prepare for a game, but it can be a part.
It can be a part and something that just you touch on it. You only have to touch on a very short period of time, but it just sets a little bit of fire there for them. And it might be the last thing, you know, that the players remember before they're going out. And then they go out and have some emotion.
Can you remember any?
I can remember one.
Can you remember any yourselves?
I'll give you a great story. When these are always, you remember the things that happen in front of you. But when West Coast was still up and about and Ben Cousins was going through his troubles and they played Brisbane and decided to bring Ben straight back in, had not done enough work, and Lee Matthews told his players they're not taking you seriously if they think they can just bring in a player straight back in having not played in 6 or 7 weeks. They don't respect you coming over here. Simon Black spoke about it. That Lee was absolutely... They don't think you're any good if they can bring a player into the midfield who hasn't played in nearly 2 months.
Do you remember any, Sharon?
By the way, Brisbane came out and absolutely smashed.
Side through most of that period as well.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I can't remember any ones in particular, but there were definitely times. There were definitely Mick.
I reckon Mick would have had a few in his own
definitely
office.
Definitely Mick, and Mick would have been one who went to the journos and planted little things as well, and kind of set little fires off during the week with the things that he would say he'd try and get under the other coach's skin as well, and we kind of loved that. We fed off that as well, trying to stimulate that, you know, emotion. Like I said,
one's just come back, and this was another era. So my coach at North Melbourne, Dennis Pagan, came and whispered in my ear before a game what he said he had overheard an opposition player say about me, and you know, my style of play and a few other really derogatory things. I used that. That fueled me
for a year.
For 15 years against that team. Every time I played against, it was on, and you know, had a good record against that particular team, and I would run around chasing that player, berating him for saying what he said about me.
Yeah.
Got to the end, and I you know, when you retired and everything else, and you're chatting, and he's saying, I don't remember saying anything like that at all.
But wait, did Pags admit that he made it up or something?
I never actually got to just clarified with Dennis. But so not just a short-term response, and that could say something about how petty I am. A 15-year vendetta.
Dennis wouldn't remember because he went around to
that's right. Unless you had a notepad of what he said to wind you up. And we should make the point also that this would have been in the calendar for Collingwood for a long period of time. It actually has nothing to do with Fremantle per se, just the short turnaround. And
I think for Scott Pendlebury, yes.
Maybe, yeah.
But to, you know, and potentially to Goey, who has been struggling with a few injuries, but I know that they had penciled in Steele to miss as well, and so he's obviously had to, kind of have 5. But I think it does speak to the performance from last week that they go, we can probably afford to leave a couple of guys home who we might have pushed through if we really thought that we were going to be up against it.
And in a strange way, look, and it's all theoretical stuff, but look, I feel that one of the things that Fremantle are not able to handle at the moment is the expectation of winning. And so in a strange way, it's actually added more.
Goes, all right.
It's like, because Fremantle will flip to favourites, probably off the back of the home ground advantage, and then those out, and then everyone's saying, well, Fremantle will be interesting when we go around the box. Who's going to win the game? Everyone will probably go, well, Fremantle with little confidence, where if all of those guys were playing, then maybe it might be different. One or two of us might disagree. So I find that part of it really interesting as well.
How tough is that 5-day break to deal with? Teams that have had it this year haven't been able to get over the line. It does, and then on top of the 5-day break, the travel across to the other side of the country.
Yeah, it's not the ideal prep. I think good teams are able to handle it, you know, as a one-off, which it is. Talking more broadly, it'll be back-to-back shorter breaks that it starts to really affect the team. Yeah, that's right. So it'll be interesting to see how some of those young players come in. Maybe it's actually, as good as those players who are being managed are, maybe the fresh legs and taking into account all of that and the extra pressure that's put on Fremantle, I don't know, might be a masterstroke.
We'll find out. That's the voice of Peter Bell alongside Sharad Wellingham, Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner to call tonight's game. ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button. In just a moment, we'll head into the Fremantle rooms. I reckon it's been an interesting week for the Dockers. Joel Corey, one of their assistants, and a Cats great, will join us as well. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Listen up. Do you like to laugh?
Yes.
You do? I don't. Search for Comedy Bites. Yep. Uncle Bertie's Botanarium.
I'm going to remove my monocle.
And TGIF.
Okay.
Comedy is on the ABC Listen app.
It's as simple as that.
On ABC Sport. You're listening to the 2025 AFL Premiership season.
AFL. Don't get better than this.
On your radio.
Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
We're at Perth Stadium for Thursday Night Footy. Teams warming up down below us. The subs are in. Neil Erasmus for the Fremantle Dockers and Oleg Markov, Premiership player with the Pies. They're the two subs. The emergencies, no changes here. Narkle, McDonald and Draper. And missing out, unfortunately for Collingwood, we don't get a chance to have a look at 19-year-old Charlie West. William Hayes, and of course Charlie Dean, the other listed emergency. So no late changes to subs Erasmus and Markov. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary. Our experts Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham. Let's head downstairs. And Akash voted up has got one of the Fremantle assistants with him. Akash.
Thanks, Clint. I'm joined by Fremantle midfield coach Joel Corey. Joel, thanks for your time before the bounce. Been a big week, I guess, with all the noise after the St Kilda game. What's it been like inside the four walls of the club?
Thanks for having me. A little bit of a different week with the travel and playing in Melbourne, not going back till later on a Saturday, but and then playing on a Thursday night, which is not normal for, I guess, us as a Fremantle Football Club. But as we take away from a disappointing game, we went back to trying to review it and from a team level and the line level and the individual. So nothing's different in that respect, and just trying to get the most out of it so we don't walk away and having not learned from it.
There's been a lot of noise during the week and a lot of pressure on the senior coach. How do you guys as a coaching group support Justin?
Well, we just try to do our jobs as best as possible and prepare the players to actually perform. And part of our job is to actually extract some of those things that the players are thinking in different times. And if we can do that, we can take a little bit of a load off Justin.
You talk about the things you had to learn from last week against St Kilda. What are some of those, particularly in the midfield area of the ground?
Well, you can't get any game done if you're not willing to be in the contest. And while we've had some really good games in the contest in the past, it wasn't our best last Friday night. So just going, breaking that down, what do we need to do? Do we need to have multiple efforts? You can't drift out of the contest. Just things like that. And once again, explore the mental space with the individual and what's stopping them in that space.
And speaking of midfields, what's the plan to stop Nick Dacos tonight?
Well, it's extremely hard to stop him. We'll do our best. Okay, we'll try to work as a team to actually slow not only Nick down, but there's another number of different guys in there. Cameron, the ruckman's playing extremely well as well. So, yeah, I just went back to what I said before. Like, we've got to be in the contest to actually help ourselves win it, and then hopefully take away a bit of their influence.
Great, let's head upstairs. A few more questions from the guys in the box.
G'day, Joel. Peter Bell. How you going? Wanted to ask you around the concept of bringing up numbers to a Fremantle stoppage, whether they be half-forwards or wingers sort of playing a bit closer, is not new. St Kilda executed it really well last week. What are some of the things that your midfield group has talked about to try and negate that structure that the opposition are applying?
Yeah, when the opposition bring up two numbers, it makes it quite a dense stoppage or contest. So we've got to work out, do we want numbers off the back to help support our backs, or do we need to actually bring those numbers in to actually help the contest? And we couldn't quite get it right last week. We wanted to actually bring the numbers up a bit higher to help that contest, but then we couldn't get it done, and then we couldn't get it done behind the ball. So there's another number of different things that end up taking place. We just couldn't execute anything from the strategy that St Kilda were bringing last week.
How do you see the Sean Darcy, Luke Jackson role today with Pat Voss also back into the side? You're obviously pretty tall. How do you see that mix working tonight?
They look pretty similar in terms of how Sean and Jacko go about it. Sean's still coming back from that long layoff, so we're looking for them to actually gel a little bit more the more that they play together. But Jacko's have an ability to actually play multiple different roles, so we'll try to expose him to that tonight.
How's the response been from your midfield group after being soundly beaten, along with the other lines, to be honest, but, the importance of the midfield? How do you think they've responded in their application and learning through the week so far?
Yeah, well, they're taking ownership of it. That's the first thing. Accountability to actions and behaviours, and discussing around how they felt in these situations and reviewing how they communicated. So there's some of the things that you can you need to ask them, and they went ahead. They were, like I said, took full ownership and looking to actually perform off the back of it.
Joel, Mitch Turner here. Thank you for your time. Just on that, so how much this week was player-driven and how much was coach-driven in terms of addressing some of the issues that occurred last weekend?
Oh, we try to facilitate, so we'd love the players to actually drive everything that they do. So at times we need to step in and actually divert their attention, the conversation in a certain direction. But the players, especially I can talk from the midfield group, are really sound with how they see the game, and they communicate really well with each other during the week. Some of that communication we're trying to drive to get it on field more often than not.
And given the changes that Collingwood have made, have you had to dig a little bit deeper tonight, especially up forward? I guess not exactly your department, but no Brody Myercheck, haven't brought another like-for-like straight in. So what does it look like for your side tonight going up against a different-looking Collingwood forward line?
Well, they're a bit smaller as a team anyway, and then Myercheck goes out. So then you're thinking that there's a little bit of a run there. So we need to take care of the contest, and hopefully they don't get a kind of run. And I guess from a midfield and the guys up the ground trying to limit their opportunities will go a long way.
Clint Wilden here, Joel, and thank you again for your time. Just an insight to what it's like in the rooms. When you get so badly beaten in so many stats, have you ever set players a target of this is what we expect you to achieve tonight? Do you talk about those sorts of things?
Well, like I said before, we want the players to drive things, and we need to facilitate the conversation at times. So, yeah, you do need to step in and say, well, this is what's happening. Try to give them a solution to actually help them, but then hand it over to them, because they're the ones that are going to, they do the actions. So support them as much as possible, let them know the situation, and pat them on the back and encourage them.
And just one other thing that you said, Joel, exploring the mental space. The criticism has come from Fremantle, and it's come from internally at the club as well, that you're not tough enough when required. When you talk about exploring the mental space, what does that mean?
Well, there's a physical part of the game and the mental part of the game. So, and that takes in everything. It's not just about a contest. It's about dealing with the situation. You're at a ground. Maybe you don't play it very often, or you're away from home. There's all these different things that come into it, and that's why experience is so valuable. Like you see the Collingwood and Geelongs are a really experienced team, and maybe they don't have to worry about some certain things in that space because they do have experience under their belt.
Smithy, Belly again. I just wanted to jump in at this point because there's a really good segue to do so. I was going to ask you at the end, and I know you're a humble bloke, but you've played in some unbelievably good footy teams, and we know that they were more experienced, but can you give us some insights into perhaps some of the attributes or that mental side of the game that successful team or those teams had that we're still trying to build, or you're trying to build at Fremantle? Can you give us any insight on that?
Well, one of the things is taking ownership of the moment, and it's not about actually doing something extraordinary. It's actually just being reliable each time moments come up. And if you get a few blokes doing it, it probably doesn't work. But if you get a collective being really reliable in moments, then it tends to push your way more often than not.
Who's the bloke out in the middle if things are tough tonight that you expect to tell the rest of the team, come with me, we're going to win this and you're going to follow me home? Who is that person for Fremantle?
Well, like I said before, it's not just one individual. It can't be just one individual. At times it may seem that way, but as a collective you need to have more than one to actually push it in your direction. So I'm expecting them all to have understand what the game needs. Don't go outside what is actually needed, and work together to achieve the common goal.
Good luck, Joel. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you.
Joel Corey downstairs for the Fremantle Dockers, one of their assistant coaches.
On that last point that was raised about the collective, yes, there is an element of that, Belly, but there is also an element of the players, from my experience, looking to the right people to do the right thing at the right time, isn't there? And do you think that Freo at the moment have those players, or are too heavily reliant on too few?
It's a great question. Off the back of the sample of last week, you'd say reliant on too few, because Ross Lyon and his coaching team dismantled Andy Brayshaw and Caleb Sarong, and then they were aided by the injury to Hayden Young, but the game wasn't looking good for Fremantle even before that anyway. Yeah.
So let's say tonight it's neck and neck with 3 minutes to go. I know that it is the collective, but when I think Joel is talking about the collective, it's about everyone playing their role. It's not about somebody going outside and doing something that's outside of their role, which is what I think coaches are talking about and players want. But who at the moment... I've got a couple of players that I would think of that should be the ones that go to.
Yep. So
are they going to be able to be relied upon to do that thing at the right time?
Oh, look, I think Alex Pearce, Caleb Sarong, Andy Brayshaw and Josh Tracy, I think generally speaking you can trust them enough. I would question whether there's enough depth of those types of players who are not stepping outside their role, but who are doing understanding what the game needs at a particular moment. Correct. And delivering it for the team.
Correct.
And almost pleading through your action, or demanding through your action, the other teammates to get on board. We're going to grab this game by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah.
And it's not taking something outside of the structure or individual heroics, although that helps. It's just by physicality, by an unbelievable physical effort, by communication, those types of things that can drag players along with you. So they're the players at Fremantle who spring to mind who can do that.
And I think that's the really important point, for listeners as well, is that it's not somebody who wouldn't do something they usually do. It's about everybody doing their role at that time and executing it. So it is those players that you mentioned who may be able to get a clearance or take a mark, but it's about who's putting on the block that might be able to put Tracy in a position to take a mark. It's those small things that go to the person doing the thing that's going to be seen, being able to do it.
What about the lift emotionally that Bobby Hill's run-down tackle at Collingwood? I mean, he's athletically gifted enough to be able to do that, but that's the sort of thing that just drives the whole team towards, trying to grab those matches by the scruff of the neck.
Helps when they don't ping it for tripping, though. Sorry.
Well, you mean give away a free kick, Bell? That's a very
going back over
to make.
Old dirty ground that we were watching here during our game, West Coast versus Melbourne, last week, and the whole box went up in absolute shock. We've got some interesting news coming through with the teams. I'll tell you about that in just a second, but a few texts that I wanted to go through. B from Mount Gambier, will Rioli be eligible for the Brownlow, please? Well, I'm not sure he was in the mix anyway, but no, if you're suspended during the season, for whatever reason, you are not eligible for the Brownlow. So no, he is simply not. Pete from Ballarat is fired up. Oh, grey area. Garbage. A kid throws a bit of paper at a leer and gets banned from the footy for 2 years. That was over the top, but again, that's spectator interaction with players, but I take your point.
Wasn't the AFL either.
That was the SCG. Yes, the SCG Trust. Bolter and Rioli act like wannabe gangsters, and it's okay they play and take their hundreds of thousands from the salary. The AFL's a joke. They operate on a social licence to enjoy tax-free status, yet here are two blokes behaving well outside what is acceptable in society, and there's nothing to see. A sport run by lawyers. That's Pete from Ballarat. Well, there was nothing to see, certainly on Rioli until recently, so that at least might make you feel a little bit happier with that respect, Pete. Jeremy says, my daughter's junior girls footy team has Indigenous players in it from Melbourne, and they have to cop racist remarks in games from opposition players. They're just kids, so it starts early for Aboriginal people, and I feel for them. That's Jeremy. And that was, again, not trying to make excuses for Willie Rioli, but something that I was keen to explore, because as a white person, we just don't get it. I still think Willie Rioli deserved to be sanctioned for what he did, but there's often stuff going on in the background. I love this from Jeremy. Please do some homework. Firstly, the AFL fixture sees the Pies coming off a 5-day break. That is correct. Mycheck, Maynard, both injured. Fly explained that at his presser. Go watch it, which we did on Tuesday, Mitch, in the office.
We did.
He also said De Goey is unfit and in poor form, and they're putting him on a 10-day fitness program. Pendles is old, and flying is known as a hammy trap. Regards, Jeremy. I actually understand completely what Craig McRae had to say, but the points were made by Paul Roos about what are you doing if you're Fremantle? And as we know, for a number of reasons, good reasons to rest players for one side can be used as motivation for the other. So, Jeremy, we actually knew what you were talking about. That doesn't mean that Fremantle might not have thought about pumping this up, about that you're not taking it seriously.
Well, just on that one, I did some numbers and I spoke about this on Sports Talk. So Geelong, who are renowned for the management of players, managed 40 players, I reckon, through the home and away season in 2024. So, look, some of those are probably injuries that they called managed for whatever reason, but that's significant. And Fremantle significantly less than that. So Geelong are right up the top end. So it's very much a part of their planning. And when you think about it, we have the amount of games in a season, it's an arbitrary number that we've all just agreed upon. So who's to say that your peak performance might be 20 games in a season rather than 23? I'm sure there's lots of sports scientists who would actually back that up.
Just give up on the word managed and just say sore. Finger, hamstring, calf. Just say, even if it's small, just get rid of managed and you'll avoid the criticism.
Phil from Victoria says the same stuff. Go Pies. Roosie is absolutely wrong. Come on, McRae's way more professional than that. What he's alluding to is absurd. The Outs were not wanting to, but having to. Shawnee Mount Gambier, why pussyfoot around this? I like this. It's good stuff, Sean. Pussyfoot. What a great term. Can we drop that in the commentary tonight? Collingwood are a far better unit. I don't support them, but wow. I think not in regards to Fremantle. So I think they're all very, very fair calls. G'day, team. Fran from Melbourne here. Hello, Fran. Lovely you to touch base. One of our regular correspondents. Looking forward to the game and the call. I believe it will be a hard slog for the Pies, though hoping not. Fremantle have a good track record against us. And a shout out to Sharad. Go Pies from one of the Collingwood supporters. Thank you, Fran. I wonder how many people can accuse us of being biased tonight with you in the box. Happens.
I will be biased.
No, normally we're accused of it. I've got a selection on the wall now at work about the number of times we get accused of being biased. That's why you're here, just to balance things out, of course. The teams are interesting, Mitch, for one particular reason. Tell us about it.
Well, I'll go through a few of the teams, but the biggest one that's caught my eye here in the box is from the Melbourne and Hawthorn game at the MCG on Saturday afternoon. The ins for Melbourne, Van Rooyen's back, Clayton Oliver is back into the side, and so is Jefferson. But the outs, Melksham's been managed, Petty has concussion, but Jack Viney, the club has said, has delayed concussion from the West Coast Eagles game. Now, if you cast your mind back to the weekend and earlier in the week, Eagles debutant Bo Allen was suspended for a swinging arm in a marking contest that collected Jack Viney in the head. He was given 1 week. Now, Melbourne hasn't directly said it is from that incident, but Viney was down for about 5 to 10 seconds holding his head, and he was whacked in the head. Now, the delayed concussion changes potentially the outcome of that incident. But at the time that the MRO handed down and offered a week to Bo Allen, there was no concussion for Jack Viney. Bo Allen accepted it. There was no challenge. But now, a few days later, we have a concussion. So the outcome of Bo Allen's hit, if that is exactly the moment in the game that caused the delayed concussion, is far worse than what it was at the time. He has concussed a player with a swinging arm. And we've seen we saw Lewis Malikan get Toby Bedford in the eye and cause blurred vision. He got 3 weeks. And we all said at the start of the week, well, Bo Allen, he didn't concuss him, so he won't get as much as Malikan. But that's changed now. So it shows, for mine, how broken the system is, because it's outcome-based. We all know that. It's not action-based. It's outcome-based, and the outcome is not the same. But you can't go back on it. He's been offered it, it's accepted, and the Eagles might think they've gotten away with one.
Right, so if it was in that incident, are you lobbying for a retrospective increase to the penalty?
No,
I remind you, you live
just-
in this city.
Just noting that the system is flawed in the way that it is.
And
I get it.
I'm not going to ignore the fact that Bo Allen's one of your young players you work with, Sharon, so I would never say that. What I'm saying is a lot of the debate has been around action v outcome, and regardless of what is said by the MRO and the AFL, we all know outcome has basically become the biggest factor in suspensions and tribunal and MRO decisions.
But you have to give the AFL an out on this.
Oh, no, it's an out.
You can't be waiting until...
But does his action become worse now?
Well, it is, but
so don't ever give me action, AFL, because the action has not changed.
Yes, but
the outcome has.
But you cannot wait. You cannot wait until this late in the week because someone might get delayed concussion.
I 100%. I just think
it's also an element of chain of possession. If it was, if there was a crime committed, there's chain of possession. And, something might have happened at training on Tuesday.
No, they said it was Melbourne v West Coast incident, and I'm going to say statute of limitations applies. Double jeopardy applies. He's been found guilty. It just does. It does go to show that force, when it gets graded, the force hasn't changed. The incident happened. You graded the force. You graded the contact. But you got it wrong, technically, because he has had concussions. So
you got it right. No, you got it right at the time. At the time, you got it right.
Well, you thought so. The action hasn't changed. The force didn't increase in the last 3 days. It was exactly what it was. So just an interesting one that kind of came across. It, might fly under the radar. The big thing is Melbourne is without Jack Viney for a big game against Hawthorn. I'll run through a couple of the other big changes. Friday night, tomorrow night, Matthias Philippou is obviously in for the Saints. He was almost back and then was a laid out, so he is in.
Just tell us all the managed players as well.
None here. He's in for Toby Travalia. Jack Silvani is back for Carlton with Binns and Evans. Sam Doherty has been omitted. He's been left out of the side. Fogarty with a hamstring. Matt Carroll omitted. So that is tomorrow night's fixture. And then some other big ones to go through for the rest of the weekend with players that are back. Also, Charlie Curnow has been named, despite reports that he's been a little sore. So no management for Charlie Curnow. He will play Sydney v Essendon. Jordan Ridley's out with that hamstring. Gresham's out with an adductor. Menzies omitted. Harrison Jones, of course, out with the ankle, and so too Sardis. But Dylan Shield is back, and so is Caldwell. Malikan out for Sydney. Ben Patton is into the side. Gold Coast taking on the Dogs up in the top end. Adam Treloar is out with calf tightness. Jed Buslinger has been dropped. Gallagher and Poulter are in for them. There is a managed. I found a couple managed just for you. The Suns have managed Ethan Reid and managed, this one's fair enough, David Swallow, who's out of the side. Fiorini, Long, Closey and Roses are in.
Wasn't David Swallow
for them
sub last week?
No, he started. He kicked the first goal of the game in the Q Clash. This is another one. Tom Barras has also been managed, so he will not play against Melbourne. Carl Amon, though, is back in, which is a really big in for the Hawks. So there's some of the key changes to the sides this week. Brodie Smith dropped by Adelaide. Mitch Hinge is back in for their clash.
I'm very interested in that game up in Darwin. Gold Coast defending the perfect record up there. What are they, 6 from 6? So that'll be... And the Bulldogs in great form, so really looking forward to that one.
And GWS not going that well of late. They take on the Cats. They'll be without Darcy Jones, who's been a big player. He's been left out. These are just squads for Sunday. He's got a knee issue, so Darcy Jones is out of the side for GWS. He's been a big factor. The Cats are missing Lawson Humphries through concussion and Reece Stanley.
It's a tough game to pick on Saturday night because that's going to be a beauty, Gold Coast and the Bulldogs. And then you've got the showdown, which is always a ripper. It's the best rivalry in AFL football.
Yep, agreed.
Sorry, Collingwood Carlton fans will come over the top, but from someone who's not from... I would rather watch a showdown than a derby. Doesn't matter where they are on the table, there's something going on, they're always close, they're fiercely contested, and I'm just going to have to find a way to set myself up with TVs.
How do they manage to keep enough... ferocity in that game without it turning into a boil over and, unnecessary. You know how over here it's really kind of dampened down. They keep enough into it without it turning into a massive...
There's a guy wearing number 9 for Collingwood right now who maybe caused a bit of a boil over in his last showdown when he ran through one of the Adelaide Crows players named Dan Houston. So it still does boil over at times.
But they still try and build it up, and they do it a good enough job, whereas here it's always played down. I think Carlton Collingwood still managed to keep enough of that rivalry alive because it has been such a long one. But I've said it a number of times over the last couple of years. I'm sick of the Derby being...
Have there been enough derbies where both teams have been pretty good?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
No, and there also hasn't been enough derbies that they've been close. Because even when either Port or Adelaide even when Port or Adelaide are not in the mix on the ladder, for whatever reason, when they come back together, they're cracking contests every time. Whereas pretty much always, apart from earlier last year, the derby tends to go to the team that's on the top. So that was the big turn-up when Fremantle got beaten by West Coast. We're about to see the Collingwood Football Club make their way out onto Perth Stadium. A 5-day break after losing to Geelong last week. And they've made a couple of changes for this one, managing one of their all-time greats in Pendlebury, no Degoe, no Maynard. And Myercheck misses out as well through injury. Howe, Allen, Sullivan and Markoff, the players that have come into the team, they won 6 unanswered games either side of their round 3 bye before having their colours lowered ever so slightly in a simply sensational game last week against Geelong. They lost no admirers in that performance. The banner's been raised. Big group of Collingwood fans on either side of it. And here come the Magpies on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barrackers are shouting as all barrackers should. Oh, the premiership's a game for the good old Collingwood.
The Magpies on the ground, running through the banner that wishes all Magpie mums a happy Mother's Day. And indeed, a happy Mother's Day coming up to all you mums around the nation. They're in their away uniform, predominantly white, the white back with the white shorts and, of course, those famous black stripes down the front. The Magpies heading to the left of our broadcast position. And they're about to warm up as we await the Fremantle Dockers. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, thanks to ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and as always, streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look out for the AFL button. Our text line, if you'd like to get involved, 0437 774 774. The number to have a chat with is 0437 774 774. The Dockers have made a couple of changes as well. The big one, that terrible hamstring injury to Hayden Young, expecting to miss the next 12 weeks. He's had surgery on it as well. Draper and Narkle, the omissions. So despite their performance last week, Coach Justin Lomua staying pretty true to his team. Hand in hand, hearts aligned, so no one is left behind is the message on the banner. It's a big game for the Dockers, this one. Their Purple Hand Foundation game, the 4th annual one, aims to make an impact off and on the field. The WA community raising funds for Fremantle's charitable arm. It's about helping young people overcoming barriers, instilling important life skills using the power of sport. Last year, they were able to raise an incredible $63,000, looking for a target of $85,000 tonight. But for the Purple fans, as they make their way in, what they're much more interested in, despite the best efforts of the club in a social sense, is can they get 4 points and go back ahead of the ledger? They sit in 9th. They're facing a Magpies team in 2nd. Voss returns from suspension. Erasmus and Simpson into the team, with Erasmus the sub for the Dockers. The Pyrotechnics explode in front of us. 6 flames, 3 on either side of where the Dockers will make their way out into the middle. And the anchor has been held aloft. by the Dockers mascot. They're making their way through the locker room. Fremantle, what sort of show can they put on tonight? They were humiliated, embarrassed last week. Will they be able to respond? Alex Pearce, the skipper, leads them towards the banner. So much been asked about this group that were expected to play finals, and some had even a top 4 list. Let's find out what's ahead of them as the Dockers make their way out onto the ground here at Perth Stadium. Our experts tonight in the West, they know what it's required to reach the very pinnacle of this competition. Peter Bell, dual premiership player with North Melbourne. Alongside him, Sharad Wellingham, Collingwood's first Indigenous player to win a premiership. Let's hear what they expect to happen tonight on ABC Sports coverage of Thursday night footy. Gents, take it away.
Yeah, really looking forward to this one. And Collingwood have been in exceptional form, notwithstanding that narrow loss to Geelong last week. Really interested, Sharad, that Craig McRae showed his team the Fremantle press conference, the post-match press conference from the senior coach Justin Longmuir, to just paint the picture of what kind of response he was expecting from Fremantle, and you would expect there will be a response after such a dismal showing against St Kilda. But just to give you some context, last week against St Kilda, Fremantle scored 33 points in total. That's the same amount that Collingwood scored from the defensive mid area of the ground. And I raise that because that is an area that they are so dangerous in. And you can picture that, winning possession of the ball at half-back and then slingshotting hard and direct at goal. Collingwood have perfected that play. They own the corridor and they're just so dangerous. That'll be something that Fremantle will really have to manage.
I'm really excited to see. I don't think that Collingwood will try and look at what St Kilda did and emulate that and copy what St Kilda did. I think that they've got really strong belief in their own game style, which is not that style that Ross was able to employ to get over the line and really take apart Fremantle last week. So I'm interested to see a little bit more of a head-to-head midfield battle. They'll still try and keep it open, and that slingshot, mentality that you're talking about. So does that fuel a little bit more of what Fremantle kind of rely on with that clearance to inside forward 50? But that's what I'm most excited for, is seeing Collingwood still continue to take the game on. They won't drag him in the trenches. They won't block up the stoppages. They won't take 2 extra numbers up in there like we saw last week. But like we said during the pre-game already, what kind of response are we going to see from Fremantle? I really hope that we see some ferocious tackles and we see some intensity and some real emotion in the game. And how is Justin going to draw that out of the players and make them really want to go and smash the opposition tonight? How is he going to draw that out of them?
And they're in a really awkward situation, Fremantle, because look, the win is the important thing for them tonight, but
the statement is as well.
That's right. And then even if they were to win tonight against a more inexperienced team than Collingwood could have played, the real test will be how they back that up.
Yeah,
really,
exactly.
Because given
the months they've got ahead.
That's right. And given the outs, Pendlebury, De Goey, Maynard, Myercheck with the abdominal strain. With all that said, Collingwood are still 4 years per player more experienced than Fremantle, so they can draw on that experience. Their travel records have been pretty good in recent times, and this corresponding game ended in a draw last year, so I really can't wait for it. And particularly the response that Fremantle will be hoping to make after last week's performance.
2 players that I hope Justin Longmuir and his assistant coaches went to with the ruckman. I think that we spoke to Joel Corey in the pre-game there, but although Cameron at the moment, if Max Gawn wasn't having as good a year as he is, I think would be up there in all Australian discussions when you're talking about ruckman. The year that he's putting together is absolutely incredible. How are those 2 really going to capitalise on what I see as a dominant setup? How are they going to capitalise on their size and then Jackson's ability to get around the ground. We know that Darcy likes to plonk himself behind the ball, take those intercept marks, and then they'll start up off of him, turning the ball over. I think they've really got to capitalise on that matchup, those two against Cameron.
Yeah, and it's a huge investment that Fremantle have made in their ruckman, and last week they were absolutely obliterated at clearance, at contested possession, and it does start with the rucks. So I would envisage, and Joel Corey hinted at this, that they will have some different uses for the pairing. They're looking to maximise their output, clearly, but I wouldn't be surprised if Luke does his fair share of ruck work, but also spends some time midfield as well, given also that Fremantle have Pat Voss back into the team, which means that they have Tracy Amos and Voss, and potentially they could use both of the rucks in the centre square at points in this contest. The other big question for me, which is a constant question you have to ask when you're playing against Collingwood, is, what is the plan for Nick Dacos?
Yep.
And also Joel Corey hinted on that. Fremantle don't necessarily run a tag. They rely on their team defence, but we know that Nick Dacos can absolutely torch teams if he's allowed too much space and time.
Do we think that the style that Nick Dacos plays, that burst speed, the finding space at stoppage where there isn't any, do we think that there is a player who will be able to stay with him? Or, like has been alluded to, they just let him do his own thing and stop him getting the ball in his hand by cutting away the feeders?
Yeah, they'll have some structures in place and a sort of team ethos to try and minimise Nick's influence. Matthew Johnson might be assigned some role. We saw him do that on Harley Reid earlier in the year, so he might be putting some time in, but it'll just be generally aware at stoppage of where Nick is and providing some barriers to just make it a little bit harder for him. But we know he's so talented, and Collingwood are so in tune as to how to give him opportunity and access to the ball that he's incredibly hard to stop.
Corey Wagner once again in the midfield group, so it looks like he'll continue to just play some midfield minutes. Had a club record 16 tackles last week against St Kilda, so probably can't question him too much on his application. No one's ever had more in a Freo Guernsey, but they didn't have the ball a lot, so easy to tackle.
The old tackle stat. It's easy to build up when you're chasing tail the entire night.
That's exactly what I thought just then.
I once said that to a player. I said, "You had 8 tackles." He said, "Yeah, should have had 8 more touches, second to the ball 8 times." I thought, I'm not sure that's the way you look at it, but good for you.
Sounds like something Luke Shuey would say.
Wasn't far off the right guess. It wasn't Luke.
There's a big contingent of Collingwood supporters. 4,000 or so have made their way into the stadium. They're at the Farmer Freeway end, so hopefully that they will add to a little bit of the colour and the noise that we'll get tonight here at Perth Stadium. Still, I'd say around 30,000, hoping to get upwards of 40, but again, a challenge to get yourself across into Perth Stadium from the city on a Thursday night. About 3 minutes away from bounce down. Might be a good chance to head downstairs. See if we can get him this time. Akash Vodadar, welcome to you. What's it like down there?
Good evening, Clint. Good evening, everyone. Yeah, perfect night for football. It's about 23 degrees, clear. The ground's looking in pretty good condition from my viewpoint as well. And yeah, those Collingwood fans you mentioned, Clint, they've been making plenty of noise just with the pies warming up down that end. Before I tell you the benches, just to let you know as well that Fremantle players are wearing black armbands in memory of Isaiah Dudley's uncle who passed during the week. And some players are wearing 2 black armbands to mark the 1-year anniversary of the passing of Cam McCarthy. Now looking across the hill, start on the bench for Fremantle, Isaiah Dudley, Sean Darcy, Corey Wagner and Cooper Simpson, with Neil Erasmus as the sub. And for Collingwood, Harry Perryman, Jack Crisp, Jamie Elliott and Will Hoskin-Elliott will start on the bench, and Oleg Markov is the sub.
Good on you, Akash. Toss about to happen out in the middle. Keep your eye across that. It'll be Mitch Turner. Yeah, barely a dry eye in the house last year, particularly when Alex Pearce kicked a goal late to continue the Dockers' surge, and then he pointed up to the heavens after the tragic death of Cam McCarthy, one of his teammates. We've had the toss of the coin. Mitch Turner.
Toss won by Collingwood captain Darcy Moore. They will kick to the city end of the ground, which means the Dockers will kick to the Farmer Freeway end of the ground.
The Freo guitarist up on the roof, the very top deck, 7 floors up. There he goes. As we start every Fremantle game like this, Collingwood in a tight huddle across half forward at the Farmer Freeway end of the ground to the left of our broadcast position. Time to find out Which way are we going, gentlemen? Peter Bell.
Before the tip, that's a new song. They don't usually do. Is that Hell's Bells?
Always the one.
It's not usually Hell's Bells. Yeah,
They've changed it.
I'm going with Pies. I think that they will still be too strong.
Fremantle with not a lot of confidence.
With not a lot of confidence.
Not a lot of confidence.
What about you, Mitch Turner?
I'll go Fremantle. They made a change. Hell's Bells in, I think. So that's a big change. Fans called for change.
They called for change. That's what St. Pauli walk out to in the Bundesliga, have done for many years, walk out to Hell's Bells.
Interesting, Sean Darcy starting on the bench.
Yeah.
Last time a senior player out of the usual routine, if you like, was Luke Ryan earlier in the year, and he had been playing poorly, so you can read into that what you will.
So he will start downstairs. Always interesting to get the benches at the start of proceedings, exactly for little changes like that. So that will put a little bit of extra spotlight, of course, on Luke Jackson, who's going to have to stride out into the middle and face one of the in-form ruckmen in the competition. West Australian Darcy Cameron, who by all reports is absolutely loving his time. But it's going to be Mason Cox who'll start. Big test for Jackson against the American. Big test for Fremantle. How do they respond? Let's get started. Mitch Turner.
First bounce underway. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Cox tried to soccer it off the deck once it came to ground. Couldn't for Collingwood. Long's handball was chopped off. Fouls though to Houston. His handball cut off by Bolton of the Dockers. Off to Clark by hand. Tumbling kick towards half forward. Bounces past Tracy. Unable to gather in there for Collingwood was Josh Dacos. Gathered by Jackson for Fremantle. To Brayshaw. To Josh Tracy. Kicks towards goal. It's bouncing. It's bouncing. It's through. Fremantle strike in the first 30 seconds for Thursday night footy. You wanted a response. That's a pretty quick one for the Dockers. Josh Tracy gets his first. One straight six Fremantle. Collingwood yet to score. 30 seconds played in the opening term. Mitch Turner here alongside Clint Wilden for ABC Sport. Our experts, Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell.
If I remember rightly, a couple of weeks ago, was it Josh Tracy who got the first goal against Adelaide, and he was the fire starter for Fremantle. Bolton involved. He started in the centre square, and Luke Jackson had an influence. Great ground ball from Luke, so ideal start for Fremantle.
Ideal start for Fremantle, and it was off the back of a bit of ball watching from Frampton from the Pies. Just caught. He thought he was goal side, but the work rate of Tracy just to work over and chase the footy. And a really smart kick too. Saw the goal square had been emptied out and just skidded it along the ground.
Not a great bounce. That's got to come back from the umpire. We wondered which of the 35s would have the biggest impact. Would it be Nick Dacos or Josh Tracy? Early start for Tracy. Different players, but both keys tonight for their respective teams. Jackson wins it down. Sarong's out after it. Gets a kick away too. Inside forward 50. Tracy crashes into the pack. Moore stood underneath it. Switkowski has it. Tackled by Sidebottom. This will be holding the ball. Sidebottom will get the free kick. Inside his defensive 50 and moves it to Houston, who marks at centre half back. 2 minutes gone opening term. The Dockers with the only score of the game. They're up by 6 points.
With a stop-start season in his first year in black and white, Dan Houston. And out of the side a couple of times. Goes to Frampton, who goes further left. To left half back, and Josh Dacos, who sounds like got a couple boos there for some reason.
Because he's good.
Decides to play on, kicks into the middle of the ground. Mark taken by Houston. Plays on quickly. His kick further in the middle of the centre square is chopped off by Clark of the Dockers. Clark short. Made Switkowski work for it, but he took the mark. Handball to the run of Sarong coming past. Kick inside the forward 50. Outstretched arms. Amos can't bring it in. He'd beaten his opponent by a good 10 metres. The kick was just a bit too far.
Like the mindset, though. Use the run and carry, and the turn up of the run and carry is what's really important there.
Off hands, out of bounds, boundary throwing.
Throwing, left forward pocket. Cox palmed it down, it bounces around and then slapped forward by Sidebottom for the Magpies towards right half back. They're not able to keep it in, the Dockers. Ryan got the touch on it. McCreary followed him over the boundary line. Throw in. Right half back for Collingwood.
You're right, Sharad. That's not always a feature of Fremantle's game, isn't it? So there's an intent to take the game forward and move the ball quickly, particularly from that dangerous area of the ground.
Ball spun back into play. Cox went straight into Jackson. Ball ricochets around. Bolton ended up with it for the Dockers. Hand pass to Frederick. Now to Jackson inside forward 50. Out to Sarong. Left forward pocket. Shoots and misses. pushing it to the right-hand side from about 35 outs. A minor score, 1-1-7. Collingwood yet to score. 3 and a bit gone in the first.
We've got our answer to the Dacos query, and it does look like Brayshaw's watching him very closely.
3 disposals for Caleb Sarong already. Dan Hewson came up for 4. He tried the barrel out of fullback up the middle. It was a tumbler. Punched away by the Dockers defender in Clark. Then to Sukowski. Back to Clark. Now Brayshaw by hand. Backwards to Warner. Kicks towards half forward. Frampton v Reid. Frampton had the height and just punches it out of bounds at right half forward.
Would have liked to have seen Carl Warner lower the eyes there. He had numbers that were shorter, very easy from here, I know, but he went to Murphy Reid opposed to Billy Frampton, which is not really the look you want.
Will spun back in. Right in the paint at right half forward. Jackson in front of Cox. Tapped it down. Brayshaw stood up in the tackle. Got it across to Jackson. Then to Sarong. Now to Johnson. In on goal. He sprays it right. Another minor score for the Dockers. They're peppering at the moment. 1-2-8 Fremantle. Collingwood are yet to score. 4.5 minutes into the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Howe into the right back pocket, and he finds Frampton, who marks.
Costly misses. They both should be in the book for goals.
Goes up the corridor and finds Josh Dacos. Cameron playing well forward. He's got Alex Pearce standing alongside him at the moment on centre wing. Comes again with Collingwood out towards Howe, who marks just beyond his defensive 50. He'll trot back into the 50 arc, and then he'll send it down the line. Big pack up here. Cox front position, and Cameron front, and then ripped away from him by Jackson from behind.
What happened to man in front?
It did look like it was in Jackson's hands on the way down.
Yeah.
Jackson kicks towards left half forward. Oh, that's a good mark. He attacks the football, Tracy. Out to get it, 50 from goal, 45-degree angle to the left. And remember, that was Sharrod Willingham, Collingwood premiership player, saying that Jackson got the key touch on it moments ago.
It was also a really smart kick from Jackson, just to Tracy's advantage. Didn't put it on his head. Saw a little bit of a mismatch, him going up against Howe, and let Tracy do the work.
His first goal came 26 minutes into the game. Now from about 53 out. This is a thumping kick. That's incredible. Josh Tracy's got 2, and he punches the air with the right arm. And Freo players come from everywhere to say, well done, Josh. The big kahuna's making a big early impact. 2 goals. They both of Freo's, who are 2-2-14. Collingwood yet to score. 6 and a bit gone in the opening term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. Our experts, Peter Bell and Sharrod Willingham.
I loved so much about that was he went back and looked to his teammates, and all of them were just pointing at the goals.
Yeah.
So it gave him a lot of confidence. And then the other thing on the line, Vossi celebrating.
I just saw that.
And, interesting here, Sean Darcy into the ruck, Luke Jackson as the midfielder in the centre bounce. Let's see how this works.
You called it before the game, Peter Bell. Jackson standing next to Headlong. Circling the circle. Cox and Darcy to go at it. Darcy got a hand to it, but he blocked out Mason Cox, who didn't realise it was his free kick. He's about to run defensively. Will go to the big pie, who goes wide to Crisp. Slightly on the attacking edge of the centre square, kicking towards the city end. Crisp sends it inside the forward 50. Big pack of players flies off hands, out of bounds in the left forward pocket. Game 246 in a row for Jack Crisp. He breaks the record and now continues to expand it. He'll be looking for a big night after that miss late last week. The Dockers still lead by 14, 7.5 played in the first.
Ball thrown in, left full forward for Collingwood. Darcy worked his opponent out from underneath it, got a hand pass away to Johnson. Almost turns it over immediately. Here's Schultz. Hand pass back in the direction of Nick Dacos. Couldn't gather. Sharp got it for the Dockers. Dangerous hand pass over the top of Warner. He's able to hand it out, and it's been locked in here. Ryan last disposal. Tackled before he got the ball away, though, by Nick Dacos. Throw up left forward pocket for Collingwood. Darcy palmed it down for the Dockers. And takes it cleanly. Eventually Sarong scoops it up, went back to Cox. Kick beyond defensive 50 to right half back. No mark taken. Trying to put his head over the football and battling away. Might be in a bit of strife here. Dudley is. Tackled by Perryman, who's got it at left half forward for the Magpies. Freo lead by 14 points, 9 gone in the first.
Perryman goes laterally in the middle of the centre square. Howe takes the mark. Spearing kick. He's looking for Sullivan. Couldn't find him. McCreary good. Took it on the bounce. Handball across to Houston. Sullivan kept running. Found space in the right forward pocket. And Houston, it's a terrific kick of the ball. That was an easy target for him to find.
Yeah, he missed one early in the game, a turnover to Jordan Clark, which is very unusual, such as the artistry of Dan Houston and the skill. He did make the same mistake there with a beautiful weighted kick inside 50.
Well, he was somewhat of a villain last year when he gave away the late free kick against the Dockers. That game resulting in a deadlock, a draw. Lockie Sullivan for his first real chance tonight. He hangs it out right and he can't bring it back. First score for Collingwood is a behind. 0-1. 1 they are. 2-2-14 are the Dockers. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Here's Clint Wilden.
Here's Luke Ryan. A bit of a run for the Dockers. Kicks towards right half back. Cox had to wait. Lipinski applied pressure. Cox was good enough to take the mark. Look to continue down the wing. Chance to build up here for Fremantle. What are they going to do? It's a dangerous kick from Warner across half back, but it worked okay to Clark and then to Pearce, who's at left half back for Fremantle. Puts it into the middle of the ground. Dudley went out after it. Quaynor got a touch on it. Spilled down though to Sarong. Measures a kick inside forward 50. Trying to come out together. Amos bounced off the chest. Got a hand pass back to Sharp. Measures a kick inside forward 50. Boss stuck out the arm. Couldn't drag in the mark. Frampton's hand pass awry to Sharp. Handed it off again. Chance for Voss to kick to full forward back there. Calm as you like more. Defensive mark in his goal square and immediately sends it long towards left half back.
Oh, in front, Elliott. Too classy, too strong for Warner. Takes the mark for the Pies. Goes up the boundary line on the bounce. Take it cleanly was Hoskin Elliott. Missed the handball. Long. Goes in to gather for the Pies. Flicks it back out towards Elliott. Boundary line. Beats him to the ball. Some running repairs going on downstairs.
Head knock to Tracy. Bit of blood flow from the head.
Cash photo, we'll keep an eye on that. He was cleaned up, backing back in front of that pack just moments ago. Already has 2 goals for the game. Ball back in motion, knocked Collingwood's way. Coming in, Elliott was held by Warner as he tried to gather. Free kick, Collingwood. Jamie Elliott. Played game number 200 a couple of weeks ago. He goes into the pocket. Ball knocked away from Ryan. Comes down the way of the Pies. Crisp to Lipinski into the pocket. He kicks it straight onto the chest of the Dockers. Collingwood yet to find a goal. 2-2-14 Fremantle. 1 behind the Pies. 11 and a half minutes in the first quarter. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Inside 50's 8-3 for Fremantle at the moment as the Dockers move it to Cox, who marks in the left back pocket. He'll head back to Warner in his defensive goal square. Oh, steps up his line. Schultz applies pressure. He's able to get the kick away. That was nervous for a moment for those in purple, and he finds Ryan hard up against the boundary at right full back. It's stuck at the moment, so Ryan has to go long. Kick into a pack at right half back. Cox was up, got a hand to it. Spilled down to Lipinski. Chance for Perryman. Kick goes over the head of Sullivan at the back. Mopped up by Clark. He's able to go on a bit of a run and takes a bounce. Still going Clark. Put on the afterburners for a moment and sends it long towards Frederick. Elite. Wonderful kick. At full pace, the spot Frederick, who marks and hits the turf as he does so. Bounces back up. 3 metres in from the boundary at left half forward. The lead is on from Dudley and it's honoured. That was very impressive from those in purple, and Dudley can go back and have a shot from about 45 metres out, though it's a tight position in the left forward pocket.
Great intent from Jordan Clark, and the execution of that kick, which you called, Clint, at full speed, there was a high degree of difficulty, perfectly weighted. Just reckon Collingwood, the skill execution had just been a little bit off early in this game, Sharad.
Here comes Isaiah Dudley, looking for the 6th goal of his career. We're right behind the kick. It looks good off the boot. It sails through. He'll go to celebrate with Chapman. He should also go and find Jordan Clark for that delivery. Terrific finish from Fremantle. They've kicked the first 3 of the game. 3-2-20 to Collingwood, 1 behind. So the Dockers by 19 points. 13 minutes gone in the opening term. downstairs for us on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. A cash voted up.
Thanks, Clint. Yeah, Fremantle saying it's just a cut on the head for Josh Tracy. They took a fair bit of time to patch up the wound and stop the bleeding. He's just changing into a fresh jumper now and should be okay to continue.
The thing I loved about that, yes, the Clark run was what set it up and absolutely started it off that individual bit of brilliance. But the patience that Frederick showed, and because Collingwood had actually done a really good job of working back and clogged up space, but there was a little channel that opened up, and it was the patience that enabled to get that inside 50 mark, which was really impressive from Fremantle.
Perfect start from the Dockers, given the week they have had. All bounced in the middle. Darcy v Cameron. Darcy taps it forward. Cameron tried to do the roving, bumped off it by Sarong. Darcy went back and got it. His handball only as far as Josh Dacos. Ball turned over though. Sarong stole it. Handball across to Sharp. 55 from home. Loads up to the goal square. Getting back Frampton. Keeps it in with a spoil. Ricochets off Dudley's boot. Almost goes through. In the end, it's a rush behind, but Frampton almost knocked it back into Dudley's leg.
That post looked like a bit of cooked spaghetti then.
Shaking like jelly.
3-3-21, the Dockers, one behind Collingwood.
That was a genuine wibble-wobble. It's okay now.
Frampton, not Dudley, I think, that caused it with the size.
Oh, yeah, it was Frampton. Wasn't quite the old Lee Matthews into the behind post, but I was concerned for a moment what might happen. Here goes side bottom. Kick for Collingwood beyond defensive 50. Schultz front position. Spoiled down. Crisp gathers. Hand passing forward. Out into the direction. Trying to get it forward again is Membry. Kicks inside forward 50. Sock it out towards the boundary line. This will be interesting. What will they say here? It's going to be a ball in.
How is that not insufficient intent? If that was on the wing, that is, isn't it?
Well, Bobby Hill's
a tough one. It was in a contest.
Yeah, Hill's gone out after
I think the contest.
Yeah, I think he's just tried to soccer it forward and overhit it. I'm prepared to give him that. Comes down towards Darcy. Got to shovel the hand pass out. Straight back into traffic. It's been locked in.
Defensive 50, that is insufficient intent.
Yeah, that is.
Guarantee it.
Yeah, and we've spoken about a number of times. It's always unfair on the defenders. Hill's hit it at pace. Come off the leg. Spilled down again here. This is Schultz. Was doing the rovings, had a shot at goal and he's missed everything. It's just been touched as it's gone across the line at left full forward though. So it's not going to be a free kick to Fremantle. It'll be a throw-in instead. Hard up against the left hand behind post.
Caleb Sarong's had a big start to the game, 7 disposals.
3 clearances as well and 3 inside 50s. Ball though in Collingwood's forward 50. Darcy for Fremantle. Tapped it down to Brayshaw. Handball straight to side bottom. Kick to the goal square. Big fly over the back by Will Hoskin-Elliott. He loves to get up and he still can in game 230. He takes the mark top of the goal square. I don't want to put the commentator curse on him, but he should not miss this. Sharrod gave me a dirty look. Will Hoskin-Elliott, 15 metres out, directly in front. Never in doubt. Collingwood have their first. It's taken them almost 17 minutes to do it. But Will Hoskin-Elliott gets them on the board with the major. 1-1-7 the Pies. The Dockers, they're 3-3-21, margin 14 points. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts, Collingwood Premiership player, Sharrod Wellingham, 2-time Premiership player at North Melbourne, Peter Bell.
It was rather fortuitous, wasn't it? The kick was just a slam on the boot from side bottom. And I think it was Warner who was down in the goal square, and can't really do much when you're already in the ball drop and you've got someone who's able to have a launch at the ball. It is a tough position to be in. But first score for Collingwood. The Fremantle have started this game about as well as you could hope for.
It's got used as the old
step ladder.
That's exactly what it was from the restart. Darcy, beautiful tap down to Bolton for the Dockers. On the commentary edge of the centre circles, Brayshaw kicks towards full forward. Voss got away from Quain or Marks right in front of goal. Can go back and shoot from no more than 40 out.
Well, this is a crucial kick for Pat Voss's confidence. Been struggling with his accuracy before the suspension that he sustained in the Barossa Valley for the hit on Vloston. If he kicks this, watch out for a land speed record with both arms outstretched as well.
Watch out for eyes from the willy-nilly high-fiving. Very dangerous in celebratory mode, Pat Voss. Here he comes. Looking for Fremantle's fourth and the instant response from 40 out, right in front. It's through. He goes leaping to his teammates, but tries to keep the arms down on a few of those celebrations. Josh Tracy leant out, making sure that his face was a long way away from the high five. He knows the damage Voss can inflict, and he's put some damage on the scoreboard as well. Fremantle's lead is back to 20 points, 4-3-27 to Collingwood 1-1-7. The Dockers, they're in control at the moment. 18 and a bit minutes gone in the opening term on Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app. Our experts, dual premiership player Peter Bell, Collingwood premiership player Sharad Wellingham.
Well, they are tall forward, aren't they, Fremantle? And Pat Voss used his body strength as opposed to Quainer on that occasion, one-on-one contested mark. Need one or two more of those to justify the tall selection.
Darcy Cameron v Luke Jackson in the ruck. Cameron gets the tap down, coming through long, handball stolen by Jackson, who then dropped it. Long on hands and knees for the Pies. He's trying to knock it forward. Crisp just goes in, the veteran extracts it, tumbles the ball inside the forward 50. Oh, it bounces past Ryan, spills to Jamie Elliott. He hasn't kicked too many easier than that in his career. 20 metres out straight in front. He puts it through. Chaos ball has worked on a couple of occasions for the Pies. 17th goal of the season for Jamie Elliott. Collingwood now 2-1-13. Fremantle 4-3-27. We've played almost 20 minutes in this first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Belly, that is a really tough one because as a coach, I'm sure you want your player going at the ball. Ryan was in a really proactive defensive position in that he was playing in front of Jamie Elliott and is first to recognise that the ball's coming out and has gone at the ball. Now, I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. The ball has absolutely skittled him. And, yeah, as you said, Mitch, there's not too many easier goals that Jamie Elliott would have kicked. But I still like the attack on the ball.
The elliptical ball can be a nightmare. It was for Ryan this time. Jackson wins it down in the middle, gets it to Bolton for the Dockers, kicks towards left half forward. Allen's underneath it against Johnson, brings it to ground and then picked up by Reid. And Murphy Reid takes it across the boundary line for a throw-in left half forward.
Shea Bolton's had the 3 centre bounces clearances so far. So
well, I was just about to say the centre bounce dominance from Fremantle at the moment is very impressive.
Big don't argue too. Can get to it in the commentary. Apologies against Dacos from Bolton a moment ago as well. Picked up here. Going forward long. Hurried to kick towards the wing. Dockers have got numbers around it. It'll come to Bolton again. Tries to get away from McCreary. Can't do so, and his kick under pressure is intercepted by Allen, who gets it at right half back. The Dockers still lead on the scoreboard. They're up by 14 points. 21 and a bit gone in the opening term.
Caught on that occasion, Shea Bolton turned it over. Allen kicks it up the wing. Big fist from behind. Brendan Cox, the Dockers, punches it towards the boundary. Clever tap keeps it in play by Nick Dacos, but Johnson and McCreary both see it out of bounds.
Get to have a possession, Nick Dacos.
Definitely a team defence on him. They've rotated who has been the minder.
It's Wagner now.
Which I don't mind.
We'll get downstairs to a cash photo now very shortly. Ball spun back in front. Comes down towards Jackson. The Dockers roving his own work. Trying to sharp handball to Bolton. Now Wagner. He's caught immediately. Strong tackle by Bo McCreary.
Billy, I like it because it's not putting the onus on one person. Everybody who's on him is having a real red-hot crack at shutting him down, but it's a team defence as well.
Wagner standing with Dacos on this occasion. Cameron took it out of the ruck, had it knocked out of his hands, then gathers, handballs towards the boundary. Clark gathers and is tackled over the boundary line. Crowd thought there was a bit of extra. There wasn't. Ned Long's the man who got him. Jordan Clark was appealing for insufficient intent.
And then just
didn't go out. Didn't go out. Just grabbed
the ball.
The ball to be spun back in, just attacking side of the wing for Collingwood.
He's spun back in. Jackson takes front position. Palmed it down against Cameron. Trying to emerge with it. Johnson, he's been tackled. 3 directions they wrapped him up.
He was lucky there. He went for the fend off, Johnson.
He did. Took them on. Dacos was involved as well. Instead they decide to ball it up. Cameron won this down. Straight to Nick Dacos. Hurry kick inside forward 50 to Clark. Under pressure. Just got a hand pass away. Johnson can't take it cleanly. Nick Dacos did. Clever hand pass away. That's to Long. Works it towards the right forward pocket. Hoskin Elliott puts it back towards the middle. Clark got there first. Good interception for the Dockers. It comes to Ryan. And they've got a chance to run from the right back pocket. Again to Sharp. Oh, poor kick. Had too much on it. Floated over the top of Simpson. And the mark's been taken by Perryman at left half forward.
just take the obvious there, had numbers and tried to chisel a ball through the corridor.
Perryman, ball in hand, 65 from home, kicks towards the top of the goal square. Hoskin Elliott couldn't mark. Cox doing the roving, goes off the deck, kicks the goal. Mason Cox couldn't take it in the air. Did terrifically at ground level through the right boot at it. Socket it through. Collingwood have their third. Margin cut to 8 points. 3-1-19 Collingwood. 4-3-27 Fremantle. 24 minutes played in the first term. Our experts for ABC Sport, Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell.
Fair dexterity from the big fella there.
Yeah, it was a
socket goal.
Did he get his hands on it, dropped it, and then kind of drop kick almost? But he wasn't even the one who contested it, I don't think. He stayed down, let Hoskin Elliott go up and create the contest.
There you go. You can watch the replay. Sharon Belly.
This is what I was going to say. So who was coming out of defence there?
It was Sharp.
It was Sharp. Just needed to dump kick outside 50 and let the Fremantle players do the work ahead of the play instead of trying to bite off that kick.
It's a really clever play. He's dropped it down with his hand, fell onto the left knee, and then it fell to his right leg and he swung the boot at it. The Dockers out of the centre, move it to Bolton. They kick inside 450. Dudley threw it on the boot. Didn't quite have enough purchase on it. Tracking it back, Perryman. Reid applies pressure. Switkowski looks to clean it out. It comes to Crisp. Then back to Howe in his defensive goal square. And he's been able to spot Cameron, who slides out to take the mark. Beautifully done. He's got it just inside his defensive 50, right up against the boundary line in the left back pocket. 25 minutes gone in the opening term. It's still Fremantle by 8 points.
Thumping kick from Cameron up the wing. Hill had the sit, couldn't get over the top to Sean Darcy. Falls to Bolton of the Dockers. Little handball to Jordan Clark. Short kick to Dudley. Called play on. So just kicks it inside the forward 50, and Cameron, as he has done so much this season, floats across and takes the intercept mark. Was able to flick it wide by foot to the right back pocket. Josh Dacos takes possession and goes short beyond defensive 50 to Jeremy Howe. Chips it over the top to Harry Perryman. And the Pies just willing to play possession as he chips it further on the boundary to Josh Dacos.
And he's able to work it up to Crisp, who marks in front of the interchange gates on the northern wing. With the left boot, sends it in the direction of Cox, and he marks. Exquisitely done so far from Collingwood. The kick is towards full forward. It's plenty up. Chapman got a fist on it and gathers, stole it away from Schultz. He's tackled the ground. The umpire will ball it up inside the Magpies forward 50.
They just grafted territory there. Kick mark, kick mark. Get it into their forward 50.
Thrown up. On down by Darcy. Ryan waited. Bolton couldn't pick it up. Brayshaw could for the Dockers to Frederick. Looking to move it out towards Simpson. Not a great kick beyond defensive 50 though. Came off Howe's shins. Crisp shovels a hand pass forward. Then towards Nick Dacos. Lovely hand pass. It's on to side bottom, but he misses from about 40 out. Kicking in line with the right hand behind post. Normally you'd back him from there. 4-3-27 the Dockers. 3-2-20 the Magpies. 27 gone in the first. Clint Wilden alongside Mitch Turner in commentary on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Short kick into Pearce from Clark. Has not slowed down. Steel side bottom, has he? The left peg still got the distance comfortably. Just not the accuracy. Pearce goes wide to the 50 gamer. And Heath Chapman wearing the blue boots tonight. Called to play on. Kicks up the wing. Tracy in front. Strong mark. Right on the logo. On the broadcast swing. He's kicking in the middle though. Chopped off by his former teammate, now Pye in Schultz. Schultz goes inside 50. Going back, taking the mark is Jamie Elliott. And from pretty much the same spot he kicked his last goal, except this time it'll be a set shot from directly in front, about 20 metres out.
Can't defend that kind of kick from Josh Tracy. Lockie Schultz got a fist in, and Jamie Elliott gets a chance to bring up his second, and Collingwood have just grafted their way back into this contest beautifully.
To draw the Pies back within a solitary point. Jamie Elliott directly in front. Goal number 2. Collingwood are right back in this game. A fast start from Fremantle. They kicked the first 3. Collingwood have kicked the last 3. 4-2-26 the Pies. 4-3-27 the Dockers. 28.5 gone in the first term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, live from Perth Stadium.
It was really smart defensive forward craft, wasn't it? Just recognised where the Fremantle spare was through the middle, picked it off, and it was a haphazard kick into the forward 50. But as all forwards are, they're ready for those kicks to come in.
That boss
that kick
dashed off the ground and he's gone straight up the rooms, by the way. Ball back in the middle. Darcy against Cameron. Great fight back from Collingwood in this quarter. Darcy's got the tap. Spills then, though, in a hurry kick around the body to Sullivan, but it doesn't make it past Clark, who marks just in front of the defensive edge of the centre square for the Dockers.
Excellent first quarter for Clark Clint, 10 possessions.
He's got Simpson on and he finds him with a kick that goes in the direction of left half back. Heading up towards quarter time. Simpson gets told to move it on. Will kick high and long towards left half forward. Moore floats in from the side. Good mark for the Magpies. Hands it on immediately to Crisp and then fires the ball into the chest of Schultz, who marks. The former Dockers let their ex-teammate know all about it.
Plays on by hand to Dacos, who kicks to half forward, and the man that Peter Bell highlighted a moment ago, Jordan Clark, terrific intercept mark and a hot little kick into the centre square, just beyond centre half back for Sarong. That's another lead inside the square. Johnson chips it forward now to Brayshaw. The Dockers moving forward, kicking a half from home. Johnson kept running. Offside, steps past Chris, takes the bounce, almost run down. Handballs in front of Murphy Reid. Just needs to gather under pressure. He does, but he missed. Switkowski with a handball. Frampton cleans it up for Collingwood. Little handball to Sullivan and a measured kick around the body. Finds Jack Crisp, and they were almost through the Dockers, but Collingwood defend and keep them away from the scoreboard for now.
Heads back towards the northern wing. Oh, that's well worked from McCreary. Got Simpson out from underneath it. Took the mark, turned, played on. Kicks inside forward 50. Pearce put a hand up. Couldn't quite get to it. Down to Membry. Might be holding the ball. Yes. Great second effort from Chapman. Made sure Membry couldn't dispose of it. Free kick for holding the ball for Fremantle.
Score-saving tackle, that one from Heath Chapman.
Chapman towards left half back. There's a big pack here. Frederick from the side, got a hand to it, spills back to him, hands it straight off to Lockie Schultz. Schultz goes long and deep over the top. Hill marks, wheels around, and he'll put it into the second tier. Oh, calamity for Freo right on quarter time. And the Magpies have hit the fronts at the 32-minute mark of the first. 5-2-32 to Fremantle's 4-3-27. It's a 5-point lead to the Pies.
And almost a 12-point play. Matt Johnson just far too casual, entering 50. He got run down and Fremantle squandered their opportunity and goes up the other end. And where Fremantle were inefficient, Collingwood were deadly efficient.
Lockie Schultz.
It wasn't a goal-saving tackle, but he got enough on Johnson in that instance, and then he was the one who puts it inside forward 50 for the second time. That's resulted in a goal. Some great efforts from Shooter.
He's only had 5 touches, but he's having a big influence.
He's having an influence, yeah.
Do you reckon Lockie Schultz knew something to say to Frederick to get the ball back as a former teammate? knew the nickname, the shout?
Maybe.
Fremantle haven't scored in 13 minutes. Not a goal. They haven't scored in 13 minutes. Ball back in the middle. Darcy taps it straight down to Sarong, who is wrapped up by Sullivan. Will go again. Not long left in this first term. Ball up in the air. Cameron down to Sullivan. His handball ricochets off the Dockers player, and that'll be all she wrote for the first term here at Perth Stadium. Collingwood, they counter the Dockers' fast start. Fremantle kick the first 3. Collingwood roaring back. They take a 5-point lead into quarter time. 5-2-32 the Pies. 4-3-27 the Dockers.
So they kicked the 4 goals going into the first change. The Magpies, great fight back. At one stage, Fremantle led by 20 points. Collingwood was at the 19-minute mark, by the way, of the first. Collingwood now, as Mitch Turner told you, up by 5. 2 goals to Jamie Elliott. And goals to Bobby Hill, Will Hoskin, Elliott, and to Mason Cox. while Fremantle 2 to Josh Tracy and singles to Patrick Boss and Isaiah Dudley. Collingwood 5-2-32, Fremantle 4-3-27. Wherever you're listening on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital and streaming on the ABC Listen app, look for the AFL button. This is Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Hi, I'm Becky Cole. Join me every Saturday night for Saturday Night Country.
Saturday Night Country, your home of country music. Listen big on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Off to Clark by hand. Stumbling kick towards half forward. Bounces past Tracy. Unable to gather in there for Collingwood was Josh Dacos. Gathered by Jackson for Fremantle. To Brayshaw. To Josh Tracy. Kicks towards goal. It's bouncing. It's bouncing. It's through. Fremantle strike in the first 30 seconds for Thursday Night Footy. You wanted a response. That's a pretty quick one for the Dockers.
Jackson kicks towards left half forward. Oh, that's a good mark. He attacks the football, Tracy. Out to get it, 50 from goal, 45-degree angle to the left. Now from about 53 out. This is a thumping kick. That's incredible. Josh Tracy's got two, and he punches the air with the right arm. And Freo players come from everywhere to say, well done, Josh. The big kahuna's making a big early impact. Clark is able to go on a bit of a run and takes a bounce. Still going, Clark. On the afterburners for a moment. Sends it long towards Frederick. Elite. Wonderful kick. 3 metres in from the boundary at left half forward. The lead is on from Dudley and it's honoured. Very impressive from those in purple, and Dudley can go back and have a shot from about 45 metres out, though it's a tight position in the left forward pocket. The 6th goal of his career. We're right behind the kick. It looks good off the boot. It sails through.
Darcy for Fremantle. Tapped it down to Brayshaw. Handball straight to side bottom. Kick to the goal square. Big fly over the back by Will Hoskin-Elliott. 15 metres out. Directly in front. Never in doubt. Collingwood have their first. Chris tumbles the ball inside the forward 50. Oh, it bounces past Ryan. Spills to Jamie Elliott. He hasn't kicked too many easier than that in his career. 20 metres out straight in front. He puts it through.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
It's been a cracking opening term at Perth Stadium. Collingwood down by 20 points as we were about to enter time on in the first. Lead by 5 at quarter time. What have you made of it? Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham.
Highly entertaining contest.
Great contest.
For the large portion of that quarter looked like we're on Fremantle terms, really. A couple of costly misses to Johnson and Sarong. Goals they would have dearly have loved to have kicked. And Collingwood are the number one scoring team in the AFL over the last month.
Yep.
And you can see why. They just capitalise on opportunities that they create for themselves. Lockie Schultz get a fist into a kick inboard from Josh Tracy. Goal. Michael Frederick goes boundary with a handball instead of driving legs corridor. Ends up being a turnover kick. Goal. And they just slammed on 4 goals really quickly, really efficient, and they look really easy. And that's what Collingwood do with their scoring. They take their chances. They make it look like it's easy, whereas Fremantle...
Got to work for it, don't they?
Got to work for it. You know, Johnson, too casual going inside 50, ends up squandering that opportunity. You just love the way Collingwood can turn half chances into scores.
And you put that down to a lot of talent that they have in that forward line, but for me it was the wrestling of momentum through the middle of the ground. I thought the Fremantle started really well and had some good centre bounce and clearance around the ground ascendancy, but they just weren't able to continue that throughout the quarter, and Fremantle, got halted pretty much, didn't they? Collingwood fought back the momentum. While they didn't get any clear takeaways, they probably just went, look, let's stop getting beaten and letting Fremantle out the front. And so we saw that was a big halt in momentum that I think went a long way for them being able to play the transition game, where we might have gone away from the centre, but then they were able to transition from end to end far too easy.
And I just love the way that they slip into different modes of ball movement. They'll go quick when they have an opportunity to. They take what the opposition give them. So if Fremantle going to give them kick mark, well, they took the ball from defensive 50 all the way inside 50 without Fremantle laying a hand on it by 3 consecutive uncontested marks. Just well-drilled, experienced team.
If you thought Scott Pendlebury was having a complete night off, he's been active on social media. He's been tweeting throughout the first quarter. He said, "Shooter, how good was that?" Finished off well by Billy Elliott and said, "Retweet that again." What a term of the little bits. So the Collingwood veteran is watching on. Some stats very quickly. Jordan Clark, 11 touches, leads all comers on the ground. And for the Dockers, Bolton and Sarong and Brayshaw have 8 apiece. Jack Crisp, 246th game straight, has 10 disposals. Jeremy Howe has 6. Nick Dacos, a little quiet in the first quarter, just 4 disposals. The clearances, the Dockers up 11-7 response from there. The tackle count, though, 17-8 the way of Collingwood. Just 8 tackles in the first quarter for the Fremantle Dockers. They trail Collingwood by 5 points.
What do Fremantle do now? They know there's pressure on them, and Collingwood have applied a ton of it in the last 10 minutes or so of that opening term.
Big first quarter for Shea Bolton. 5 clearances in his 8 disposals. He's been really clean, taking first option. Have really liked his game thus far.
And don't argue on Nick Dacos as well, who's currently standing alongside Andrew Brayshaw. It's Jackson versus Cameron in the middle. Let's go. Second term underway. Cameron wins it down from the bounce. Spills low to the Dockers. Sarong gave it to Bolton. He'll take a bounce in the centre square. He'll kick towards right half forward. Stretching out Frampton. Can't mark. Josh Dacos tries to pick it up. Dudley applies pressure into the left back pocket to Howe. Hand passes over the top of everyone. It'll tumble across the boundary line. It'll be called a throw-in. Dockers fans appealing for insufficient intent. Not to be. Ed Allen was close enough. Son of the former Fremantle captain in Ben. Of course, a premiership player also with Hawthorn. Throwing in again. Jackson wins this time against Cameron. Tapped towards the ground by Brayshaw, who follows up after it, but the ball beats him across the boundary line, right where we were just moments ago. Throw in again, right half forward for Freo. There's Tracy back on the ground. He's okay for the Dockers. Stands in the forward line as Jackson palms it down. Hacked out of trouble by Dacos. It'll bounce towards the commentary wing. Met solidly by Memory. Got a hand pass backwards, and then it's taken over the boundary line. A bit of extra push and shove in this. Johnson was involved with Dacos, and then Cox has got a bit to say to Allen. Memory continues that on, so Bolton has to go in just to square the numbers, and eventually we'll all calm down. The ball to be thrown in just shy of centre wing for the Collingwood Magpies.
Darcy Cameron to the front. Nice tap down to Crisp, who was tackled by Sarong. Still got a kick forward for the Pies. Cox was there for the Dockers to knock it down to Johnson. Little handball back to Jordan Clark. Then a nice little chip kick over the top to Luke Ryan. Stands right in front of the Collingwood interchange. Kicks up towards half forward. Howe flew high. Couldn't take the mark. Came down awkwardly. Bounced to his feet, though, coming through. Brayshaw, he was tackled. Set himself, Jeremy Howe. Almost thought we were going to see a bit of Howe magic. Ball up. 60 out from the Dockers attacking goal. Jackson tapped it down. Bolton overran it. Allen tried to clear it for Collingwood. Over the top now is Schultz. He's tackled, and the umpire said he dived on it. Matthew Johnson wins the free kick. So a kick and a half from home. He's just forward of centre wing on the broadcast side. Kicks up towards the top of the goal square, floating across. The best in the business out of the ruckman is Darcy Cameron. Intercept mark again. And he'll flick it by boot across the face of goal. And he'll find Perryman.
And Perryman immediately kicks towards right half back. Hoskin Elliott flew into the back of Pearce. No genuine attempts. So the umpires decided it's going to be a free kick that'll go the way of the Dockers. Simpson will take it for them. Immediately puts it back into the left forward pocket. They all fly. Tracy crashed the pack. Spilled to ground. He tried to follow it up. He's tackled to ground by Howe. Ball up.
Well set up on that last D50 exit of Collingwood's Fremantle. They were in good position and got a turnover.
Just between left forward pocket in the middle of the forward 50. One down by Collingwood. Lipinski tried to work it away. Amos got there, though. Up against the boundary, goes back to Frederick, to Simpson, to Sarong. Now it's on to Alex Pearce. The skipper kicks a goal. He celebrates with the crowd, the double-fisted pup in the air, his second of the season. And it's given the Dockers back the lead at the 4-minute mark of the second term. 5-3-33 to Collingwood's 5-2-32. The Dockers up by a point and it's the captain who showed the way.
And just, there's handballs in the AFL, and good AFL players are able to put it to advantage. The difference with elite players, with what Caleb Sarong did then, it was a right handball that was a tracer bullet. Alex Pearce didn't have to break stride. Without that handball, there's no way Pearce gets that goal away under no pressure.
It was a fast handball by Sarong. Just one of the old violins, but it had some power on it. And he hits it hard, Alex Pearce. He does love running in a straight line, and on that occasion it wasn't bursting out of defence. It was bursting in on goal. He kicked a big goal in this fixture last year. All back in the middle. Cameron for Collingwood tapped it towards Sidebottom over Renner. Dacos, the Nick variety. His handball went straight into the path of a Docker. Clark has Sidebottom of company, couldn't gather, thought he was taken high.
Late call.
It was a late call, but it was probably there. It'll be a free kick to Jordan Clark. Disposal 13 coming up. Decides to use Ryan by foot laterally. Ryan kicks up towards right half forward. Johnson takes the mark. Now kicks inside the 450, looking for Tracy, but dropping in the hole with courage was Howe.
Tracy's the new Barry Hall,
Collingwood,
isn't he?
Collingwood win the ball back, and Howe goes wide. It's a Quainer who almost turns it over. The Dockers have won it back. Luke Ryan, clever underground handball to Johnson. Now to Frederick, misses the handball. Sidebottom first there for Collingwood, lays on top. Umpire says okay. It'll be a ball up right half forward to the Fremantle Dockers. They lead the Pies by 1 point.
Just his physical presence, you mean?
Yeah, you just don't want to get in his way, do you?
Well, he attacked that pack about 3 or 4 minutes ago. Cameron won it down against Jackson. Bolton's out after it. Sidebottom got there first, though. The hand pass. Oh, he intercepted. He wanted to get Nick Dacos. Instead, he found Brayshaw. Kicks immediately to full forward. Here's Tracy again. Attacking the football. Hand pass, not a great one out to Amos. Had a bit more float on it than he'd like. Spills back to Simpson. The hand pass from Amos. Simpson kicks towards goal. It's off hands and over the boundary line. It'll be a throw-in. It's actually, I reckon it was Moore, just not quite sure who else was around and was happy enough to sort of shepherd it across the line. So a throw-in right next to the right-hand behind post at right full forward for Fremantle. Throwing in. Jackson palmed it down. Here's Frederick. He couldn't quite gather before it tumbled across the behind line for a minor score. Dockers double their lead. 5-4-34 to 5-2-32. That's Collingwood. 6 and a bit minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Clint Wilden, Mitch Turner, our experts, Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham. Akash Fotodar is downstairs. Here's Akash. No, here's Mitch.
Here's me. Josh Dacos with kick-out duties, comes wide to the wing. Johnson of the Dockers stood in front, couldn't take the mark. Cameron was ripped off it for Collingwood. Fell though to Ed Allen. Handball to Schultz, caught, spun alongside the tackle. Free kick awarded. Cameron kicks the ball away. Umpire with a late whistle, benefit of the doubt. No 50-metre penalty. Free kick to Brennan Cox. Looking inside the forward 50, attacking side. The broadcast wing now kicks up in the Tracy direction. Jackson there too. Moore dropped the mark for Collingwood. It spills to Jackson, who's tackled by Howe and Crisp.
Collingwood yet to have an inside 50 in this second quarter. Fremantle have to capitalise on this momentum.
Ball up 20 metres from the Dockers' goal. Tap down Bolton coming through. Dispossessed Cameron on hands and knees. Handballs it straight into the path of Matthew Johnson, who sprays it right. Minor score for the Dockers. 5-35 Fremantle, 5-2-32 Collingwood. 8 minutes played in the second term. Nice little moment, Alex Pearce. Little message on the wrist. Little kiss and a bit of a moment. Most likely to Cam McCarthy.
They move it beyond defensive 50. Collingwood comes to Cameron off his hand. Spill down to Crisp. Kicks long down the line. Beautifully weighted for Membry to run onto and mark. He immediately sends it over the top. One-on-one. Elliott's got the advantage. Thought about soccering it. Pearce came in from the side. Knocked the ball and the player to the ground. And the ball tumbled across the boundary line for a throw-in. Goodness me. It was a real battle on then between Elliott and alongside him. Looking to try and get to it was Warner, but then Pearce made the extra counts.
You can't get the ball, just take player, ball, everything you can. Great play from the Fremantle captain.
Ball spun back in over the back of Cox and Jackson. Sidebottom trying to spin through traffic is tackled by Bolton. Didn't have a lot of prior. Must have had an
Didn't
arm
have prior, but had the arm free. So
there you go.
Onus on them to try and dispose.
Holding the ball. Thoughts of Collingwood Premiership player from 2010, Sharad Wellingham.
Well set up down the line here, Collingwood.
And that's dual Premiership player at North Melbourne, Peter Bell. The experts in the box with us here on ABC Sport. Ryan, ball in hand for the Dockers. Kicks up the wing, looking for a marking target. Howrose high above the pack, as he so often does, and just punches it out of bounds in front of the interchange gates where Fremantle swing a few changes. 3-point lead to the Dockers, 9.5 played in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Ball spun back in. Darcy takes front position, got it cleanly, then got tackled. Managed to just get a ball away to Brayshaw. Comes back to Clark on the wing. Short hand pass to Ryan. Just as able to break the tackle under genuine pressure from Sullivan. Worked it out well to Brayshaw. He's in space and he finds Bolton in more space at right half forward. Bolton wanted someone to come towards him. He'll put it into the right forward pocket. Amos coming out. Can't mark under pressure from Frampton. The ball's off hands and over for a boundary throw in. 40 out from Freo's attacking goal. They're heading to the city end of Perth Stadium in this, the second term. The Cash photo is downstairs. A Cash.
Pat Voss has come off and just having his forehead looked at. Looks like he's got a little cut there that they're trying to patch up.
Ball inside the Dockers, forward 50. Sean Darcy v Darcy Cameron. Both got a hand to it. Comes down in the way of Josh Dacos. Can't reel it in before the boundary line comes. So it'll be another boundary throw in right at the 450 junction. Right half forward. Pretty solid crowd in by the looks tonight. Plenty of purple, but plenty of black and white as well. Sean Darcy in front of Darcy Cameron. Darcy Cameron tapped it down. Stolen though by Matthew Johnson, the Dockers. Taps it to Brayshaw. Weaves through traffic. Kicks the goal. Arms outstretched to the pocket. Fremantle get their second of the term. And they push their lead back out now to 9 points. 6-5-41 Fremantle, 5-2-32 Collingwood, 9-point margin, 11 and a bit played in the third term. Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell are our experts for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
An individual brilliance there, wasn't it?
Fourth goal from stoppage. We know Fremantle are a very good stoppage team and they're capitalising. Fourth in the match, 2 from centre bounce.
They're able to, I think, capitalise at the moment because there's a bit more space for them to work in. So it's not dragged into the trenches type stoppage stuff. All they need is a metre and a half, and they're able to break away and use their assets like we just saw there.
I think a few Collingwood defenders collapsed into Shea Bolton there and left Andy Brayshaw all by himself, and he was good enough to put a step on and kick truly.
Just watching right below us at the moment, Nick Dacos, a lot of work being done just above the left hip. Dockers win it out of the middle. Johnson hands it off to Switkowski, trying to get a hand pass away to Bolton. There's a holding decision. It'll go the way of the Magpies. Being held out of the contest is side bottom. We'll have it between centre half back and right half back. So that's a worry for Dacos. He's been in the hands of the physios for a good 2 or 3 minutes now. The kick is down the line at the back. Cox couldn't quite take it. Spills further back to Ryan. Put his head over the football, gathered. Short hand pass to Chapman. He couldn't take it. Elliott tried to knock it forward. Ryan goes in to lend some support. Schultz is holding it in. Schultz running in to Ryan, who just puts his arms around him and holds the ball, and the player will have a ball up just inside Collingwood's forward 50 in the right forward pocket, about 47 out from their attacking goal. One down by Darcy, got it straight to Wagner, kicked up in the air towards centre wing, out of side. 2-on-2 battle. Cox brought it to ground. Frampton's hand pass to no one in particular. Murphy Reid went out after it, tapped it to Switkowski, shoveled the hand pass out to Johnson, just shy of the wing. Southern part of the ground. It came again to Chapman, to Brayshaw. Now to Bolton, who spots Simpson, centre half back, and he marks for Fremantle.
Wearing the number 29 on his back, famous number at the Dockers, worn by one of their greats, Matthew Pavlich. He goes short, Simpson to the wing, mark taken by Wagner.
Good to see 29 and 16 out there tonight.
First time in a long time.
Is that right?
Almost a decade since we've seen that. The numbers of Mundy and Pavlich now worn by Reid and Simpson. Wagner has the ball on the southern side of the ground. Numbers flooding back for the Pies. He goes short, finds the lead of Johnson. Disposal number 12 coming up for him. Now sees something he likes inside the forward 50. Kicks in the Tracy direction. Howe knocked it down. Houston at ground level. His handball was parried away. Falls, though, on the second attempt to Josh Dacos. Goes wide by hand to Lipinski. Measured kick outside defensive 50. Crisp. Forced out of bounds by Heath Chapman. Jordan Clark, 14 disposals, leads all comers on the ground. Crisp has 12 disposals. The Dockers lead by 9 points. A cash voted out downstairs on the boundary.
Yeah, Clint was right. Nick Dacos is just pointing to his left hip, but he's had that worked on and he's all good to go. And just to add to Belly, good to see 32 out there as well.
He's been out there for a bit, though, Cash. That big combination. Bill Pavlich Mundy.
Where's 21 for Collingwood?
Thrown up in the middle.
At home.
The outer side. Sorry, distracted. Darcy won it down. Chris got a hand pass away for Collingwood towards the wing. Bolton intercepts. Gives it to Warner, then to Cox. Run down. Got tackled. Hill got him. Had no idea he was lurking behind him. And Bobby Hill said, thanks very much. I'll take the free kick for holding the ball. Much on halfway. The outer edge of the centre square. Goes on a run and spears it inside forward 50. That was beautifully done, and Long can mark on his chest. And the Fremantle mistake has led to an opportunity for Collingwood to have a shot on goal. Ned Long looking for what would be his fourth of the season. The former Fitzroy Jr. through Hawthorn.
Great. Really smart, wasn't it?
Great kick, wasn't it, Bobby Hill?
But just recognise that he's got Cox on the mark. He's got a bit of time. Everyone thought he was going to dump it long.
Ned Long, 45-degree angle to the right. Kicks from 47 out and kicks truly. Good game of footy unfolding here at Perth Stadium on Thursday night on ABC Sport. Collingwood cut the Dockers lead back to 3 points. 16 gone in the second term. The Magpies 6-2-38. The Dockers 6-5-41. Peter Bell and Sharad Willingham, your experts.
He just tricked everybody. Played on, making everybody think that he was going to dump it long, and Fremantle could see was sagging back.
Yeah, it was Shea Bolton. He was hedging towards a long kick.
Yep, didn't go long, went short, too long.
Yep, too long, who nailed it, and he's really flourishing at the moment. They found a player here, the Pies.
Yeah, certainly have.
Don't laugh. You were happy with that. You had a little chuckle after you.
Pretty good.
Too long. They didn't want him at Hawthorn. 5 games. He's reinvented himself at the Pies, and the internal ratings, Ned Long now really starting to match the external ones. Ball back in the middle. Darcy, favoured by the bounce, couldn't get it to a teammate. Now crashing in. Sarong, tackled by Schultz. Former teammates, now opponents. We'll have another ball up. Still inside the centre square. Darcy beat Mason Cox. Darcy had a couple cracks at it. Got the handball to Sarong. Too hot for him. Schultz was held. Darcy grabbed him in the contest. Will win the free kick. No one stands the mark. Lockie Schultz goes quickly. Attacking edge of the centre square. Kicks in the forward 50. Unable to take the mark was Dacos. But he was held. Grabbed in the marking contest. Nick Dacos coming out with a deep full forward line. Free kick will have the set shot about 25 metres out. Slightly worse than 45-degree angle to the left.
Defending long kicks inside 50 is not where Corey Wagner wants to be, and infringed, and you'd think that Dacos will make him pay the maximum.
He's had a quiet night by his standards so far. Nick Dacos, the set shot, sneaks it through. The Collingwood fans at the Farmer Freeway end of the ground rise as one. Their little champion trying to pull them back into this contest. Collingwood are in front, 7-2-44 the Pies. Fremantle 6-5-41. 3-point lead to Collingwood 18 minutes into the second term. A little bit of afters after the goal as well. Sharad Willingham, Peter Bell, our experts for ABC Sport.
Poor manning of the mark. Lockie Schultz, slow play. No one went to man the mark from Fremantle. He was able to waltz in, and I think the only reason he had to kick, other than picking out an option, a one-on-one, was someone had to come from behind to apply that pressure. No coming forward pressure on Schultz then.
That's a good call. Dacos just protected the ball drop.
Playing out of the full forward goal square right now.
Yeah, Wagner panicked and they've decided to have a look at that, leaving Dacos deep forward.
Couldn't argue with the free on both arms.
Collingwood forwards also up to the top of the 50. You know, he's got 35, 40 metres all to himself, Dacos.
Cox palmed it down. There's an opportunity again for Sullivan. Goes back, gathers and kicks with the right towards right half forward. It travels the pack. Warner got there first against Schultz. Hand pass to Clark for the Dockers. Looks to stab it, kick short to Brayshaw. Hands it on to Chapman. Hand pass in front of Dudley. Gathers on the run. Centre wing, southern side, and kicks the left half forward to Tracy. Here's the other 35 on the ground. Tracy goes long and too long that time. To Quaynor.
Had Jai Amos out, needed to hit the leading player. Unbelievable kick from Dudley, by the way.
It was perfect, unfortunately. Next one. Quaynor, clever, just stepped inside Frederick. It was neatly done. Kicked into the middle of the ground. Fighting up Membry. Mark side the centre circles. Bobby Hill's all on his own. He takes the footy, goes short, hits Nick Dacos on the chest. At right full forward.
And they're getting stuck right into Wagner. Dacos had the full 50 to work in, but you really can't defend that sort of ball movement. Could Andy Brayshaw have made more of a contest in that marking contest against Membry? Maybe.
Potentially.
Just had to put some body on, make sure there's a big collision there. Membry was able to mark it and play on.
Nick Dacos looking for back-to-back goals. Ooh, he's missed. Tight angle to the right, but only from 25 out. Minor score. 7-3-45. The Magpies up by 4. The Dockers 6-5-41. 21 gone in the second. This is ABC Sports coverage of Thursday night footy from Perth Stadium.
Ryan, kicking duties for the Dockers. Out wide to Cox, who is held. Wins the free kick in Brendan Cox it is. Stays with the Dockers. A little chip further afield. Down the southern wing to Chapman, who has lead presenting from Voss. Attacking side of the southern wing. Patrick Voss, ball in hand. Headbend around the head. Bit of strapping. So he kicks inside the forward 50. Tracy has the sit. Goes over the top of everyone. Falls in the lap of Darcy Cameron. That'll be another intercept mark for the big man from Collingwood. Goes by hand to Josh Dacos, who comes wide to left half back, and Quaynor takes the mark.
Just lost their connection inside 50 this quarter, Fremantle.
Quaynor back into the middle of his defensive 50 to Frampton, who plays on immediately, kicks out wide to right half back. Didn't quite hit either of the teammates in Lipinski or Moore. The captain goes back into the Pies. He's tackled, dispossessed. Jordan Clark wins the free kick. Darcy Moore is well over the mark, and he's getting a fair few warnings by the umpire to come back. Pick your day, I guess, which umpire?
11 inside 50s in the second quarter for Fremantle for 0 marks inside 50.
Jordan Clark has the ball at left half forward. Darcy Moore stands on the mark, right on the paint. He is having a cracking night. Is Jordan Clark. He sinks slipper into the ball, kicks it towards the goal line. Mark taken, no. Ball comes to ground. Voss almost had it. Tries to snap over his shoulder. Ricochets off bodies and falls to Hoskin Elliott. Ball up deep inside Fremantle's attacking 50. They trail by 4.
Had a good piece of it. Just couldn't bring it down, Voss. Throwing up, Darcy palmed it down, but straight to Josh Dacos. Hand pass away to Allen. Can't take possession. Cleverly slaps it beyond defensive 50. Warner harassed out of it. McCreary was there. Allen picks it up. Now Sullivan will kick down the line, and Elliott suddenly knew that Membry was coming the other way. Couldn't mark. Worked it to McCreary, though. Hand pass along the ground. Scooped up by Schultz. He was tackled, but got a hand pass out to Allen. Collingwood slick now. Through Elliott to McCreary. Into the left forward pocket. Oh, guess who? Dacos marks, and he had a quiet opening quarter and a bit, but he's been involved in everything in the last 10 or so.
They bludgeoned their way forward then, Collingwood, and they did it just by want and being tougher.
And continuing to turn up. Ed Allen was the one who first.
Here comes Nick Dacos. Sent it towards goal. It's floating across the face towards right full forward. Didn't have the distance or the accuracy. Off hands down to Lipinski. Tackled immediately by Dudley. Ball up. Right forward pocket for the Maggies. They lead by 4. 24 gone in the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport right around the nation.
Membry to do the ruck work for the Pies. No one stood next to him. He takes it out of the ruck, tried to handball it to Hill. It was cut off. Comes back to Membry. His kick smothered. Falls in the lap of Brennan Cox. And Bobby Hill wraps him up in a tackle. They edge slightly closer to goal. Collingwood just outside Fremantle's defensive goal square. Membry to go head-to-head this time with Jackson. Jackson reaches over the top into the path of Wagner. Went without it. Ball comes out to Lipinski. Steps around Dudley. Snaps on the left, and Warner, like a goalkeeper, marks it on the line. The only difference is if you step over the line in the round ball game, it would be a goal. It's not. Fremantle have it back on the last line of defence.
So Warner on a bit of a trundle and then kicks towards right half back. And that's well marked by Tracy. Just broke away from Frampton. Reached up, caught it at its highest mark and quickly plays on. Kicking towards right half forward. Another good mark. That's Amos. And then he gets taken to ground by Howe. Dockers wanted 50. Not enough in it. Amos will go short and stabs it.
Just kick it away from Darcy Cameron.
It came away to Sharp, back to Amos, now to Sharp, runs the 51 out from goal. He decides to go over the top. Cameron was on the goal line stretch, couldn't reach. It's through for a Dockers major. And Fremantle are back in front. They're up by 2. 7-5-47 to 7-3-45. Jeremy Sharp with his third of the year to give the Dockers a 2-point advantage. 25 and a bit minutes gone in the second term. Our experts, Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and of course streaming on the ABC Listen app. Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham.
I'm assuming Sharp got called to play on that first kick. Yeah, okay, so I was thinking why you're playing on there, but obviously called to, and they worked it out, Sharp and Amos. In the end, Sharp kicks the goal, but Darcy Cameron was looking ominous, perfectly positioned, so they had to find a way either over him or to the side of him. In the end, it worked. Wouldn't say it'd be a play that you'd want to replicate.
By design.
or by design, that's for sure, but they found a way.
I feel like Fremantle have got a lot of options in the forward pocket, which they need to start biting off. Hit up leads. Voss has led for a few that haven't been honoured.
Luke Jackson beat Darcy Cameron. Ball tapped out towards Sarong. McCreary ran straight past him. Gathers it for Collingwood. Kicks inside the forward 50. Clark with a big fist. Punches it back in still though. Still inside the middle of the defensive 50 for the Dockers. Membry gathered. Gave it to Jack Crisp. Little sidestep. Throws it on the boot. He kicks this goal. Jack Crisp. It might not quite make amends for last week's goal, but it's a valuable one for Collingwood. 8-3-51 the Pies, 7-5-47 the Dockers. 4-point lead restored for Collingwood. 26.5 played in the second term. It's not quite as good as what it would have been last week if he kicked it, but I reckon he'll take it anyway.
It was a good goal, and the value of players like Bo McCreary, who can just come in with power, win a stoppage is one thing, but just power out through the front.
It was a good ruck knock too.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the beauty of being able to say, okay, Nick Dacos, you're not running on all cylinders at the moment. Just go plonk yourself in the forward 50, goal square. McCreary go up and have some damage in the centre bounce. It's a great position to be in.
Other subs required yet. Neil Erasmus and Oleg Markov for the Dockers and Collingwood respectively. Bounce in the middle. Jackson with a more telling touch, I reckon, against Cameron. Spilled down towards Johnson. Just locked in immediately. Another ball up, still in the centre circles. This one is one down by Cameron, but it's stolen away by Jackson. Hands it off to Switkowski. Kicks the Dockers inside forward 50. That's courageous. Frampton took the mark, and he would have heard the footsteps of Bolton coming behind him. Stood his ground, accepted the football, felt the contacts, got the mark, and he moves it short to Perryman. And Perryman out towards Moore, and the skipper for Collingwood marks at left half back. They lead by 4 points, the Magpies. 28 gone in the second.
White headband on, as per usual, for the captain, Darcy Moore. High ball up the wing, big pack forms. In the middle of it all was Darcy Cameron. Paid the mark, and I reckon he had enough of it for mine. He looks to the bench for a bit of instruction too.
They're telling him how long he's left in the quarter.
28.5 played in the second term. Goes short, very short to Josh Dacos. He's called to play on. Kicks inside the forward 50. Luke Jackson couldn't mark for the Dockers. Cox, brilliant below his knees. Handball to Ned Long. Spins out of a tackle. Gives it to Membry. Snaps towards the top of the goal square. Going back with courage. Warner can't mark for the Dockers. Slammed to ground by McCreary. And the non-officiating umpire in the middle of the 50 has called it a dump tackle against Collingwood. The umpire a metre away or a few metres away said it was fine. The umpire 35 metres away said no. It's a free kick to Fremantle. Warner goes right to Luke Ryan.
Definitely a dump tackle. Fortunately, no real damage done, so Crewe doesn't have to worry about anything else than the free kick as Pearce kicks and then sliding back. Simpson had to go down low onto the turf to complete the mark, and Dacos was right there in the nick variety. So Simpson kicks Fremantle beyond defensive 50, and Amos is able to work Howe out from underneath the football. He takes the mark. He's between left half back and centre wing, southern side. Comes back to Simpson. Simpson could go to Ryan, who led up towards centre half back. That's ignored. He'll go right back inside his defensive 50 to Clark. Plenty of metres to work with now. He'll get told to move on. He just stands there and waits. No, Magpie comes to him. Goes up the corridor and finds Wagner. Arcing the top of the 50-metre arc, and then there's a free kick. Someone encroaching on the protected area. This will bring Wagner right up to be just forward of the centre circles. A player running by wanted the football in Simpson. Wagner instead kicks long towards full forward. Spoil came from Moore. It's down to Tracy though. Hand pass to Amos. Throws it on the boot. Wobbles it towards goal. Not enough on the kick. It drops down to Josh Dacos, who marks defensively. The kick goes looking to Houston. He can't mark, and it's over the boundary line for a throw-in at right half forward for Freo.
Maybe should have just had a shot there. Again, easy to say from here, but just got to take those chances. Really good teams, they take those half chances and capitalise, like Collingwood have tonight.
It's the second time he's kind of handballed instead of taking the shot. Josh Tracy didn't work for the Dockers on that occasion. Jackson in the ruck stole it from his opposing ruck in Darcy Cameron. Ball is tied up though. 60 out from the Dockers attacking goal. Cameron v Jackson. Jackson reached over the top. Cameron tried to take it out of the ruck. It falls down to Sullivan. His handball to Crisp. Lost it, then regained it. Right foot tumbling kick up the wing. Luke Ryan first there for the Dockers. Has Membry hot on his heels. His tumbling kick forward is marked by O'Sullivan. The Pies have it back. Still plenty of time to score for both sides. It's a 4-point lead to the Pies. Sullivan's called to play on. Kicks a high ball up the wing. Cox in position 1A. Couldn't mark. Falls down to Chapman of the Dockers. Step through one. It's caught by the second. Holding the ball. Advantage paid. Cox flicks it forward to Crisp. Runs to 45. Handballs to Jamie Elliott. Snaps on goal. Right to the goal line. It's a goal. Jamie Elliott has his third. Collingwood extend their lead to 10 points. 9-3-57 the Pies, 7-5-47 the Dockers, and that's about as a red time goal can get. 32 minutes into the second term. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Our experts Sharad Wellingham and Peter Bell.
Just recognising stage of the game. I'm not sure if you noticed, but Collingwood had called up nearly everybody up to that stoppage. They had two players forward of it and were willing just to lock that down. Quick kick, the haphazard kick from Ryan to a turnover, and they just recognise that they've got to go off it. Bang, bang, bang. 3 possessions, goal to boot Jamie Elliott.
Yeah, well identified by Big Mason Cox. Knew that Chris was goal side. And what a player to release it to, by the way. He set it up for Jamie Elliott. 3 for Elliott in the first half.
Bounce of the footy in the middle. Cameron won it down. Out after it, though, is Brayshaw. Got it off to Bolton for the Dockers. Maybe one last chance. Kicks inside forward 50. Spoiled by Moore at the back. Spill down to Johnson. Switkowski looks to go short. Can't find his target in Amos. Needed to do better as the siren sounds. Once again, Fremantle so guilty of butchering chances. And there's a little bit on. Well,
Clark
off the
and
ball.
Dacos. That's Nick Dacos and Jordan Clark exchanging words.
Yeah, plenty being said between the two of them. In fact, one of the umpires has had to go across just to calm things down. But so often we see Fremantle with those sorts of opportunities. Choice between A and B, and they take C and completely miss everything. But Collingwood, that's a terrific performance. They're up by 10 points. Went down to a Cash Fodadar. What have you got for us, Cash?
Just before the halftime siren, Murphy Reid spent a fair bit of time on the bench, about 8 minutes or so, all on the exercise bike, just trying to work out that cork he came into the game with from the St Kilda match. So it's been giving him a bit of trouble, and he spent a lot of time on the bike trying to get some blood flow and warmth through that thigh again before the halftime siren.
Thanks, Akash. Downstairs on the boundary for us, Akash voted tonight on Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport. So Collingwood lead by 10 points at the half. They led by 5 at quarter time. 9-3-57 to 7-5-47. The goal kickers, Jamie Elliott's with 3, which, by the way, takes his total goals in his career to 306. So he's one shy of equaling Chris Tarrant's 307 goals, which will put him equal 14th in Collingwood's leading goal kickers of all time. So Elliott with 3. Bobby Hill with 1, Jack Crisp with 1, Will Hoskin-Elliott with 1, so too Nick Dacos, Ned Long and Mason Cox. While for Freo, Josh Tracy has got a couple singles to Brayshaw, Sharp, Voss, Pearce and Dudley. Every time they've been challenged, Collingwood, they've been able to find their way back into this game, but it's been terrific to watch so far. One of our experts made of it. Hall of Famer Peter Bell, Premiership player Sharad Wellingham on ABC Sport.
I think it's an efficient team against an inefficient team in many respects. And just going through second quarter stats alone, where I thought Fremantle had a lot of footy. Well, in fact, they had the ball 87 times compared to Collingwood's 75. They had 16 inside 50s compared to Collingwood's 9. But, the important stat, Collingwood 4 goals to Fremantle's 3. And even though Fremantle had all of those looks inside 50s, just the connection with their forwards missing, 0 marks for the quarter. I mean, Collingwood only had 3 themselves, but they're pretty important. That's tying off your work, and that's what Collingwood have been able to do. Efficient team, make the most of their opportunities.
And think about where those marks were. They were relatively close to goal in a really good finishing position.
Yeah, so, and they've earned this 10-point lead at half-time, and you have to ask the question, what sort of thoughts should be going through Fremantle minds at the moment with all the pressure? Collingwood have come over here, they've managed a few key players, and they've really taken it up to Fremantle and capitalised not only on their own good work, but capitalised on some really poor errors from Fremantle as well. Having said that, it's been a good response from Justin Longmuir's team, but you just wonder, against that experience and efficiency that Collingwood have, you wonder whether Fremantle can stay in touch in this game. It's going to be a fascinating second half.
It is going to be fascinating, and the numbers that you spoke to, there's also the clearances. Fremantle, absolute dominance, 25-16 in terms of clearances. They've definitely got their hands on the ball, and they're getting field position, but they aren't able to capitalise on it. They're not able to lock it in. They're not able to get repeat forward 50 stoppages. It's going in there, and if they're not scoring or, scoring a behind, it's coming straight back out, and Collingwood are able to transition. I think that's what's got to be frustrating for Fremantle at the moment, is their ability to transition from one end all the way to the other. And it doesn't have to end up in a goal, but I think we may have seen more forward 50 goals. And the forward 50s, the inside 50s are 21-30 in favour of Fremantle as well. So it's going in, but it's coming out far too easy.
And just the flexibility and how they're all on the same page, the Pies, as an experienced team. And, they won a premiership not too long ago. But Nick Dacos, not having a great day for a while, comes onto the ground. They put him forward. They say, hey, we like this matchup. Is Wagner going to go all the way? Okay, so what happens? They clear out the entire forward 50, and he gets, 2 or 3 shots a goal for the quarter.
Game awareness is just, the IQ is so high level, and like you said, everybody being on the same page and knowing what's required at any given moment. It's we talk about Tracy not taking his moments when he's got his hands on the ball inside the forward 50. Love to see. He's got the right to just take a snap and have a shot on goal, doesn't he?
Yeah, and you can see, you don't want to be too critical on this, even though we'll end up being critical, but you can see they're trying to be really selfless down there. But it's about what we spoke about pre-match too. When the game demands it, as the leader of the forward line, you're entitled to have a go at it.
You're not being selfish.
No, sometimes the team wants someone to take the responsibility and just do it. And I thought Josh had a few times to do that. He's having a reasonable game, by the way. He's been a great focal point, great presence. Kicked the 2 goals in the first quarter, a bit quieter in the second. But sometimes that's what you're looking for as a team, where up the other end, the comparison is there. Jamie Elliott has his opportunities and just takes them. Bobby Hill has an opportunity and he'll set up the play. Lachie Schultz has an opportunity and he'll put his team into a really dangerous position.
So from mine, I 100% agree that Collingwood are finding a way to be really efficient and aren't reliant on too many clearances. They aren't relying on having more inside 50s, but they're capitalising when they do manage to get it in there, and efficiency is the absolute key. What are we going to see if Fremantle manage to get their efficiency up? Are we going to see a bit of a rollover from, I don't think we're going to see a rollover from Collingwood, but are we going to see the match tighten up and it be a really hard-fought shootout?
I just love the different modes that Collingwood have.
Yeah.
And that's more broadly with like what they did with Nick Dacos, but sometimes it's fast play, sometimes it's just chip, and other times it's just bludgeon the ball forward at all costs. And each one of those modes has been successful at different stages, but it is how seamlessly they slot into those that give you an indication of how well Craig McRae has this group drilled.
Very well rounded.
Just so typical of Fremantle in that game. Really. They've just had those chances. They could be in front, and I'm not being critical of Collingwood. They've been great.
No, they've had the more opportunities for sure. And Collingwood, I can't recall too many really poor turnovers that ended up in a Fremantle score. They may have been there, but I can certainly think of 4 or 5, which you give credit to Collingwood for as well, but 4 or 5 where Fremantle have said, you know what, we'll give you a look, and Collingwood have been good enough to bang the door down.
They just take their opportunities, the Magpies, where Fremantle are very happy to leave a few of them out there. Collingwood, I am wondering what will happen in the last quarter, though, the 5-day break. That's when we see it start to take effect. But the Magpies right now doing everything they would want to do. It's Craig McRae's outstanding record here at Perth Stadium, set to continue at the major break. They're up by 10, 9-3-57 to the Dockers, 7-5-47. Back with plenty more. If you want to send us a text, we'll run through some of those in just a moment. 0437 774 774. 0437 774 774. If you'd like to ask us a question or make a comment, that's the number to text in. We'll pause, though, from here at Perth Stadium with the Magpies up by 10 and take the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with David Rowlands. A Labor victory in the federal seat of Menzies in Melbourne's east now looks certain, meaning that the Liberal Party loses one of its highly regarded younger MPs in Keith Wallahan. Andy Yu has the story.
The latest batch of postal votes for Menzies has split in Labor's favour, increasing the lead of Labor candidate Gabriel Ng. The newcomer now leads by more than 1,000 votes in the heavily Chinese electorate, and with counting almost over, Labor now looks certain of victory. The redistribution of electoral boundaries gave Menzies an underlying Labor majority, with Liberal Keith Wallahan needing a swing in his direction to win it. He won the seat at the previous federal election and was considered a potential future star of the party. Labor is now expected to hold at least 90 seats in the new parliament, with 6 seats it's running in still in doubt.
The Nationals leader David Littleproud says he's disappointed that NT Senator Jacinta Nampijinpa-Price has chosen to sit with the Liberal Party. He says he appreciates Senator Nampijinpa-Price has ambitions that extends well beyond the Nationals and wishes her well. He says she'll play a key role in the Liberal Party's recovery, while the Nationals are proud to have held all of their lower house seats. An exodus of younger Australians moving to outer city fringes in search of more affordable housing is leading to rapid price growth in those areas. In outer suburban areas of Sydney and Melbourne, property price growth has outpaced the rate of inner city areas over the past 12 months. In mid-sized capitals, growth was more evenly spread, but is still skewed to outer ring suburbs. Head of research at Cotality, Eliza Owen, says that's likely to continue, but anticipates that mortgage repayments could fall.
A lower interest rate environment over the course of 2025 is going to help with mortgage serviceability. Even if property prices rise, depending on how much buy, it can still mean mortgages are more affordable if interest rates fall. However, you've still got the challenge of things like a deposit hurdle.
3 men have been found guilty of killing Perth schoolboy Cassius Turvey in 2022. David Webber has the details.
Jack Brearley and Brodie Palmer have been found guilty of murdering Cassius Turvey, and Mitchell Forth has been found guilty of manslaughter. The boy died days after he was hit with a pole. Brearley blamed Palmer and Palmer blamed Brearley. The jury found them equally responsible. There was no evidence that Forth struck Cassius, but the prosecution case was that he was also responsible because he was part of a common purpose to target children with weapons. Alicia Gilmore was found not guilty of murder or manslaughter, but was found guilty of unlawful detention and assault involving other teenagers. She made an application for bail but was unsuccessful.
Pakistan's military says it has shot down 12 Indian drones that violated its airspace. South Asia correspondent Meghna Bali has more.
A Pakistani military spokesperson says the drones, believed to be Israeli-made Harriers, were intercepted over multiple locations, including Karachi and Lahore. India says it was targeting terrorist infrastructure inside Pakistan, days after accusing Islamabad of involvement in a deadly militant attack in Indian-controlled Kashmir that killed 26 people. Pakistan has denied any role and vowed to respond forcefully to what it calls an unprovoked act of aggression. Meghna Bali, ABC News, New Delhi.
Palestinians in Gaza say they have no choice but to use spoiled flour to prepare bread in order to fight their hunger. Israel has faced growing international pressure to lift an aid blockade that it imposed in March, following the collapse of a US-backed ceasefire that had halted fighting for 2 months. Israel has accused agencies, including the UN, of allowing large quantities of aid to fall into the hands of Hamas militants. Hamas denies the allegations and accuses Israel of using starvation as a weapon against the population. This person in Gaza says they have little choice.
We don't want to eat from it, but we feed the children for the children. You can't tolerate its smell. Cattle and animals would not eat it. We are forced to eat it against our will.
And Cardinals have again failed to find a successor to Pope Francis, sending black smoke from the Sistine Chapel chimney after 2 more inconclusive rounds of conclave voting. With no one securing the necessary 2/3 majority, or 89 votes, the 133 Cardinals will return to the Vatican residence where they are being sequestered. They will have lunch, then return to the Sistine Chapel for the afternoon voting session.
God-tier comedy is on ABC iView. Good God. Unbelievable. More checklists, optics, breeders, big boys, double park, and so many more. Always free, always hilarious on ABC iView. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Up against the boundary, goes back to Frederick, to Simpson, to Sarong. Now it's on to Alex Pearce. The skipper kicks a goal. He celebrates with the crowd, the double-fisted pump in the air, his second of the season, and it's given the Dockers back the lead at the 4-minute mark of the second term.
Sean Darcy in front of Darcy Cameron. Cameron tapped it down, stolen though by Matthew Johnson, the Dockers. Taps it to Brayshaw, weaves through traffic, kicks the goal. Arms outstretched to the pocket. Fremantle get their second of the term. They push their lead back out now to 9 points.
Bolton intercepts, gives it to Warner, then to Cox. Run down, got tackled, Hill got him. Had no idea he was lurking behind him. Bobby Hill said, thanks very much, I'll take the free kick for holding the ball. Edge of the centre square, goes on a run and spears it inside forward 50. That was beautifully done, and Long can mark on his chest. Medlong, 45-degree angle to the right, kicks from 47 out and kicks truly.
Sarong, too hot for him. Schultz was held. Darcy grabbed him in the contest, will win the free kick. No one stands the mark. Lockie Schultz goes quickly, attacking edge of the centre square, kicks it to forward 50. Unable to take the mark was Dacos, but he was held. He's had a quiet night by his standards so far, Nick Dacos. The set shots, sneaks it through. The Collingwood fans at the Farmer Freeway end of the ground rise as one. Ball tapped out towards Sarong. McCreary ran straight past him. Gathers it for Collingwood. Kicks inside the forward 50. Clark with a big fist. Punches it inside the middle of the defensive 50 for the Dockers. Membry gathered. Gave it to Jack Crisp. Little sidestep. Throws it on the boot. He kicks this goal. Jack Crisp. It might not quite make amends for last week's goal, but it's a valuable one for Collingwood.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Thoroughly entertaining game of football here at Perth Stadium. The Magpies lead the Dockers by 10, 9-3-57 to Freo's 7-5-47. Have some stats for you in just a few moments, but a few texts. Love to get through 0437 774 774 as the Dockers make their way back out onto the ground. Gilby's listening in. Go Dockers. Watching and listening to the game. The difference is a few Freo players are releasing the ball to no one. Half the Pies' goals have come from those turnovers. Hold the ball. If you get pinged for it, that's okay. Lisa from Ellenbrook. Bless you, Lisa. Hi, guys. Enjoying your unbiased call and special comments. Have heard Darcy Cameron has yet no contract extension, apparently. Pies, do they have some salary cap issues? In my opinion, the Eagles should offer him a 3 or 4 year deal on $800,000 a year. Currently, he's on about $500,000. Your thoughts, please. Mitch, I've heard that he's very comfortable at Collingwood.
Very comfortable over there. He loves it over there.
Loves Melbourne. Partners, family here on the East Coast as well. I'd be very, 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 very shocked if he left Collingwood for one, because he loves the club, and if he left Melbourne.
Had a good friend move into the city as well over the off-season.
Yep. He was part of his bridal party, Tom Barris.
You'd think something could get done. And look, I'm not saying this to have a dig or anything, but playing for Collingwood right now is pretty attractive. If you're signing at West Coast, there's a long, hard road ahead.
Yes.
And some people, they'll be up for that, but if you've got the choice, wouldn't you probably stay where you could likely win a premiership or two in the short term?
A few of his best mates are in the city. Patrick Cripps, also another one. Not the same club, but not that far away, to be honest.
Just surrounded by West Australians over there. Clint, Belly, Sharrett, Mitch, top call as usual. Go to Dockers and go Perth Bears. Yes, indeed.
Perth Bears.
Yeah, I'm getting on board the Bears.
When do the memberships come out?
Very quickly, apparently. They won't be messing around. They can't mess around. They've only got till 2027 and put everything together. They confirmed that today. They've confirmed it's the Perth Bears. Went along to the press conference today to have a look.
Yeah.
I did think the suggestion...
It was here, wasn't it?
It was. No. It was at Perth Rectangular Stadium.
Oh, okay.
Why are you laughing?
Perth Rectangular Stadium.
Well, it's not Perth Oval anymore.
It's not an oval.
It's not an oval. It's still got Perth Oval on the sides. It's had about 50 different corporate names in the space of about 10 years. So let's call it It was Perth Rectangular Stadium when the Women's World Cup was here, and I'm prepared to go with that. I like it.
The Rec.
The Rec. It was really interesting. I'm not sure about this plan from Peter Volandis of swapping players between the Western Force and the Bears, though. I did have to pause for a second when he said that. Oh, sorry, what? But anyway, It's great to have the Bears in town. Fantastic. And despite what has been put everywhere, what was on the front of the paper does not reflect the majority of the people around the place. Very happy to have the Bears in town. Sophie in Melville, as she staggers off in search of her blood pressure medication, this Dockers fan is wondering, how exactly is sport good for our health? Cheers. Thank you, Sophie. I've wondered that myself from time to time. The way Collingwood continue to move the ball forward is almost like a rolling scrimmage in rugby. It got them at least 2 goals in that half. Why don't other teams do that, says Damien. Belly?
I think other teams do, but just don't do it quite as well. I think when Richmond were up and going, it was really just keep the ball moving, knock it forward, players will move into the space, and it wasn't really a possession-style game, but it's employing it at the right time. And
it reflects a really in-tune, connected playing group.
Yeah.
When they just go from different mode to different mode, it's really impressive to see. Having said all of that, the game is alive, well and truly.
Yeah, it's terrific to watch. Marcus in South Melbourne. G'day, Marcus. As a Dockers tragic, can we afford to keep blaming our youth and inexperience for very poor field kicking and misdirected handballs? It is terribly frustrating.
No, don't use age for that, so I agree with you, Marcus.
There's been some really bad handballs, hasn't there, where it's gone to nobody or gone to completely straight to the opposition, I should say. So you can't keep blaming age and inexperience for that.
By the way, the game in the NRL, which I will now call the NRL for the first time in 4 years after the Bears.
What did you just call it?
The Not At All National Rugby League. The NRL from this point onwards. Full time in Parramatta. The Eels have gone down at home to the Dolphins. The Dolphins 20 to the Parramatta Eels 16. Let's go look at some of the numbers as players are making their way out into their positions on the field. Mitch Turner.
Just quickly, individually, Jordan Clark, 17 disposals for the Dockers. He leads all comers on the ground. Andrew Brayshaw, 15. Shea Bolton, 14 for Collingwood. Crisp, has 16, Dacos has 12, and Fremantle are leading in clearances and contested possession, which was where they were smashed last week by St Kilda. They trail, though, the visiting side, the Pies, by 10 points. Second half underway on ABC Sport, and immediately out of the middle, there's a free kick going the way of the Dockers against Nick Dacos for a hold on Andrew Brayshaw. Handballs it off to Jordan Clark. High ball inside the forward 50. Jackson overran it for the Dockers. Frampton tapped it down. Cameron coughed it up for Collingwood. Tracy's handball wasn't much better. Straight back to the Pies. More by hand back to Howe in the defensive goal square. And a terrific kick out in front of Steele Sidebottom, who takes the mark at right half back. We'll have the chance to kick the ball long up the wing, looking for a target. Darcy Cameron working hard. Gets forward in front of Sean Darcy. And takes the mark for Collingwood. He'll look to move it on. Has to go laterally to fellow West Australian in the Collingwood side, premiership teammate Billy Frampton. Deepest Collingwood defender on the ground. Has the ball in hand. Defensive side of the centre square. Kicks up to a large pack. Sean Darcy went down in front. Fisk came forward. Bolton pushed Dacos of it. Brayshaw for the Dockers. Takes it. Gives it to Johnson. Takes the bounce. Handballs inboard to Shea Bolton. His handball to Switkowski. Klevitz back to Johnson from just inside 50. Kicks on goal and misses. And cops a couple sprays from a few Dockers teammates who were wide open. First score in the third quarter in the second half is a minor one. 7-6-48 Fremantle. 9-3-57 Collingwood. 9-point margin to the Pies.
Out into the right back pocket to Frampton. By the way, if we didn't get your texts at halftime, I'll read them out at three-quarter time. 0437 774 774. Frampton towards the commentary wing. Stretching for it, unable to get it. Cameron, it comes down out the side. The Pies are away. McCreary kicks into the middle of the ground, scooped up by Sullivan. He turns. He's got Long with him. A little 1-2. Back to Sullivan. Kicks inside forward 50. Met by Chris. Couldn't take it cleanly, though. Comes back to McCreary. They might have muddled this up, the Pies. They have. Clark's hand pass wasn't great, but Ryan had time to go back to it. Just got the hand pass to Cox. Runs straight into Membry. Hands it off to Chapman. Why don't they rush it through? And Chapman kicks long up towards right half forward. The punch came from Moore. Back inside forward 50. It comes to Hill. Oh, that's incredible. He's sparkling every time he touches the football, Bobby Hill. What a way to get his seconds from almost nothing. Threw it on the boot in the left forward pocket. The Magpies have got their 10th. Collingwood by 15 points, 10-3-63 to Fremantle, 7-6-48. But I would say you're under pressure right there.
Use the boundary line.
Use the boundary line or use going across the behind line.
The call is spot on. Just get it over the line.
Retain possession and release the pressure.
Was it Chapman the last one?
Chapman.
Yep. He was getting tackled half a metre. Like, that's pressure, isn't it?
That's madness.
So I thought we were looking at the first time where Collingwood have gone inside their forward 50 and haven't been efficient, but their pressure went to a level and I suppose the decision-making that we're talking about on behalf of Fremantle wasn't up to scratch. Comes straight back in, one possession goal.
Well, the AFL will be stoked. That's why they have those rules in place, because they want players to keep it in, but the Fremantle coaching staff would feel a different way. Ball back in the middle. Darcy, Sean variety, taps it forward. Now Darcy Cameron kicks it forward for Collingwood. Ricochets off a couple of sets of hands, taken high through all the traffic. Was Clark for the Dockers, who win the free kick. Disposal number 20 coming up. Has the ball at centre half back. Deepest defender on the field again. Goes short inside the centre square to Brayshaw. Had a short lead from Bolton. Ignored that one. Played on and kicks laterally to Chapman. Heath Chapman thought about going in the corridor. Collingwood shut that off quickly. Forced to kick long down the line. Jackson floating behind. Takes the mark. Howe might have copped one with an accidental knock off the ball. He went to ground. Jackson takes the mark. Kicks inside the forward 50. Was looking for Tracy. And Houston stood in the hole, took the mark, and will go short inside his defensive 50 to McCreary.
He'll flare it towards the right back pocket where the 50's marked on the defensive arc. It comes to Perryman, and that's a nice kick again out towards the boundary line to Membry. He marks right up against where the physios sit for the Magpies. Orange mats rolled out directly beneath our broadcast box. Membry kicks up into the air, and it's only Dockers where it lands, and Warner's able to take the mark. He'll trot back, standing at left half back. He thought about going inside his defensive 50, gets told to move it on. Ran forward, then immediately turned, and this kick needs to be precise. It is over the top of Bobby Hill's head, marked by Chapman. Kicks for Clark to run onto. He marks it right half back.
Had to go.
Just absolutely have to go there.
This, I feel, is a direction as well that they've been told to take at half time.
Make Collingwood defend?
Potentially draw them out a little bit.
Well, they've just gone forward and backwards with 2 kicks to Sharp on the wing, back to Clark where we were moments ago. You could hear the frustration from the Fremantle supporters. All these kicks now have to be absolutely pinpoint because Collingwood standing and filling up space. The kick is to Reid. He marks. He has to play on by hand to Ryan, who's just inboard. Kicks towards the right forward pocket. 2-on-2 battle off the hands of Cameron to the Pies. Spilled down to Tracy. The Switkowski now to Murphy. Reid snaps from the right forward pocket and misses. Another minor score to start proceedings for the Dockers in the third term. 6 minutes gone. Collingwood at 10-3-63. The Dockers 7-7-49.
He had a player open as well, just ahead of him. It was Amos and couldn't hit him. Kick long out to the wing. Cox had front position. Mason. He's paid the free kick. Dacos. Nick, little 1-2 with Lipinski. Kicks up towards Bobby Hill. Can't take the mark, but he gets loose out the back. Scoops it up one-handed. Handballs to Ned Long, who couldn't hold on to it. Fremantle back on the ball. Chapman to Clark. This is all happening at right half back. Bolton now to Brayshaw. He goes short by foot to Josh Tracy. Fremantle fans are saying go, but there's nothing but Collingwood players up ahead. Darcy Moore is just standing in the hole. Tracy eventually goes in that direction. Amos couldn't take the mark. Falls down to Houston, who's tackled over the line. It'll be a boundary throw-in. 55 metres around from the Dockers attacking goal.
So we don't want to go fast, but we're going to kick it to a 3v2.
So, boundary throw-in in the forward half for Fremantle. Darcy Cameron to the front, took possession, couldn't make contact with his boot though. Shea Bolton, his handball was stolen by the Pies. Crisp kicks up the wing. Nice deft kick for Elliott. Marks on the logo. Wheels, has Bobby Hill out the back and hits him on the chest. Man on the mark, 45 from home. Bobby wants to go for goal. He's just sucking in a couple of deep breaths. He worked pretty hard forward, Bobby Hill.
Just caught the Fremantle defence out. I reckon someone would have been ball watching, and Hill got goal side. Slingshot footy. Marked inside 50.
Has 2 goals to his name. Norm Smith medalist. Boy from Northam has the only goal so far this quarter. Bobby Hill kicks from 49 metres out. Turns to the Dockers fans who give him nothing. He's got 3. And the home state boy is breaking their hearts at the moment. 11-3-69 Collingwood, 7-7-49. The Fremantle Dockers margin now a neat 20 points. 8.5 played in the third. Mitch Turner alongside Clint Wilden. For ABC Sport, our experts Sharon Wellingham and Peter Bell.
6 goals from Hill and Elliott. The small forwards have been putting Fremantle to the sword. You wonder how he can get that much space. Sharrod, clearly a very good athlete and quick, but just recognised early that the ball was going to be turned over. Further up the field, it was Jack Crisp. Fortuitous kick, really, out of defence, and Hill was gone.
Chapman
Chapman collapsed to the contest, and that's all he needed.
And again, the awareness of Elliott. Just get it inside, goal side to Bobby Hill.
Mason Cox won it down. Jackson, his rival in the ruck, went out after it. It came to Schultz. Hand pass forward to no one in particular. Sharp got there. For the Dockers, hand pass to space. Sarong scampers out after it. Tackled by Allen. Got a hand pass through to Wagner. Sweeping hand pass down the southern wing to Jackson. Broke the side bottom tackle. Steps back inboard. Finds Wagner. Gets a kick away. Not quite what he wanted. Coming out to meet it, Josh Dacos. Ricocheted off his legs. Down towards Clark. Gathers. Stolen away by Josh Dacos. Tackled by Darcy. Umpire says we'll ball it up between centre wing and right half forward for Freo. Bit of running repairs downstairs for Cameron. He's got the bandages going around the noggin. Umpire spotted a free kick from that restart. It was the non-controlling umpire, I think, who called it. It's coming back here for Fremantle. Sarong's got it. Confess I didn't spot what for, but he kicks back into the middle of the ground for the Dockers and he finds Warner. Marking.
This signal was for a hold, but I didn't see the actual hold.
No, not me. Warner out towards left half forward to Simpson. Simpson kicks Fremantle towards left full forward. Well read by Perryman. Was able to get in front of Frederick and then marking. He fell back to ground. Good grab under pressure in his defensive 50. The Magpies lead 11-3 to 7-7. They're up by 20 points. 11 minutes gone in the third.
It's a wobbler of a kick from Perryman. Just stays inside the boundary line as Lipinski was in the end happy just to make some contact with it and punch it out of bounds. Boundary throw in below our commentary position here at Perth Stadium. Darcy Cameron still on the bench. It's Mason Cox in the ruck. He gets pushed under it by Sean Darcy. Just takes it out of the contest. Kicks a rolling ball forward. Josh Tracy, terrific pickup. Tried to break the tackle from Ned Long. Couldn't. Tossed his handball away. Allen for the Pies. Gathers. Handball across to Josh Dacos. Kicks up the wing. Dockers have the numbers. Pearce and Darcy run into each other. McCreary gets loose out the back. Tries to shake the tackle from Johnson. He can't. Handballs to Membry, who kicks it out of bounds on the fall while being tackled by Ryan. Fremantle have the ball back and Ryan will go quick to Wagner.
Wagner looks to move it on. Precise kick to the logo commentary wing. Sarong marks. Runs into the centre square, then kicks inside forward 50. Big pack up, off hands down to Houston for the Pies. Got it away to Frampton, moved it to Perryman. Kicks back into the middle of the ground. Schultz in space, he marks, running by Crisp. Receives the hand pass, kicks inside forward 50. Front position was Elliott, getting it down to Hill, moved it over the top towards Membry, just outside the goal square. Pressure came, Clark was up to it, great tackle. Moved it to Chapman, then Simpson, and they go short to Ryan, who's been able to mark it. That time, Collingwood unable to get the goal that they probably deserved. And Fremantle move it to left half back where Frederick marks. The Pies still by 20. 13 gone in the third.
Frederick up the wing to Jackson. Was that not paid to Luke Ryan in the back line?
It was paid, but I think he dropped it.
McCreary ran up behind him and pushed him as he kicked it. I just thought it was a 50-metre penalty, but...
Just keep a cash to keep an eye on Sean Darcy, who I thought limped from the field. So just have a look at that, a cash down there on the boundary line, please.
Dockers, a little bit of slow play again. Ryan to Pearce, now out to the broadcast swing. Murphy Reid and an option short in Matthew Johnson. Ignored that. He wants something further afield. Luke Jackson, Darcy Cameron. One-on-one. The guy up in the air. More over the top came to help out. Couldn't take the mark. It falls to Josh Dacos for the Pies. That is a terrific chiselling kick. Up the wing to McCreary, who bites off a dangerous kick to centre half forward. A terrific kick to Will Hoskin-Elliott, who goes into the pocket, and Membry out in space takes the mark. Amazing vision from Beau McCreary to go for that kick. From the broadcast swing to the top of the 50, Collingwood will have another shot for goal.
Now, I know it was off the back of turnover, but... that space should be filled immediately by Fremantle players working back to the corridor and filling up the corridor, because that was an extremely long kick that Beau McCreary's had to pull off, but it was a magical kick.
It's unbelievable. 60 metres across his body to corridor.
Set shot. 35 metres out for Tim Membry. Makes his approach. Kicks on goal. Normally pretty accurate. He's not on this occasion. Minus score 11-4-70 the Pies, 7-7-49 the Dockers. A cash voted are downstairs.
Yeah, just updating on Sean Darcy. He came off the ground. He spent a little bit of time on the exercise bike, and now he's getting some work done to the back of his left knee, sort of high on the calf or right at the back of the knee.
Good for Freo. Good for Darcy's. Clark is able to find Luke Ryan in the left back pocket. He's marked. Collingwood immediately clog up all the space. Oh, that kick's terrible from Ryan. He went back inboard. He wanted Pearce. Instead, stealing it away, Bobby Hill. He'll be able to go back and try and kick his fourth. And Fremantle are just starting to fall apart.
Well, Bobby Hill makes enough of half chances where you try and avoid gifting him almost certain goals. Just alive on defence. Intercepted. Kick wasn't good enough. Longmuir unhappy.
With good reason from that. Bobby Hill, Norm Smith medalist from 2023. In he comes, Hill. Oh, goodness. There is the commentary curse at full effect. He's missed to the right-hand side from right in front and about 35 metres out. That's a let-off for Ryan and the Dockers. 11-5-71 to 7-7-49. 15 gone in the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
That did not get what it deserved. The kick out long from Ryan goes over the back of the pack on the southern wing to Amos. Plays on immediately. Handball to Sarong. Kicks inside the forward 50. Quainer in front of Dudley. Fists it away. Voss and Frampton one-on-one. Both trying to win the ball, and Voss forced over the line in the pocket. The umpire pays a push in the back against Patrick Voss against Billy Frampton. We'll have to see a replay of both competing, the big man in the pocket.
Didn't really need to do it.
No,
Frampton
going out
always
already,
going
wasn't
out.
it?
Yeah.
Patrick Voss tucked up in the right forward pocket. Plays on, runs around, right foot banana. There he goes, off and running. Goal number 2 for Patrick Voss, and a much-needed one for the Dockers. Their first goal of the second half comes in the 17th minute of the third quarter. It ends a run of 4 straight Collingwood goals. The Dockers now 8-7-55. Collingwood 11-5-71. 16-point ball game. The miss from Bobby Hill proves a little costly for Collingwood. Sharad Wellingham, Peter Bell, up here in the ABC Sport box.
Collingwood defenders just overcommitted in the kick-in. Went all the way over the back to Amos, who was the only player who didn't end up flying for the footy, and they went length of ground, and then, probably an unnecessary free kick against from Frampton. Allows Voss a shot from the boundary, and he kicks his second. And to keep Fremantle in this game.
If he ever kicks 6, Pat Voss, he'll run a half marathon in celebration. Goodness me, he gets up and about. High five anyone he can find. Restart. Jackson went over the top of Cameron, won it down. Brayshaw out after it, bounced off his shins. Coming to meet it sharp, bobbled past him, couldn't pick it up. Still there to be won. Wagner emerges with it for the Dockers. Hand pass to Sarong. Threw it on the boot. It'll bounce towards right half forward. Frampton too strong for Voss on that occasion. Gets it for the Magpies. Kicks towards the outer wing. There's Cox. Got a hand pass back for the Dockers to Sarong again. His kick had too much on it for Brayshaw. Stretch. Couldn't get there. Crisp coming the other way was strong. His hand pass picked up by Sullivan. Magpies through Houston. Into the middle of the ground it goes. Good backing up, and the Dockers on this occasion apply pressure to Long, and he's taken to ground by Wagner. Collingwood for a moment looked like they were away through the middle. The Dockers hung on, and they lock it in the middle of the ground.
Darcy Cameron, Luke Jackson. Cameron taps it down. Sarong comes away with it though. Little 1-2. With Cooper Simpson, runs into a bit of trouble. Now just hacks a kick forward. Moore punches it away from Tracy Switkowski. The first one onto it for the Dockers. Handballs to Frederick, back on the broadcast wing. Kicks into the pocket, height advantage to Howe. Almost took the mark. Moore came in and stole it. Howe had the height advantage on Dudley and would have taken the mark, but his captain whipped it out of his hand and was tackled. Now it's a ball up. Inside Fremantle's forward 50. Jackson taps it back into the corridor. Wagner tackled immediately by Sullivan. Wrapped up, ball up. 16 points, the margin, the Dockers. 1 goal this quarter, the Collingwood 2. Jackson and Cameron go at it again. Tap down to Murphy Reid. He'll be locked up. Not going anywhere. Another ball up inside the Dockers attacking 50.
Up it goes. Jackson pumped it back towards the corridor. Allen was there for the Magpies. Wobbled a kick towards centre wing. Continues on its way. McCreery battling alongside Warner. And Warner's able to take it across the boundary line for a neutral ball right beneath our broadcast position on the northern wing. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport, thanks to ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital. As always, the ABC Listen app. We'll head downstairs to a cash in just a moment. Ball back into play. Jackson grapples with Cameron. Jackson got it down, but only as far as Lipinski. Ball goes up in the air. Bolton couldn't do much with it. Slapped back by Crisp off the ground. Okay, according to the officials. Cameron kicks towards right half forward. Brennan Cox emerges with it from the contest. Hand pass to Simpson. Did well to step around McCreary. And he'll kick it short and he'll find Bolton, who marks. That was well worked from Fremantle under pressure. Working their way back into this game. They trail by 16 points. Bolton goes short. Finds Brayshaw. Now this is where they can sometimes get stuck. Is Collingwood fill every available spot on the ground. They kick towards a pack at left half forward. It's off the hands of Cameron and out for a boundary throw in. A Cash Fodor on the boundary.
Sean Darcy did plenty of run-throughs. He didn't look entirely comfortable, but he is about to come back onto the ground.
Jack Crisp up to 21 disposals for Collingwood on the back of that milestone game last week. Jordan Clark, 24 for the Dockers. Darcy Cameron beat Luke Jackson off both hands. Frederick couldn't take it to the Dockers. Schultz could. He gave it to McCreary, who was tackled immediately. Ball up. Attacking side. The broadcast wing for the Dockers. Luke Jackson. Darcy Cameron. Both throw their hands at it. Comes down the way of Lipinski to Collingwood. Snap around the body. Tumbles end on end. Cox stood under it. Just punches it forward to the other Cox in Brennan. Shakes the tackle of Hoskin Elliott. The Dockers have the ball. Short handball to Pearce. Nice little checked kick over the tops of Bolton. Played on in front of the interchange gates. Now has trouble. Steps around Lipinski. Little spin. Then a short kick to Andrew Brayshaw. Handball to the runner Murphy Reid. Lead short in the pocket. Dudley. That's the magic of Shea Bolton. He got himself in a little bit of trouble, and as quick as he got into it, he got out of it. And now Dudley will have a set shot from about 40 metres out. Really tight angle to the left.
And some good play from Alex Pearce, who drove legs, took the ground in front of him, opened up the play for Fremantle.
Has one already. You think Pat Voss likes a celebration? So too does Isaiah Dudley. Kick is on the way and it's just right. Minor score, 8-8-56 Fremantle, 11-5-71 Collingwood, 22 minutes gone in the third term.
Magpies decide to go towards the southern wing from Josh Dacos to Frampton. Long kick, and that's, Alex Pearce had two goes at it. Brought it to ground against Hoskin Elliott, spilled out of his grasp, and then it comes towards Sharp, who's immediately tackled. Ball up.
That's a good half from Will Hoskin Elliott, opposed to the Fremantle captain.
Certainly appeared that Pearce was going to mark it for a moment. Darcy won it down for Fremantle, went out after it himself. Ball still on the deck. Socked by Johnson inboard. It came to Switkowski, then to Bolton. Hand pass for Simpson. Runs straight into a tackle to Quaynor. Ball spills out the side. Looking to attack it, Clark. McCreary has infringed. He's held him on the way through. Clark will have the free kick at centre half forward. Sharp was on out to his left at left half forward. Now everyone's suggesting that he finds someone inside 50 and he kicks it straight up the middle and turns it over, almost like he was looking for Darcy Moore, who marks in front of his defensive goal square, the Collingwood captain. The Magpies are 11-5-71. The Dockers 8-8-56. 23 gone in the third. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Moore kicks up to the wing. Luke Ryan punches it down to Sharp for Freo, who is tackled immediately. Could have had a shot, almost Jordan Clark. He had the range.
You need to do better. So Fremantle in the second and third quarter have had one mark inside 50. Guess who had it? Isaiah Dudley.
Wouldn't have picked that. Out of the stoppage again. Bolton spins. Gives it to Brayshaw. Back to Bolton. Kicks inside the forward 50. Voss had one crack too. Couldn't take it. Clever tap by Dudley. Murphy Reid. Tight to the boundary, too tight. Quaynor works him over.
So the smallest player in the entire league is the only player to have marked for Fremantle inside forward 50 in 2 quarters of football.
Yeah, by my calculations.
He wasn't contested, though.
Still a mark. Jackson against Cameron. Jackson with the first touch. Spilled back to Cameron. Then he's tackled by Jackson. Got a hand pass out to Sharp. Threw it on the boot, but to nowhere in particular. Lipinski picks it up off the ground. Nice hand pass to Josh Dacos. Kicks beyond defensive 50 and hits Membry on the chest. He's at right half back, gave it to Long. Brayshaw applied some late pressure. Means the kick tumbles into space on the southern wing, but Allen's there. Gathers for the Magpies, sweeping it forward to Hill. Steps inside, Johnson who legs him. He's definitely there. Dockers fans won't like it. He stepped back, Johnson stretching, just got out of his grasp, and Johnson made contact with the ankle. Hill looks to go short to Long. Brayshaw did well, knocked it down. It came to Frederick, then to Switkowski. Hand pass to Simpson through the middle of the ground. He runs towards the centre circles, kicks inside for 50. Cameron back there again. Great defensive mark against Reed. And he'll flare it out to right half back where Lipinski will mark. Still no change to that score. The Magpies by 15, 25 gone in the third.
Lipinski up the wing to Moore, who could mark and just continue running. Collingwood have the numbers. Kicks inside the forward 50. Pearce did well, got to the front. Works it out in front of Brayshaw. On hands and knees, gives it to Chapman, and Fremantle can exit defensive 50. Out in front of Allen, one-on-one with Matthew Johnson. Ball goes out of bounds on the southern wing.
Fremantle fans might not like this, but Sean Darcy's just taken a seat in the back row of the Fremantle bench.
Akash voted out downstairs. Big news to the Dockers.
Yeah, that's right. As Sharad said, Sean Darcy's gone to the back of the bench. Erasmus is currently shirtless, but about to put his playing jumper on, and Sean Darcy has an ice pack on that left knee.
Saw a shot of him in tears, Sean Darcy. He was pretty upset when the news came through that he was exiting the ground from the stoppage. Jackson gives it to Wagner of the Dockers, to Ryan. Clever little kick inside the centre circle to Switkowski. Fremantle fans, you can hear it through the effect saying, go forward. He goes laterally. Pearce has the ball on the logo, broadcasting the Dockers trail by 15, 26 gone in the third term.
They should just shit out. Kick it forward. Here's Clark. Big shout out to Josh Garlop. Clark on centre wing. He's able to move it into the chest of Amos. Amos goes dangerously across half forward. It worked okay. Marked there by Ryan. Schultz was right there, but that kick was precise. Ryan sends it deep towards the left forward pocket. Jackson got up, couldn't mark. Spills down to Chris, then to Lipinski for the Magpies, again to Sullivan. They clear their defensive 50 out towards Perryman, who took a big divot out of the turf, which does look much better tonight than in recent weeks, to be fair, as he tumbles forward in a sprawling mark at right half back for the Pies.
Short kick up the wing to Lipinski. Seconds running out. Collingwood are going to run out of time here to score, but they'll be okay with that. So third quarter will end with Collingwood holding a 15-point lead on the road. 11-5-71 Collingwood. The Fremantle Dockers 8-8-56. If they ever needed a response, it's going to have to come in the final term for Fremantle.
So, off a 5-day break, Collingwood will take a 15-point advantage into the final term. They led by 5 at quarter time, by 10 at the half. They've stretched that to 15 at three-quarter time. 11-5-71 to 8-8-56. The goal kickers, Bobby Hill's got 3 for the Pies. So too Jamie Elliott. Singles to Chris, Hoskin Elliott, Nick Dacos, Long and Cox. While for Fremantle, 2 to Tracy, 2 to Voss. Singles to Brayshaw, to Sharp, to Pearce and to Dudley. The big news for the Dockers, though, injury-wise, Sean Darcy almost in tears off the ground, subbed out the left knee injury. He had an ice pack on that knee when he was sitting on the back of the bench. There's a quarter to come, and it bodes like it could be a beauty. Hope you can join us. Stick around here. Thursday Night Footy on ABC Sport, on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Sullivan kicks inside forward 50, met by Chris, couldn't take it cleanly though, comes back to McCreery. They might have muddled this up, the Pies, they have. Clark's hand pass wasn't great, but Ryan had time to go back to it. Just got the hand pass to Cox, runs straight into Membry, hands it off to Chapman. Why don't they rush it through? And Chapman kicks long up towards right half forward. The punch came from Moore, back inside forward 50. It comes to Hill. Oh, that's incredible. He's sparkling every time he touches the football, Bobby Hill. What a way to get his seconds.
Crisp kicks up the wing. Nice depth kick for Elliott. Marks on the logo. Wheels. Has Bobby Hill out the back and hits him on the chest. Man on the mark, 45 from home. Bobby wants to go for goal. Has the only goal so far this quarter. Bobby Hill kicks from 49 metres out. Turns to the Dockers fans who give him nothing. He's got 3. And the home state boy is breaking their hearts at the moment. Handball to Sarong. Kicks inside the forward 50. Quainer in front of Dudley. Fists it away. Boss and Frampton one-on-one. Both trying to win the ball. And Boss forced over the line in the pocket. The umpire pays a push in the back to Patrick Voss against Billy Frampton. Patrick Voss tucked up in the right forward pocket. Plays on. Runs around. Right foot banana. There he goes, off and running. Goal number 2 for Patrick Voss and a much-needed one for the Dockers. Their first goal of the second half. It ends a run of 4 straight Collingwood goals.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Three-quarter time here at Perth Stadium for Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. It's the Pies leading the Dockers by 15 points. 11-5-71 Collingwood. Fremantle 8-8-56. Before we get back into action for the fourth term, and we'll read a couple of your texts out very, very shortly. Let's get the thoughts from our ABC Sport commentary team up in the box. Premiership player at the Pies, Sharad Wellingham. Dual Premiership player at North Melbourne, Peter Bell.
Well, I think the key stat for me, Sharad, is 46 inside 50s for Fremantle.
Yep.
Collingwood have only had 26. Now, Fremantle have kicked 8 goals from their 46. Collingwood have kicked 11 from their 26. We've been talking about efficiency all day. Fremantle just haven't been able to tie off some good work by getting a scoring opportunity, and in particular, a mark inside 50. 3 marks inside 50 for the match versus 10. What Collingwood have been able to do is find other ways to score as well.
Yeah. But also on the back of 11 goals from 26 inside 50s for Collingwood, that's too high. That's too efficient.
Yep.
So they need to stop letting Collingwood be efficient and increase their efficiency, and it would be a completely different ball game.
I can only imagine that instruction early in that third quarter for Fremantle to go slow was built around can we move the ball in and set up defence behind it because we're vulnerable on the counter attack maybe. But what it did. Well, it didn't really give Fremantle a chance to score, and Collingwood found a way to score anyway. We saw that one with Bobby Hill getting goal side as Heath Chapman collapsed into a contest that he had no real business being in.
And I feel like Fremantle really like being up high so they can defend in a really tight defensive half of the ground. But that's almost being their undoing because they are getting done out the back because Collingwood are finding that win in a contest, it'd be a 1-on-1 or a 2v2, getting a mark and then moving the ball quickly and, like you said, getting that out the back play. If they do go fast, yes, they may be exposed, but at least they're going to have some defenders who are going to have some depth.
And if you want to press up your defence, you got to hope that your forwards are putting on pressure.
Are efficient.
And that's not really happening. So Collingwood are bouncing it out and getting their looks.
Some of the key numbers, clearances, 34-22 the way of the Dockers. Contested possession, they lead Collingwood by 8. They have turned around the 2 biggest issues from last week against St Kilda, but they trail by 15 points. Individually, Jordan Clark, he has 26 for Fremantle. No one has more on the ground. Andrew Brayshaw has 23 disposals. Luke Ryan, 22. Shea Bolton, 21. And before I just get you flick over there, I'm fighting with Belly for the computer. Jack Crisp has 22 touches for Collingwood. Josh Dacos, 16. Darcy Cameron, 14. Now you can go. Whoever is this, Sharad? Peter? Who is it?
That was me. That was my bad.
Go for it now. You can
I thought you'd memorised all those stats.
Clint's looking at the text line, so you can do that while I...
0437 774 774. Glenn and Sam, hi all listening around the campfire. 300 k's northwest of Alice Springs. What a fossil thing. Loving the broadcast. Go the Pies. Mickey G says Freo are doing what Fremantle do. Come on, Freo. Switch on. And I love this bit of flag waving from Timmy Blackburn. Evening, Clinton team. I presume from your call and mention of Sandgropers playing for the Pies, there are no Victorians playing in WA. With that level of passion for your state team, you could be an honorary West Australian. We were just talking about the reasons, I would say, that Darcy Cameron is going to stay with the Pies. It's because of all his WA mates from his school days and his under-18s that are over there. Final term is underway, and Jackson will bring it away for the Dockers. Brayshaw able to tap it. Wanted to try and find Clark and couldn't. And immediately Nick Dacos is onto it. Gets a shove in the back against Simpson. Be a downfield free kick, and this will lead for an opportunity to have a shot at goal for the Magpies. And it's Jamie Elliott who'll have it. And he'll start from beyond the boundary at left half forward and put boot to ball from about 52 out. Meantime, a cash voted are downstairs.
The sub has been made for Collingwood. Markov is on and still side bottom at the back of the bench.
He's getting plenty of advice over the fence. Jamie Elliott looking for his fourth. He brings himself inboard, sends the kick towards goal. It's got plenty on it. I reckon it's got the distance. It's through for a goal. The Magpies fans go berserk behind the goals at the Farmer Freeway ends. And that's goal 307 for him, his fourth of the game, bringing him level with Chris Tarrant for the 14 most goals in Collingwood's rich history. Jamie Elliott with 4. The opening goal coming within about 70 seconds of the final term. 12-5-77 the Pies. Fremantle 8-8-56. They're up by 21.
Feels like Jamie Elliott's done that sort of kick 25 or 30 times at least out of those goals, Clint. He just nails them, and sometimes when the match is on the line, valuable lesson learnt by Cooper Simpson early in his AFL career. Undisciplined.
I also think that he may have had death eyes at whoever was giving him the advice over the bench too.
He did. He didn't look like he said anything or made any gesture. He just stared at them, Jamie Elliott.
You don't have to give them the bird. That's the perfect response.
Oh, you need to learn from that. Ball back in the middle. Nick Dacos again. Handball off to Jack Crisp. Inside the forward 50. On the bounce to Elliott. Clever tap. Trying to get it to Sullivan. Straight to Simpson, though, of the Dockers. He gives it to Brennan Cox, who handballs to Johnson under pressure. Nice handball in to Luke Ryan. He'll kick up the broadcast wing. Darcy Moore, terrific early body on Josh Tracy. Took the intercept mark.
Had other options, Ryan. He had Brayshaw short.
Darcy Moore, up and under kick. Up in the Membry direction. Jackson floated across. Couldn't take the mark for the Dockers. They do win it, though. Simpson got it to Brayshaw. Somehow got a handball to Bolton. Now to Luke Ryan. This time checks the snap a little and finds Johnson, who goes inboard to Sarong, who holds the mark.
What a great hand pass, though. Clark's out after it, and immediately as he gathers, he runs straight into a big tackle. Oh, it's hurt too.
I think Schultz is in
out.
a lot of trouble.
Schultz is down on his back. He's got one arm up in the air. He doesn't know where he is, Schultz. Meantime, the Magpies have got it. They'll kick inside forward 50, and Elliott marks. Wow, that was a huge collision.
They got to get him off the ground, and they are.
Oh, he can't stand.
Oh,
gosh,
over.
He can't
that's
stand.
Terrible.
It's fallen straight in his face.
He was coming straight towards his opponent. It was an enormous.
They need to sit him down, lay him down.
I reckon it.
Just can't stand. Don't carry him off.
Yeah, hip bone. Yeah, this is not nice. No, shooter.
Oh, he's tough.
He's told his physios to go away, but for a moment there it looked like his knees were about to go a second time. Meantime, the shot at goal is a long one from Elliott, and he has kicked it from 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle to the right. He's got 5 now, and he holds 14th spot on that goal-kicking record for Collingwood, all to himself, going past Chris Tarrant. Collingwood 13-5-83 to the Dockers 8-8-56. If we wondered how they'd be coping with the final term after a 5-day break, well, they'll come out and kick the opening 2 goals of this term. Their lead is 27 points. Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham.
Well, to be honest, my eyes were not on the goal kick. I was firmly planted on Lachie Schultz, who laid a magnificent tackle, but has worn the brunt of Clark running at full pace.
The bony part of the hip, I reckon, Sharad.
Yeah, it was a really hard watch, and I hope that Lockie's okay.
We'll get down to a cash shortly. You asked who stands up for the Dockers in big moments. That's what they're looking for from Lachie Schultz. He stood in front of the Dockers player, and that lifted Collingwood. They all got to him. Ball back in the middle. Dockers trying to tap it forward their way. Handball to Cameron for the Pies. Tries to get it to Nick Dacos. Bolton pushed him off it, then breaks the tackle. Handball to Luke Jackson. Sarong from the centre square. Kicks it in the Voss direction. Frampton. Too tall, too strong. Takes the mark. We'll go laterally to Howe. A cash voted are downstairs.
Yeah, they're taking Lockie Schultz down to the rooms, which is no surprise. And just a reminder, the sub was made at three-quarter time by Collingwood, and that was a tactical decision to take Steel Side Bottom out of the game.
Howe goes up the wing. Jackson stands tall for Fremantle.
Which gives Fremantle some sort of chance in this game, given all the other circumstances. Another one down in the rotations, Collingwood.
Luke Jackson, southern wing, kicks a high ball into the pocket. Collingwood have the numbers. Darcy Moore floated across, couldn't take it in the end. Had to handball quickly to Ed Allen, who goes to Perryman, who had time, was caught. Bolton got him. Fremantle need to make a push. Bolton has ball in hand. 60 from home, short kick to Brayshaw's not a good one. He's able to knock it to his advantage, Brayshaw, then gives it to Sharp, little handball. Back to Brayshaw, back to Sharp, tackled out of bounds, a mess.
Interesting move, subbing Neil Erasmus into the game, but then starting him on the interchange in the last quarter. I mean,
it's an enormous bit of courage from Schultz to stand there. This was worn the right shoulder. I think it was actually from that angle. From Clark. Fremantle win the ruck tap. It comes to Chapman at left half forward. Floats a kick inside, attacking 50. Moore tapped it down, came back to Switkowski. And off a step, he kicks the goal. 30 metres out, almost in front. Just to the left-hand side of the left-hand upright. That's a much, much needed goal for the Dockers. Brings the margin back to 21 points at the 7-minute mark of the final term. 13-5-83 to Fremantle, 9-8-62. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Peter Bell and Sharad Willingham, our experts.
Bell, you mentioned it. The interchange and rotation for Collingwood now is going to play into the game. And for mine, I would love to see Fremantle to play a faster-paced game, not what they did in the third quarter. I want to see them continue to take the game on, move it with pace, and really try and run Collingwood off their legs.
They have a faint glimmer of hope, but it's about run, you're right. All other things considered, the short turnaround for Collingwood, the long trip across the Nullarbor, the lack of rotations in this last quarter, that seems to be the recipe for Fremantle.
Collingwood still, though, hold a 21-point lead. They have the advantage. Back in the middle, Jackson overran it. Cameron, hands and knees for Collingwood. Ball ends up underneath him, ripped out by the Dockers. Sarong trying to get it to go Fremantle's way. Somehow got it to Chapman. High kick towards centre half forward. Frederick and Markov wrestling. Collingwood win it back. Lipinski out the back of the pack. Kicks out towards the southern wing. Jordan Clark leads the race to the Dockers. Ball wouldn't sit for him. Perryman steals it to Collingwood. Gives it to Dacos. Handball back to Perryman. Trying to get it back to Dacos or Quainer. They run into each other. Quainer eventually tackled by Tracy, and the pressure is relieved. As Peter Bell says, a high tackle. They're under a little bit of siege there, Collingwood. When they get the reprieve, and Quainer wins the free kick at right half back. Collingwood still lead by 21 points. 8.5 minutes into the final term.
Quainer does kick towards the outer wing. Oh, big fly from Elliott, but he couldn't quite get there. And Pearce, who was underneath all of that, has taken the mark. Elliott came a long way back and launched. Pearce goes back to Ryan at left half back. He'll flare the ball out towards right half back, where Chapman marks and plays on immediately and turns it over. Straight down the throat of McCreary on the logo on the commentary wing. You know what normally happens now. The ball's moved to Hill, left half forward. He pops it inside forward 50, and Jamie Elliott will end up with a chance to have a shot on goal.
Well, it's a poor turnover from Chapman, but he had 30 metres of grass in front of him, so just run at the game and someone will press you in defence anyway and get the ball over to the top to the same player. Why try and kick it through the defence when you can run it through?
Story of Fremantle's season will be now that Collingwood will kick this goal. Jamie Elliott will wheel around. He will kick towards goal, and he only doesn't get the major because Chapman was back there and he got a hand on it on the behind line. Didn't get quite enough height as he would have liked, Elliott, so it's a minor score. Rushed behind. 13-6-84. They dodged one then, Freo. 9-8-62. 10 gone in the last.
Ryan out to Warner from Fremantle, and out beyond defensive 50 at left half back to Sharp. Just holds the ball for a while. Goes short. Back inside defensive 50 to Chapman, who's dangerous switch kick across the middle of the 50. Somehow found Brennan Cox before Elliott got to him. Cox's kick Up the wing, Frederick Marks. He turns and goes quick. Gives it to Erasmus, who goes back. Had to be brave, was.
Darcy Moore was kind then.
Could have did some real damage to Neil Erasmus. Erasmus goes short to Wagner. Wagner into the pocket. Tracy had a lot of it. He was spoiled by his own man. Drops the ball off Brampton. Gave it straight to Reid of the Dockers. His snap won't make the distance. It's marked on the goal line by Allen, who handballs out to Josh Dacos. Kicks out in front of Membry on the southern wing.
Membry couldn't get it cleanly. Pearce gathers. Membry tackles him. He just got a hand pass away. The Dockers skipper. It came to Warner. Sends it towards full forward. Tracy crashes the pack down to Bolton. Gets a kick away. Floating towards goal. Now, did it just have enough on it? It did. Desperate effort by Oleg Markov on the goal line to try and get a touch on it. But there was enough on the kick to see it sail through. And Shea Bolton gets his first of the evening. And all of a sudden, Collingwood's lead is back to 16 points. 13-6-84 to 10-8-68. The Dockers, 11 gone in the final term.
Floated the whole way there, didn't it, Belly? It wasn't a clean kick.
Can't believe it made it, yeah.
Can't believe it made it there, but it's there, and the pressure is now mounting on Collingwood.
Just saw a shot of Craig McRae, and there was a little bit of stress there for sure.
When that was a holding the ball on the wing that Membray got on Pearce as well.
How they didn't call that. He looked like he threw it out, Alex Pearce.
Well, he took him to the ground, and then the handball that was barely a handball was made as he'd been tackled to the ground. So a letter of the law, one miss there, but that happens in football.
Gee, some bodies flew in that pack inside 50 as well. That was a massive collision by all. All players okay, though. Ball back in the middle. Patrick Voss in the ruck for the Dockers. Sean Darcy's been subbed out. Cameron trying to tap it to a teammate, Dacos. Had to take it off the deck. Eventually did. Stolen, though, by Johnson. Voss, he's dispossessed by Hill. Now Chapman for the Dockers. Little handball to Brayshaw. To Simpson. Nice handball left to Jordan Clark. Running through the middle of Perth Stadium. Terrific kick. The centre half forward. Dudley has it. Has the player open inside the 50. It's Murphy Reid. Oh, boy. Murphy Reid, set shot, 35 metres out, 45-degree angle to the right to cut the margin to 10 points.
Take about Cooper Simpson there at half-back. Beautiful handball. Knew where his numbers were. It's good to see another decent ball user back in the back seven for Fremantle, and he's had an impact today, Simpson.
Murphy Reid, one of the favourites for the rising star, this young Docker. Kick is on the way. The Dockers are back in this. Fremantle are coming. And the bell's tolling. 10 points the margin. 11-8-74 Fremantle. 13-6-84 Collingwood. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport. Jared Wellingham, Peter Bell. The sign goes up on the big screen. The bell's toll. Wharfie time is what they call it.
They have an opportunity, Fremantle, and so far the signs are good. But you know that any come-from-behind victory against Craig McRae's team is going to be hard-earned. And Collingwood aren't going to make it easy for Fremantle, as you'd expect. We're set for a barnstorming finish.
It's a stadium-shaking roar. The Purple Horde has found its voice. Back to within 10 points. Can Collingwood steady? But Brayshaw will get the clearance away. It was meant for Erasmus. Down to Wagner. Now to Switkowski. Sweeping hand pass for Simpson. McCreary's got him! Great tackle by McCreary. Wrapped him up. Ball jars out. Free kick Collingwood. That was a goal saver. McCreary then plays it cleverly out to Howe, who marks hard up against the boundary at left half back.
Should have been 50 metres for Collingwood. Both Fremantle players ran off the mark. They got confused with each other, but the game goes on.
Howe comes towards Cameron, who got away from his opponent and marks uncontested. Centre wing northern side. Collingwood kicking to the Farmer Freeway end, the left of our broadcast position in this final term. They lead by 10, 15 gone in the last. Kicks towards left half forward. Clever from Chris, couldn't mark. But stretching, the little touch was enough to make sure it didn't go out of bounds on the full. Throw in left half forward for the Pies. who unbelievably now find the pressure all on them. They're in front by double digits, a 10-point lead.
They didn't get the win last week, but no one does the close ones better than Collingwood. Crisp from the stoppage. High ball inside 50. Pearce went back for the Dockers. Couldn't take the mark. In there supporting is Ryan. He's tackled. This is their bread and butter, Collingwood. Tight, hard games of football. Ball deep inside their attacking 50. Cox in front of Jackson. Jackson takes it out of the ruck though. Kick smothered by Elliott. Wagner. Underground handball outside 50. Houston first there for the Pies. Handballs into Cameron, who dropped low and was taken high by Tracy. Free kick, Collingwood. Darcy Cameron, disposal 17 coming up for him. Has the bandages on the head. Kicks it high into the pocket. It's drifting wide. The Dockers spoil each other. Pearce and Ryan both trying to knock it out of bounds. It does so in the end. It'll be a boundary throw in deep inside. Collingwood's attacking 50. They still hold a 10-point lead. 16 minutes gone in the last. Thursday night footy on ABC Sport.
Ball put back in. Rucks go at it. Jackson caressed it to ground. Oh, Crisp emerges with it. Crisp snaps and goals for Collingwood. He's got his second. Just read that beautifully. Jack Crisp, the most ever in terms of consecutive games and delivering on Thursday night footy. 14-6-90 to 11-8-74. Back to a 16-point lead, the Pies, at the 17-minute mark of the last.
Forward 50 goals, so valuable. Crisp's had a ripper night, 27 disposals, 14 ground balls, and just
665 metres
as
game.
well, and add a couple of goals into that.
The beauty of the last couple of passages of play from Collingwood was the willingness to just go to the boundary line and take a stoppage, because it takes time off the clock. They're in front. They don't need to, bury them in goals. They just need to make sure they stay in front. And their ability to make the right decision. Darcy's decision to put it in the pocket. He knows that if they don't win the marking contest, it's going to be a forward 50 stoppage.
Darcy Cameron stands in the middle, opposed to Luke Jackson. Ball goes up in the air. Cameron tapped it down through the hands, though, of Sullivan or Perryman. It came out the Dockers' way. Brayshaw, 1-2 with Switkowski. Handballs inside the 50. Tracy coughs it straight up to Perryman. High kick to the wing. Sullivan 1v1 with Warner. Takes a one-hander, Lockie Sullivan. Oh, he was the villain last year for the Pies. And that was a big moment. Wins the one-on-one, goes wide, and Lipinski takes the mark.
Just some overuse by Fremantle. Switkowski handball to Brayshaw, who was being tackled.
16 points the margin. Lipinski kicks it up the line. Floating across Jackson from the side.
Great mark.
Strong mark for the Dockers and handballs forward to Sarong. Runs into trouble. Peels off a dangerous kick in the middle. A terrific one. Between traffic to Erasmus, who's going to play on.
Does decide to play on. Kicks inside forward 50. Doubly marks. In line with the right-hand goalposts. He'll go back and shoot from about 45 out.
He's making a mockery of this. Two marks inside 50s of Fremantle's 5. What a kick from Sarong, though.
Oh, and the play on from Jackson. Takes the mark. He's on the ground. Gets the handball off to Sarong while he's still on his knees.
Isaiah Dudley. Boots cross the 50. Looking for his second of the night. Kicks on its way. It's a poor kick. It's out to the left-hand side and a minor score. 11-9-75 the Dockers. 14-6-90 the Pies. 19 gone in the last.
Quainer receives the kick out. Pies by 15. Cameron and Cox wait down the line. Jackson and Pearce are there too. That's the direction it goes in. No one can take the mark. Crisp coming through. He's had a massive night. Loses the ball. Dockers have it back. Frederick through traffic. Kicks inside the 50. Frampton's position 1A. No Docker could get there. He takes the chest mark. The kick went straight to him, really.
Just got to keep your head. There's heaps of time in this game for Fremantle. They need to think their way through it.
Frampton will go back looking for his bigs again. Kicks out to the wing. Pearce for the Dockers. Punched it forward. Kicked back to him. Pearce gathered. Handball to Frederick. Run down by Quainer. Dropped the ball. Umpire said play on. Here go the Pies. Lipinski kicks up towards Elliott. One-on-one with Ryan. Ryan wins out, punches it into space. McCreary over Collingwood. The first one onto it. Runs onto the logo. Kicks inside 50. Elliott! Jamie Elliott to give the Pies a settler to put the margin back out beyond 21 points, 21 points exactly, for a career-high 6 goals.
That is elite work rate. Up the field, hard back. He ran hard, too hard for Luke Ryan, and ended up being the third man into the contest. Exceptional play.
Jamie Elliott normally is as clutch as they come. Jamie Elliott has 6 goals, and age is but a number for the Pie. Margin back out to 21 points. 15-6-96 Collingwood, 11-9-75, an equal career high for Jamie Elliott, who is having a cracking month of footy. Thursday night footy on ABC Sports. Jared Wellingham, Peter Bell.
Amazing play from Elliott, and he's been outstanding. Just taken every opportunity that he's been presented of. I can only think of one maybe miss that he's had, just based on elite level work rate. That goal, he wanted it the most, and he had the skill to back up his hard work as well.
Another great response from the Pies. Bounce again in the middle on the Freo Dockers got now. Jackson goes out after his own tap. Got it to Sarong. Kicks up the corridor, and Houston underneath it. Drops the mark, but able to regather. Trots back the Magpie. Works himself onto his right boot and kicks towards the outer wing. Went past Bobby Hill. Hand pass forward Chapman. Might have been taken high in the process. Only got it as far as Hill. Shared it with Dacos. Hill takes a bounce. Pops a clever hand pass over the top. Sullivan decides to chip it short. He's able to find Elliott. Lost possession of the football in an attempted hand pass. It spilled out to Brayshaw. Brayshaw kicks towards the centre circles. On the bounce. Gathered by Jackson. Dumps it long. 2-on-2 battle inside forward 50. Tracy brought it to ground. Going through Reed, tried to gather, got a hand pass. It was intercepted by Cameron to Quaynor. Clever tap to Allen. Knew he couldn't take possession. And then Allen kicks towards the southern wing. Nick Dacos trapped it, gathered it beautifully, magically. Down McCreary, and then kicks inside the centre square and finds Sullivan, who marks and says, let's just cool down for a moment, everybody.
Oh, missed Bobby Hill.
All alone, as Jared Wellingham said. He had 40 metres of space. Instead, he goes
Pick
wide
to
Hoskin Elliott, who goes into the pocket to guess who? Jamie Elliott. Oh,
who was selflessly standing at the top of the 50, pointing at Bobby Hill, saying, kick it to him. Didn't get used and made his way out to space.
Fremantle had their look. Luke Jackson had 3 players, and he just went long. Yeah, there were players.
It was the wrong decision.
Open. Yeah.
Jamie Elliott has never kicked 7 goals in an AFL game.
Couldn't really see him missing.
Peter Bell.
Seriously, the way he's been hitting him tonight.
He's called it already. Jamie Elliott, with veterans missing. Jamie Elliott stands tall and misses.
I'm sorry, Collingwood fans. The
Thank
curse.
you, Peter.
Put the curse on.
Oh, he misses. 15-7-97 Collingwood, 11-9-75 the Dockers, 24 gone in the last.
They send it quickly towards left half back. Pearce has come up there and he takes the mark against Houston. Dockers with Ryan with the kick-in duties. Looking to switch play here. It comes back to Ryan inside his defensive 50. He'll switch play towards right half back. Cox with acres of space to work with. Marks and plays on to Switkowski on centre wing. Switkowski, dangerous kick. Tried to find Brayshaw. Houston knocked it to ground. Ball spilled away from Clark. Josh Dacos gathered. His hand pass intercepted by Sarong. He broke the tackle of Long. Hand on to Wagner. Chris got him. Ball jarred out. Players pile over the football. Brayshaw somehow got it to Frederick to Switkowski. Hand pass to Johnson at right half forward. Hard up against the boundary line. Centering kick is met by the Pies. Out to Mark Howe. Not the high flyer you sometimes expect, but desperation defence. He dived forward to take it. Plays on off a step, kicks around the body and turns it over.
Went off his line and the umpire called play on from the instruction from Bolton, which was very smart.
Brayshaw marks it right half forward.
All the numbers flooding back inside the 50. Andrew Brayshaw kicks it to the top of the goal square. Big pack flies, no mark taken. Moore cleverly taps it over the behind line. That's what you do under pressure. You knock it through, and that is experience and poise from Collingwood. 11-10-76 Fremantle, 15-7-97 Collingwood. 25 and a half gone in the final term.
Pies through Howe. They're looking for Mason Cox, who got hands to it but couldn't mark. Spills down for the Dockers. Clark kicks inside forward 50, and Amos. The ball coming over his right shoulder. He's able to mark right in front of goal. He'll put boot to ball from 45 out, and he cannot mess around. Normally quite a deliberate approach. Good crowding tonight. Eventually they got here. 47,780. Here's Jai Amos. Sends it on its way. It's floating across to the right, and Amos has missed. And that'll just about do it, you'd suspect, at the 26-minute mark of the final term. The Magpies' lead is 20 points.
Couple of minutes left. Jeremy Howe leans back on the kick, just kicks it beyond defensive 50. The two Coxes go at it, off hands, out of bounds. There'll be another post-mortem of sorts for the Dockers this week. Nothing like last week, but still it's not 4 points. And Collingwood, well, they're marching towards a valuable victory. Ball spun back in. Ned Long, tackled high. Free kick, Collingwood. Long up the wing to Jamie Elliott. He's a long way from home. He has 6 goals, an equal career high. Chips up the boundary line to Long. Collingwood happy just to take the sting out of this contest. Long points in that direction. Kicks up towards left half forward. In front, Darcy Cameron can't mark. Knocked away by Jackson. Fremantle have it back. Brayshaw to the run of Brennan Cox. Looping handball to centre half back. Clark to Switkowski. Now to Amos. Handballs into the centre circle for Sarong. Back to Clark by hand, who kept going. Almost run down. Kicks inside the forward 50. Howe dropped the mark, did all the work. Then couldn't hold on to it. He's lost his boot in the process. Tracy in there for the Dockers. Crashes in. Ball up inside the forward 50 for Fremantle.
Randomly, if there's no score, we'll have seen the margin increase at each of the quarter breaks by 5 points each time. 5 points, 10 points, 15 points. It's now 20 points the difference. There's a bit of numerology for you. Only if there's not another score, of course. Thrown up into the air.
Sarong in the ruck.
Against Cameron. I had to look twice to see it was absolutely him. Cameron's able to work it away. The Pies are happy to tumble it across the boundary line at right half back. These are the random things I look at in my scorebook. 20 points the margin in favour of the Magpies. They won't care. They're about to win off the back of a 5-day break, resting a number of their players. 4 changes, 3 of them managed. Fremantle win the ruck tap. It comes out the side to Bolton. He'll take a bounce, and then from left half forward, kicks back inside attacking 50. Howe goes up, couldn't mark. Spilled to Quaynor. Reed tackles him. Ball up the call again. Fremantle fans.
Jeremy Howe still doesn't have his boot on.
He's got the left boot off. Jackson got it down to Tracy. Tries to muscle his way through. Got tackled, lost possession. Umpire says play on to Cameron. Moved it back to Markov. And then towards Dacos. His kick was smothered. It's over the boundary line for a throw-in. Deep at left, full forward.
Pretty good win for Collingwood, isn't it? All things considered. The Schultz concussion, the side bottom early sub, the 5-day break, the managed players.
Jackson palmed it back over the shoulder. It came to Switkowski. Running through's Frederick, and he kicks the goal. Just to ruin my bit of numerology and give the Dockers their 12th. Collingwood Their lead is cut to 14 points, 15-7-97 to Fremantle, 12-11-83. We've just hit the half an hour mark in the final term. Michael Frederick putting his name on the list of goal kickers for Fremantle, but it will be Collingwood's night.
Beautiful fast hands from Switkowski at that stoppage, wasn't it? Knew exactly where his runners were, and Frederick finished it very nicely.
Well, I say a week is a long time in footy. It's been a long wait for the Dockers. It's been a short wait for Collingwood. Short turnaround after what was an epic battle last weekend with the Cats. Ball back in the middle. Jackson v Darcy Cameron. Jackson tried to win it. Stolen by the Pies. Crisp kicks it forward. Bounces on its end. Membry trying to tap it forward. Got it to Johnson from the Dockers, though, who will handball through traffic. 4 players down for the Pies. But 4 points in the bag. They come west. And they take a valuable win. They down the Dockers and send them further into despair. Collingwood win by 14 points, 15-7-97. Fremantle 12-11-83.
See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
The Magpies back in the winners list. They led by 5 points at quarter time, by 10 at the half, by 15 at three-quarter time, winning by 14. Jamie Elliott, a career-high 6 goals, 3 to Hill, 2 to Chris, 1 to Hoskin Elliott, so too Dacos, Long and Cox. Collingwood, too good in front of 47,780 fans in the West.
Good old Collingwood forever. They know how to play the game. Side by side they stick together to uphold the Magpies' name. See the barricades are shouting as all barricades should. Oh, the premiership's a cakewalk for the good old Collingwood.
For the Fremantle Dockers, Josh Tracy with 2, Voss with 2. Singles to Brayshaw, Sharp, Bolton, Reid, Pearce, Frederick, Switkowski and Dudley. The Magpies by 14 points. They go to 7-3 for the season, and they continue to impress after a hiccup to start the year and then that epic against Geelong where they had a chance to win it. Went down by just 3 points. They truly are going to take some beating in 2025. What do we make of all of that, gents? Fremantle, not only the concern of another loss to go behind on the ledger, 4-5, but Sean Darcy with what appeared to be a serious knee injury. If his reaction is anything to go by from how emotional he appeared as he made his way to the back of the bench when he was subbed off in that third quarter, another blow for them, already going to miss Hayden Young for 10 to 12 weeks. But the Magpies, great result.
Great result for the Magpies. Having the ability to manage their list and manage their players, make a trip to the West on a short turnaround. Really, really, they just go away with that knowing that they can go to their plan and stick to it. The thing that I'm really impressed with is the Collingwood backline. Like 64 inside 50s, was it, again?
63.
63 inside
They defended 63 inside 50s, which was partly the good work of their defenders and partly because of the way that Fremantle butchered the ball, taking the ball inside 50.
Yeah.
Six marks inside 50, Fremantle. And we'll get back to Collingwood in just a moment, but we're on that point. Isaiah Dudley had 3 of them.
Yep.
He is 168 centimetres tall.
He's the smallest player in the entire league.
Yeah. It's a really fortunate position that Collingwood are in, that they can manage their players and come over here and have a game plan that, as we said, it stands up in so many different ways. They can flick into different gears. They're all on the same page when they're able to do that. They recognise situations and trends in the game and they're able to adapt to it. It's a really impressive outfit that Craig McRae's put together, isn't it?
Yeah, the word that I just keep coming back to is professional. They are a professional group. They came over here, all of the things that we've been talking about, they get the win, they get a good scoring balance from stoppage, and they were similar to Fremantle at stoppage, scored marginally behind but nailed them with a turnover. And Fremantle contributed to that as well. Just some shocking turnovers which allowed Collingwood to pounce and their dangerous forwards to do what they do best. Nine
goals from their small forwards in Elliott and Hill.
Exceptional. So Craig McRae would be absolutely stoked. Lockie Schultz, bad. Looks like head injury for Lockie. Well, really clearly he was struggling to stand up after the incident. But
definitely concussed.
Yeah, concussed and a bad one. So hopefully Lockie's okay and it's not a really bad one. Hopefully he's feeling better as soon as possible.
But he will miss next week.
Yeah, we'll miss a couple of weeks. But at least. But he was emblematic of some of the really smart play, the team-oriented play, the tough play. He just put his body on the line and used his nous as well to create scores for Collingwood.
The chase-down tackle in that last quarter from Bo McCreary just sums up Collingwood, doesn't it? We saw it when everything's tight and on the edge. We saw it last week. Bobby Hill, it obviously didn't get rewarded, but they're still willing and the desire is there to lay those tackles in the dying moments of the game, which just enables you to lift up the rest of the team, doesn't it? They find that little bit more when they see that kind of desire from their teammates.
And to steal a Craig McRaeism, sometimes you win and you win.
Yeah.
It's that sort of win. Last week you talked about sometimes you lose but you win. This was banking 4 points but just helping further grow belief that clearly is an abundance at Collingwood.
Look at the Collingwood fans that have come across to the west and have stuck around. They would have added 9,000 to the total tonight at a minimum. They're surrounding the boundary. They've stuck around to celebrate with their team. Enormous football club that they are. And also, for those people just having a sook about the Perth Bears coming in, about the amount of money being spent on them, this shows you how many people are prepared to travel to watch sporting teams play. They've turned up in big numbers tonight, the Collingwood supporters, as they always do.
Big numbers.
12-11-83 the Dockers. They've gone down to the Pies, 15-7-97. Jamie Elliott, career high 6 goals, as we mentioned, as the Pies make their way around the ground. Just to thank their supporters for turning up. And they certainly would have liked what they've seen tonight. They will be without Schultz for at least 1 week after the concussion. Still, Sidebottom was the sub, just a tactical one to give the 34-year-old a bit of a rest. And for the Magpies, next up, they've got Adelaide at the MCG, and then North Melbourne at the Docklands. They'll host the Hawks as well at the MCG, and then Melbourne at the MCG before their round 14 bye. For Fremantle, it's tough. GWS at the Showgrounds at Giants Stadium, and they've got Port Adelaide here at Perth Stadium, and then the Suns on the Gold Coast.
It's a tough run.
Very tough run.
Very tough, which was always the concern after losing, as they did, narrowly to Sydney and then dropping those games to Melbourne and St Kilda. It's going to get even tougher from Fremantle now.
And if the Giants were to lose to Geelong, which most pundits would predict, down at Cardinia Park, they'd be copping the Giants off 4 consecutive losses.
Yep.
At home.
Collingwood have a big local following in WA, says one of our texts. Do let us know your name on 0437 774 774. Collingwood have a big local following everywhere. Everywhere. But we do know a big chunk of Magpies fans flew in at the airport. My airport spies told me they were just, saying hordes probably sounds politically incorrect, but there were hordes of them at the airport over the last day or two.
Well, they've only got to travel a few times a year so they can...
Oh, see, you could say that and no one will jump at you because you're a Collingwood premiership player. The rest of us, we couldn't say that to save ourselves.
Oh, I just mean the fans, they get to hang around Melbourne most of the time, and it's a big adventure when they get to go on an away trip.
They're on top of the ladder at the moment, the Pies. Middley with the Lions. They still have a game to play. They're on Sunday away to North Melbourne, but their percentage has taken a big boost tonight. Collingwood, well, sizable boost tonight with that 14-point win. Darcy Moore is going to lead them. He just holds the right hand up.
He's on his own.
He's sort of waiting for everyone else to follow down. It's just game 181 for him. It's not a milestone game, but he's first down the race. He actually glances over his shoulder now. We're watching. Where is everybody else?
They got him last time. Remember, they sent him out in front and then stopped.
They did it to Darcy Cameron as well in his milestone game. And he had to peer around the wall to find everyone.
Yeah, they all just stopped to let the captain make his way down to the rooms. Let's head down there ourselves. A cash photos there for ABC Sport.
Thank you, Clint, and the team just making their way in. In good news, Lockie Schultz is up and about here, receiving hugs and high fives, pats on the back from his teammates. A lot of support for him. The club did confirm to me that it is a concussion for Lockie, but he looks in pretty good spirits at the moment as the team just gathers in front of me, ready to belt out the song in front of quite a large group of supporters down in the rooms here as well.
You might want to stop rubbing him on the head.
Yeah, well, that's true. They're all just gathering up now. I think they're waiting for a couple of stragglers before they get going, but it won't be a moment and they'll be ready to go. Here we go.
Silence! Side by side we sing together to uphold the magpies and for monkeys. See the barricades are shouting as old barricades should. And all the memberships again walk for the good old Collingwood.
As pretty happy bunch down here. Pausing for the song is all well and good for TV. Not great when you're the radio boundary rider standing there with a microphone.
I love the big pregnant.
Got to wait for Steele to set it off. They wait for his cry.
I reckon Cash's biggest challenge tonight on a Thursday night is to stop roaming Brian cutting in, which I think he did last time that they were across over here, the host broadcasters. We were interviewing someone and Ryan Taylor just decided that he would jump on board. So
jump in on the interview.
Cash is going to have to do a hard tag on whoever we get from Collingwood tonight. Mitch Turner's headed down to the Dockers rooms. We'll hear from someone from Fremantle, hopefully very shortly as well. Collingwood 15-7-97 to Fremantle 12-11-83. I might just keep on with Collingwood for a moment or two before we switch our focus. And plenty of text coming in about Fremantle. 0437 774 774 is the text line if you want to have your say on what you made of tonight. If you're a Pies fan, great effort. 5-day break, had to travel the entire breadth of the nation and up against the Fremantle side that was under great expectation to win. You've got the job done, as the cliche goes, and you've been able to do it with serious concussion to Lockie Schultz, who it is good to see watching on the screens here that he looks in much better spirits, Lockie Schultz. So that's good to know because he was absolutely out cold in the middle of the ground when he was attempting to tackle Jordan Clark in a heavy collision between the pair. But what does it mean if you're a football club like that and you decide to take that decision? So we know Myercheck was out and we know why Pendlebury, De Goey and Maynard are going to be rested, and Craig McRae was upfront about that. But you do still take a risk under those circumstances to leave those guys. If this was a game that you need to win to play finals, you wonder whether or not you're making that decision. But at this stage of the season, it's all about management, and they've been able to get that result that they want and have Allen, Markoff and Sullivan. Well, Markoff less so, but certainly Allen and Sullivan have some impact out there.
Just playing the long game, and it's come out perfectly with the exception of the injury to Schultz. So that's a fairly big negative from the evening. It was pretty graphic, but everything else is coming up black and white right now. They've managed the players they need to manage. They get the win, and that's the beauty, I guess, of being a team that can afford to look long range. And Fremantle was just looking about this game tonight, really narrow focus, and they've come up short. They had a dip, but again, ball movement, skill execution, team defence by itself doesn't look after offence. So you need to be better in your offence as well. And, you know, I'll argue that as strongly as you possibly can. Team defence by itself, it gives you good looks, and if you turn it over in the right areas of the ground, that's great. It gives you a look. You still got to finish. You still got to tie it off. And for a long time now, Fremantle haven't been able to tie off their work.
I think that they have to they have to rely more on effort and desire, more so than, okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put the chess piece over here. This is how we would like to have things pan out, so that if things don't work out, we can defend, like you're saying. I just feel like they've just seen an outfit that has an ability to put themselves in the right position through desire and effort at the right time, because they recognise what's required.
Yeah, they know what the game demands, Collingwood.
Yep.
And they pay the price and are well drilled enough and maybe instinctive enough. I know that's a oxymoron.
Yeah,
but they just do what the game demands, and they do it so well. I mean, Fremantle have had 62 inside 50s. Now, that's a positive, and Craig McRae, that's something we've got to work on. We can't be giving up that amount of inside 50s. They've got away with the win tonight, but that is plenty. That is plenty to kick a winning score.
Yeah.
And Fremantle weren't able to do it, and so it's review hard, doesn't get any easier going up to Sydney, GWS, and the pressure continues to mount, and it has to mount for the promise and the potential that this squad has. And again, harking back, they're not external opinions even. This is internal. The club talking about the Premiership Cup is within reach. It is now our time to contend and succeed. You got to be more efficient moving the ball than what we saw tonight to contend and succeed against a quality opposition or any opposition.
I think that a team is generally happy, and this is what I vaguely remember, if they can keep a team to less than 40% scoring efficiency. That it sound about right? They've gone at just over 30%.
Let's head down to the Collingwood rooms. Akash Fodadar's down there. Akash!
That's why he's played more consecutive games of AFL football than anyone else. Jack Crisp, great win, well played yourself. Coming off that 5-day break in such a close game against Geelong, what was the week like leading into this game, which you knew was going to be a big game, particularly for Fremantle after their performance last week?
Yep. Firstly, thanks for having me. Appreciate it. It was a pretty low-key week, to be fair. I've had one... sorry, I was just telling Protein to go away. No, we had a couple of days off just to kind of reset ourselves. Monday, we caught up in our divisions, just do a bit of recovery. And then, Tuesday, light run around in the morning before we flew over here. So we came over a day early and then got to spend our captain's run day over here as well. So it was just a nice little freshen up. Just a bit of a couple of feel-good sessions, I guess you could say. Just to make sure we had as much energy as we could. And then in terms of Freo, knowing that they were going to respond really hard after last week's performance, and obviously they came out flying and put us on the back foot early. But, we just made sure we went back to playing our brand of football and, got the ball going forward, hold it in forward territory, give our forwards a chance, because they look really dangerous tonight.
A lot gets made of Collingwood and travel a whole lot, but what's it like for the group to kind of get away together on a trip and spend that time together as a team?
Yeah, it's great. We've generally travelled really well as a football team. We had a great week away, or 10 days, I think, whatever it was, when we went to Adelaide and then to Brisbane and Gold Coast in the middle of that as well. So it's just really good to build chemistry and connection. It's good that some people had their families come up, some didn't. But it's just good to spend some quality time, like out of Melbourne, I guess, the football bubble there, and to really connect. And, we've had some good wins on the away trips at the moment. So, we're playing some really good, consistent football. It's really good to see, especially with if we leave people behind, blokes are coming in and playing their role really, really well. So it's good to see we've got some good depth as well.
You had a brilliant game yourself, and you mentioned a few of the guys rested or injured who couldn't play. Did that change your role in any way, and how did you have to adapt, I guess, with a few players out?
Yeah, well, I've been playing wing the whole season to date. So to get an opportunity to go through the middle was really good. Felt like I was running on top of the ground. Had lots of energy in my legs. So, I think the coach kept me in there a bit more. I was going to play a bit more wing time, like split it kind of 50-50. But, it seemed to be going really well. So he kept me in there, and thought I went all right. Yeah.
I think you played really well. Just before we head upstairs, just want to quickly check you're all good. You've got a couple of ice packs on each Achilles and one on your left hand. You're all okay there?
Yeah, all good. Just jarred my thumb a little bit. Still a bit sore from a few weeks ago, and then I always ice up my Achilles and calves That's what I do every week. Got to make sure I do it.
Fair enough. Well, it's when you play so many games in a row. Let's head upstairs. We've got Clint Wheeldon and our experts, Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham.
G'day, Jack. Congratulations on the win. Just wanted to talk about your small forwards. Obviously, the accolades, rightly, will go to Elliott and also Bobby Hill, but obviously Lockie Schultz with that really distressing incident. But before that, he'd done some unbelievable team efforts, positioning, intercepting opposition ball movement, hard tackling. It's just a really good mix of small forwards that you have down there.
Yeah, definitely. And then you didn't even have to mention Bo McCreary, who's fierce pressure and loves the tackle as well. So everyone's really understanding their role to a T at the moment, and everyone's performing really well. But yeah, we've got to make sure as midfielders and defenders, we turn the ball over as close as we can to our goal and give the forwards a chance. We felt like they looked really dangerous tonight, especially on the ground. So on turnover, we could bounce really fast, put the Freo defenders under pressure. We know we've probably going to get them covered at ground level with Bobby, Jamie, Bo and Shooter. But yeah, poor old Shooter, man. He was going really well. He's a hard tackler and pressures really well. Fills a corridor for us, but yeah, it didn't look too good.
Okay.
What's that?
Is he okay? Have you had a word to him?
Yeah, he's fine now down here.
Good.
I think as well when you're like running really hard and then you kind of wind yourself or you hit yourself, you kind of takes a bit more gas out of you than you thought. But he's recovered down here now and he's all himself.
You mentioned that ability to get Fremantle on turnover and also ability to know role and execute role. What I was really impressed with in your play tonight as a team was your ability to take the fast play turnover, but also just take what the opposition gave you. So graft your way up the field or bludgeon your way up the field. What enables you to do that? Is that just connection and knowing your teammate really well?
Yeah, a little bit of that. And when you set the field up really well, we know where our players are going to be. We've put our bodies in the right spot so we can, if we do handball forward to space, our forwards have already kind of owning the outside and they're going to be first there. Or our key forwards, if we kick it long off the line or whatever it is, our forwards already own that dangerous space. Give ourselves a really good chance of holding the territory. But then it's just turning up as midfielders, contest to contest, work rate, making sure, we're not collapsing and getting caught too skinny.
Jack Sharad here. Congratulations also on the milestone from last week for yourself, mate. It's great to see, and hopefully there's plenty more games ahead.
Thank you.
Mates, talk to us about what the messaging was in terms of the inside 50s against and the clearances, because they're two numbers that if you looked at them on paper right now, you'd probably think that the game was lost by the Pies, but you managed to let them have that and still come away with a win.
Yeah, well, we did talk about it throughout the game, and we could feel it out there, especially early. They took a lot of territory on us and really put us on the back foot. And same as clearance, we tried to tidy a few things up here and there. It obviously didn't work, but our backs are really strong in their positioning. And then if we are, as midfielders, going to lose their clearances and stoppages, if we can put enough pressure on and force dirty kicks or high balls, it gives our backs a chance to play to their strengths and either kill it or mock it.
So the back line was one that I mentioned, and obviously the small forwards get the accolades tonight because they're the ones who hit the scoreboard. But talk to us about the back line and how much faith you got when you are losing those inside 50s against. Like, they're just managing to stand up every week.
Yeah, they are. And we're very lucky to have some really good defenders in terms of, Darcy Moore leading from the front. Howie's always getting a fist in there. Billy Frampton's come in and taken their big key forwards and playing a really good role. And then we've got our small forwards. Q barely loses one-on-ones. Dan Houston's really good. And then Josh works his bum off and then uses the ball really well offensively.
Jack, congratulations on the win. Thanks for chatting to us. Best of luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Appreciate
Jack Crisp downstairs. What a performance it was. Let's head across to the Fremantle rooms. Mitch Turner. Mitch.
Clint down here with Andy Brayshaw from the Fremantle Dockers. Andy, he's trying to get us hear me through the headset. It takes a little while to kick in. Andy, a really tough week after the St Kilda loss, and then a really tough opponent here with Collingwood tonight. What's, I guess, your first reactions and feelings after that one?
Yeah, obviously disappointing. Didn't get the result we were after, but I think we took a step forward. Last week, we couldn't get anything going in any component of our game, but today we were able to compete really well in a physical battle. Our team defence was really strong, and we just made a few too many mistakes. We were really strong inside 50s. I think we were outnumbered the inside 50s every quarter, and we just weren't able to finish, whereas they were really sharp down there. So although it's not the result we wanted, it's a step forward.
The areas you were smashed in last week by St Kilda, contested possession, clearances, you turned that around tonight. Didn't get the result, but it must have been pleasing at least, I guess, to find positives in those areas tonight.
Yeah, it was. last week's performance was unacceptable, and the leaders owned that. You know, myself, Moose, and Caleb sort of really had to own that and look at how we were starting games and leading away in that sense. And I think today, although we didn't get the win, we were physical. We fought till the final siren, and if we can keep putting up performances like that, the results return.
You seemed to grab the boys before they came off the field at the end. You're one of the leaders that kind of stood there and had a chat to them. Can you reveal anything you said to the guys?
Obviously disappointing to not win, but I just said we can review that. We can improve from that game. We can review the footage, and you can still look each other in the eyes and go, I gave it everything today. Whereas the week before, we couldn't have ticked those boxes. So still not where we want to be. Obviously, we want to be winning. But Collingwood are an exceptional outfit, and we gave them a real run for their money. So I just said, we can build from that.
I'll throw you upstairs. Clint Wilden, Peter Bell and Sharad Wellingham.
Andy, Sharad here. Commiserations on the loss, mate. Talk to us about the start of the third quarter, where from up here it seemed like you guys kind of went into a different gear, I suppose, where you tried to control the footy a little bit more. Do you think that you could have potentially taken the game on and tried to keep the ball in motion? We probably left that a little bit late. Probably in the last quarter we started to go to that a little bit more. But we thought we'd try and really shift their defence in that second half and make them work, spend some tickets on defence. But they held up really well, and we were able to shift as a team really, really well. So that didn't work. And then in the last quarter, we had to try, those knock-ons going through the corridor, really taking on and trying to play that faster ball movement. We tried a few different things, and credit to them, they played exceptional. Do you have a problem, or do you pull up decisions that are made where it's the right decision but the skill execution doesn't come with the result that you want? What do you kind of look at in that? Do you go, yep, right decision, but we'll cop the mistake, or do you say we're not going to go for that anymore?
No, we cop that. In the first quarter, we probably gifted them a few goals, but we were going for our kicks. We were trying to take it on through the corridor, and we obviously execution. We want to tighten that up, but no, you can't question the intent. We keep telling our players to back themselves in, play to their strengths, and we need to sharpen up in that aspect. But we would never tell blokes to stop going for it.
And Andy, look, the positive, obviously, all those inside 50s, you guys will continue to work on ball movement and tying off the good work. But coming into the match, you also would have known that Collingwood are exceptional turnover, particularly sort of D-mid area to score. How did you think that the team were able to minimise Collingwood in that area?
Yeah, I thought we had really strong corridor layers. We had a mid that was sort of roaming in that area, and we held up a fair bit through there. Although when they did get through us, they got through us and scored. I think in the last quarter alone, they had something like 13 inside 50s for 10 scores. So we left our backs out to dry a little bit too much. We obviously had to try and play to win and had to give it everything we got. But a few times that left us a little bit vulnerable when they were going back inside 50.
Obviously, the pressure will continue to build. It would have been a tough week, and off the back of a really poor performance against St Kilda, improved, but without the 4 points. How is the playing group feeling, do you think? And what do you think the next week will look like? What will the focus be going in against the Giants?
It's a 9-day turnaround, so we've got a couple of days off now to really try and freshen up. Yeah, the Giants are a really strong outfit, and they play really well at their home ground. So another really strong contested side that will take you on through the corridor. And our focuses are going to be the same as tonight, which is really strong in Team D and try and be really physical in the contest. Obviously, we want to tidy up our ball movement and sharpen a few things up inside 50, but we'll keep ourselves in games through our team defence and our contest, and that's what we're going to focus on going forward.
Andy, do you have any update that you can give us on Sean Darcy? He looked to be quite upset and was clearly subbed out of the game.
Yeah, I don't have any information on the extent of his soreness. I know he's had obviously knee trouble in the past, so we just wanted to look after him. But I can't say for sure what the actual extent of the injury is.
Have you had a chance to have a quick word? How is he? Is he okay? Obviously upset, but have you had a chat to him?
I spoke to him briefly on the bench. He was really positive, upbeat. He's one of those guys that really drives the energy of the group, and I thought the way he handled himself, sitting on the bench was really positive.
And change of angle, and I don't want to put a light note on not getting the win, but do you know who took the most marks inside 50 tonight, Andy?
No, I don't.
It was Isaiah Dudley. So
he had 50% of your team's inside 50 marks, three of
the six inside 50. So you can get around the talls and try and get them to take a few more marks inside 50, mate, because you're leaving it to the shortest guy in the league.
Yeah, well, Dudley is he's a great player, but we want to be working it through probably our talls more so. Yeah.
Andrew, we appreciate your time. Best of luck for what's to come. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Andrew Brayshaw downstairs here on ABC Sport. Good of him to join us after the loss. Collingwood victorious 15-7-97 to Fremantle's 12-11-83.
I did see the incident with Darcy. It was a sort of a contest, and it looked like he sort of jarred or
coming down.
Yeah, I think so. I'm trying to remember it. It was innocuous,
okay,
but it just looked like he jarred his knee or twisted it a little bit. Nothing too drastic, but straight away he was limping and sort of came from the field.
Back of the knee can sometimes be like a bursa or something in there, which can flare up quite.
Well, that's where he was getting some treatment, wasn't it, around the back of the knee?
He might have had a little bit of hyperextension or something. You just hope. I thought potentially like a knock on the front, the typical ruckman injury. But you hope it is just something like that just gets a knock or an innocuous kind of landing that can make it not feel that comfortable.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the text line, 0437 774 774. Fran from Melbourne, what are the coaching differences between McRae, Buckley and Mick Malthouse? Bobby Hill is a pocket rocket and Elliott needs a managed week, inverted commas. Well, he probably does need a rest, Elliott, after kicking 6 goals. He's got a sore
you've got to leave him out there.
He's probably exhausted. That's a really interesting question, McRae, Buckley and Mick. Certainly Buckley was far more control.
Very different coaches.
And so was Mick was very much defensively, and McRae's, let's have a go, everybody.
So Mick Malthouse was very good at what we were talking about pre-game and finding levers and ways to get players to do what he wanted. He was also really good at instilling roles and making sure that you knew what your role was out on the ground. He didn't expect everybody to be, the Dane Swans and Scott Pendleburys and was really big on role players. But I loved how much Mick had the ability to pull levers and create emotion in the game. I think I said during the week that I loved the fact that he'd make you honestly want to run through a brick wall just before running out there, because he built that much emotion into the game during the week and then in the final address. And then we obviously had Nathan Buckley, who was much more process-oriented coach and much more about still a role-oriented coach, but much more process-driven and during the week stuff that would enable you to go out on the weekend and play your role. And completely different. And when Nathan took over as coach, he was still very much the type of person he was when he was a player, and so he expected everybody to do what he would have done as a player, which was work themselves to the absolute bone to get every ounce of themselves dripping sweat on the ground, which for some players wasn't the thing that would work best for them. And to revert back to Mick, he knew that some players didn't have to do that week in, week out, but they would get themselves right by the weekend. And I think that by the end of Nathan Buckley's tenure as a coach, he was a completely different coach to what he was when he took over.
And what about Craig McRae, from what you know, what you observe, and perhaps what you know from internally there?
He is an emotive coach who tries to build a relationship-driven environment where it's built around being a great teammate and appreciating the things that your teammates do and what you can do for your teammates. I've been fortunate to sit in a couple of team meetings, and it's very, for lack of better words, very kumbaya. It's very, healing and it's a very nice environment to be in. But yeah, 3 very different coaches that have coached Collingwood over the last 15 years.
Phil says, bad kicking is bad footy. Simple enough. The Pies took their chances, nailed them at 15-7. Freo didn't, 12-11.
It was a part of it, and as Andy Brayshaw spoke about as well, turned some over in the first quarter. Fremantle were all over Collingwood in that first quarter, and what was it, to the 19-minute mark, and then Collingwood slam on 4 in a row, get the lead, and at least a couple of them were because of poor skill errors from Fremantle, and they opened the door for Collingwood, who said, thank you, we'll take that.
And took them time again.
Stoppage dominance at the start from Fremantle really had Collingwood on the back foot, didn't it? They were coming out the front. They were just dominating at the centre bounces, and it was a little bit worried, but that's the sign of a good side who can get smacked in the face and recompose themselves, and then, like you said, take advantage of those turnovers in the forward 50.
Got a number of texts along these lines, but I'll sum this up one. I don't care, says Gilby, how good a system coach JL is or if he's a great guy. You cannot ignore football basics. It's those things that Freo are getting wrong, and that is a coaching failure, and he must go. Quite a few people unhappy about it. This is not a bad text from Dean, though. The tugging or holding of the forward's jumper or two arms around the forward holding them out of the contest obviously doesn't count for Josh Tracy, who over the last 2 weeks hasn't been allowed to get near a contest or the ball, except when he's crashed his way through. He does get a lot of attention, but that's what you're going to do as a defender, aren't you? You're going to absolutely make the umpire make that call.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's part of the craft of being a key forward, is finding that bit of space, and how do you create that space for yourself, and if they're not going to give you space, how do you make sure that the umpires see some of the free kicks that were potentially there?
That's true. The text is true, but that's what you expect from defenders, and not going to let good players have a free run at the footy. So they'll do everything they can. What you've said is true, Sharad, and I'd add, Fremantle need to find ways where they can get the ball inside 50 to those good forwards like Josh Tracy quicker, so there's more one-on-ones, and then when you do infringe against them, it's really visible. If you're kicking into congestion, defenders can get away with a lot more, and the classic example, Jordan Clark has it on the wing early in the third quarter with only one-on-ones ahead of him. It may have been a decision by Jordan Clark, but it seemed more like it was an instruction. Stop. Wait for the ground to get set, get the shape set up, which also clearly allows Collingwood to get their defenders behind the ball, and suddenly you're kicking into density instead of kicking into a one-on-one.
And at the moment, Josh Tracy is great at launching at the pack, but he loves starting from a man and starting from contact, whereas I'd love him to watch some videos of Josh Kennedy, who is just constantly on the move, whether it just be little figure eights and getting your defender offside, because those players who are that big and powerful, all they need is half a split second to get a break, and then he's going to be able to launch at those contests with even more space, and he'd be unstoppable.
Collingwood have won Thursday night footy in the West over Fremantle by 14 points, 15-7-97 to the Dockers 12-11-83. Before we get the votes, one last thing. It will be looked at, I'm sure, but the McCreary dump tackle on Warner in the opening term, I think it was. No serious injury done to Warner, but would he be in any trouble because of the action?
I think from memory, and the free kick was potentially there, but he took himself down as well, and it was almost like the action of dumping was there, but he also took himself down.
Warner, that is.
McCreary.
Oh, McCreary, as in the way that he was tackled.
Yeah,
so he rolled with the tackle as well.
He rolled with the tackle as well. So
that's my memory of it as well.
So he was kind of below Warner and dragged him down and slung him down to the ground in that dumping tackle, but was also down on the ground as well. And so while the action in itself definitely was, ripping him around, I think that I don't think that he'll be in too much hot water.
And given Warner was okay and played out the rest of the match. It was a hard tackle. I think he should be okay. And it was at the lighter end of the scale for a sling/dump tackle.
Yeah, as we look at outcome, as we do, the outcome was Warner was okay.
Free kick.
Should be okay. Free kick. Votes, gentlemen, in the ABC Footballer of the Year and in the Christian Medal, please.
In the ABC Footballer of the Year, it was pretty clear that Jamie Elliott was the best player on the ground with his 6 goals. Just his work rate was really noticeable, up the ground, then back, and that aerial ability, that forward craft. What Fremantle would do for a player with that sort of forward craft, really just knows where the space is. So 3 to Elliott, 2 to Jack Crisp. of the milestone man of last week, 709 metres gained. He kicked a couple of goals, hard running, and just blessed with that speed endurance that is so hard to find.
7 clearances
and 16 ground ball games,
which is nearly
6
30%
tackles.
of the side.
Throw that in. That's a pretty good day out as well. And I thought Jordan Clark was pretty good for Fremantle over the course of the match. Aerially good early in particular. Took ground most of the time. Used the ball well. And had some different kicks in his repertoire today rather than just the long kick all the time. He was pretty good. And the Christian medal, so Clark 3, 2 to Andy Brayshaw, who ended up with quite a lot of footy. What have we got there? 34 possessions.
While minding Nick Dacos.
Yeah, Nick Dacos as well, which was a win for Fremantle out of the day. So Brayshaw had the 6 clearances as well, plenty of ground ball, all the things that you expect of Andy Brayshaw. And 1 for Shea Bolton, who I thought was pretty good. Sometimes he can be a little bit of a frustrating player, I guess, in team defence. But 9 clearances, I thought he was really clean and won a lot of footy, Shea Bolton as well.
Guess it'll be another week, though it is a longer week. They've got the 9 days, but this performance won't do anything to appease the Fremantle fans. Is that fair to say?
No, it won't.
I know what Andrew Brayshaw was trying to say. There were some steps forward from last week, but that's still, not because they were dreadful last week. They just lost
the
today.
mistake. They fixed the mistake from last week in that they got some contested possession and they got some clearances. But
yeah. So it's whether what are we looking for from Fremantle now?
I'll say it simply. Fremantle have to find a way to win enough games to play finals. That's it. They can spin it any way they like. This is a team that should be playing finals. In Justin's 6th year, you can't have another miss and have played one final in 6 years. And everyone was prepared to give them an out last year when you lose 3 key players for the last 3 games.
Yep.
All prepared that was a terrible blow. But eventually it gets to the point where you've got to play finals footy. That's what everybody's in it for.
And at all costs, they have to avoid any type of repeat of the Geelong game and the St Kilda game. They can't have another one of those. They can't regress to another one of those performances. So I'll give them a bit more latitude around the win-loss, although I agree with you, Clint. They have to make finals in my opinion, with the talent that they have. I'll give them a bit more latitude around that while they're maybe regaining or getting back to some good form. But you can't have a major regression again. That just has to be completely eliminated. They are far too good to put in a performance like Geelong and St Kilda again.
Peter Bell, Sharad Willingham, our experts tonight. Akash Fotodar downstairs on the boundary. Also great to have Mitch Turner alongside us back in the studio. Jesse Donnelly-Jones and the one and only Richard Gere lookalike Martin Roth pushing all the buttons at the back of the box. Thanks to everyone for getting us to air. Big game tomorrow, St Kilda versus Carlton, Spuds game. Hopefully you can tune in right around the nation on ABC Sport. But wrapping it up from the West, the Magpies by 14 points over the Dockers.